know he was mad. I just know he was mad, and he was Hungarian. Henceforth, the nickname, the Mad Hungarian.
So, like, if he came into a game, he was a closer, right? So he'd come into a game. Google this guy. It'd be so refreshing to have somebody like this dude come along today. He'd get the ball. He'd go out behind the mound. He'd stand with his back to the hitter, and he'd start talking to himself and getting himself all fired up, and then he'd slam the ball into the glove and turn around and get up on the mound, and then he would go do his thing. So
I like it.
The Mad Hungarian.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one. So there you go. Have some fun with that. We're all this talk, guys, about the Broncos defense, and boy, I think don't listen. Well, I guess actually in this case you can listen to what they said and what they do. Normally it's don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. But in this case, both boxes get checked. When Sean Payton came out at the start of the offseason, talked about being stronger down the middle defensively, and then immediately they go out and they sign Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. Guys, I know there was a lot to like about that Broncos defense last year. They were number 3 in scoring defense, but they were a bit leaky near the end of the season. So much so that we were like, is Riley Moss going to be able to play this week? He's not. Oh, Riley Moss is back. Oh, he's only at 80%. That's okay. We got Riley Moss back. It shows that there needed to be upgrades. Guys, it's not a matter of whether or not these guys can play. It's an absolute they can. The big question's health. I know it's a big if, but it's not a bad if to factor into the conversation. If Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga are healthy, the Denver Broncos are, without a doubt, the best defense in the NFL. Tell me why I'm wrong. Go ahead, Stoke. You take this one first.
Well, I mean, the Eagles are pretty good. They got a lot of returners coming back. I mean, there's a lot of really good defenses in the NFL. I don't want to tell you why you're wrong because I think they will be in the conversation. Okay, I mean, whether they're 1, 2, or 3, they're going to be a great defense. To your point, they will be a great defense. I mean, everybody's coming back. You got the coaching staff returning. You got all these other guys returning, plus a couple additions, and they were really good last year. There were a couple of holes. We saw a little leakage there late in the season, a couple holes. They filled them. Got depth. You got pass rushers. You got guys to stop the run. You got secondary guys. I mean, they are loaded. So I have a hard time saying why you're wrong. Now, they might not be first, but this is a top 3 defense for sure.
They are like you look at all 3 levels, man. You got stars, potential stars on all 3 levels. Like Greenlaw is going to have to be healthy, but you've got stars at the cornerback position. You've got stars potentially at linebacker if Greenlaw is healthy. You've got stars as pass rushers, defensive linemen, Zach Allen, Benito. Like you've got stars at all 3 levels. To Brandon's point, Philadelphia has stars at all 3 levels. Although they lost, Brandon Graham retired. They lost some edge in what's the kid's name? Sweat. He left, right? So, like they've lost some players there, but they have stars at all 3 levels of their defense as well. But yeah, there's no reason the Broncos shouldn't be a top defense. I don't know what about number 1, but they're in that top 3, like Stokes said.
I just feel like last year there was so much to admire about that defense. But how do we figure that out, Stoke? What is it? What's the line?
Oh, now I got to think of it again. The sum of all the parts is greater than the individual parts.
I think somebody actually added to it that the whole was greater than the sum of the individual parts.
There it is.
Okay?
That could be good too.
Yeah.
And in this case, that's awesome. That's admirable. It's a testament to VJ. It's a testament to the discipline and the unselfishness in which these guys played. But there is a ceiling you are going to bonk your head up against as a defense if that's how you are as a defense. At some point, it still is about talent. And I'm not saying this defense wasn't talented, but they needed more individual playmakers. And if Hufanga and Greenlaw stay healthy, big ifs, but if they do, then you've injected 2 individual players, I think, takes this defense, breaks it through that glass ceiling, and now you can start talking about real greatness. And who knows then what this defense and what this team is capable of. Coming up next, for those of you who want Michael Porter Jr. gone, like yesterday. Is there a framework to get a deal done? That's next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here to tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy still offered his $5,000 guarantee. So if he can't sell your house at the price you agree upon, plus on the timeline that you agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings right now as we speak. Got about 100 families approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to dial him up. 720-944-33. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the absolute most money. 720-944-33. That's 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Hey, you want to sell your house? Do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-944-33.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. My wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, as the Nuggets cut ties with their assistant GM, Tommy Balcetis, yesterday, they still haven't officially elevated Ben Tenzer, although we all assume that's a move that's inevitable. I don't think that Bob Myers is suddenly going to come out of nowhere and become the Nuggets GM here in the next couple of days. But there are discussions being had out there around the NBA. There are moves being made. At least the Avalanche have a general manager right now to be able to talk about potential moves. The Nuggets, I guess, they do. I suppose Ben Tenzer's doing all this, but is he the one that's out there talking about potential Michael Porter Jr. trades like the one that the Memphis Grizzlies and Orlando Magic just pulled off? And for those of you who would love to see Michael Porter Jr. get traded, you look at the Desmond Bane trade. He's a similar type player to MPJ in terms of the money that they're making. Bane's a better all-around player. Don't let anybody tell you that they're the same player. They're not. Bane's a better all-around player. But when you look at the deal that Memphis got for Desmond Bane, they got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who had a terrible year with Orlando in the first year of his big contract, and they got Cole Anthony, who is another role player, and then 4 first-round draft picks. Guys, I'm not sure that's the kind of deal you could get for Michael Porter Jr., but let's say you could. 2 bench guys, 2 rotation guys, and 4 future first-round picks for Michael Porter Jr. Stoke, would you do it?
Absolutely. I've been wanting to shake this team up since last year. And so I don't want to run the same group back again and think it's going to change. I think the flaws are there. I think they need to give a little spark to this roster a little bit. And I would hope that you might see a couple other moves after this move, but to be able to get some draft capital, because I'm not looking at just next year. I'm also looking 3-4 years down the road saying Jokic is still going to be in a championship window. So I'm not going all in for next year here. Now you got some good draft capital. You're going to have some financial flexibility moving forward after Caldwell Pope and a guy like Cole Anthony after their contracts are up in a couple years. So I would absolutely do this deal if I was the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, I would trade him for just the draft picks. I know you can't do that simply because that's not how the NBA works, right? I mean, you've got to swap salaries and all that stuff. But, I mean, to your point, Mike, Desmond Bane is a much, much better player. I mean, he plays defense. He's one of the top catch and shoot three-point shooters in the league. He's one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Like, the guy over the last 4 or 5 years has been absolutely money good from three-point range. So he's a guy that can shoot the basketball. He's a guy, and that's why, obviously, the Magic went after him, because they don't have shooters. So, but they're not in the same category, in the same class, of basketball players. So, but would I get rid of Michael Porter? I would do anything I could to get rid of Michael Porter Jr. because I just don't think you're going to win. I don't think you're going to win on a consistent basis with that guy, or you can't count on that guy in the clutch.
But you know what? Michael Porter Jr., in the process of talking about what he isn't, I think we've maybe crossed over a line here to just kind of disregarding what he is, and that is he's a good player. Okay, I think the problem is that you've had too many people who have tried to make the case that he's an all-star or more in making, and he's not that, but he's a good NBA player. He is part of a team that won a championship. He's a guy that over the last 3 years has, gone out and scored 17, and 18 points per game. I mean, that's good. And he fits in with this group. He knows his role, and he's not a problem. He's prone to bouts of inconsistency that drive a lot of us crazy, but I think we're at a point right now, guys, and I think this Desmond Bane trade proves it. I think we just need to accept the fact you're just not going to get back in a Michael Porter Jr. trade enough to, I think, make a Nugget fan really, really happy. And I think you're better off keeping MPJ. I think what you have is better than what you're going to get in a trade for him.
What do your eyes tell you, Mike? Don't tell me the stats. You're sounding like Jake Shapiro right now. That's what Jake does to me, right? He gives me those stats that he tries to spin it.
Hey, man. Analytics.
What are your eyes?
It's the rage.
My eyes are telling me he's not good enough. It's not good enough. And you said the word. He is too inconsistent. And when you need it the most, it's like you got to make some threes, man. And when you disappear, we have no other shooting. So it's my eyes are telling me this team needs to change. And Michael Porter Jr.
But still win now, though, right? Still win now.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying
4 first-round picks aren't going to help me in the Nikola Jokic window win right now.
But I don't think Michael Porter Jr. is going to help you do it either anymore. I think that ship has sailed.
I think the Stokes point, it's like, hey, man, you're there to knock down threes, and when you can't knock down threes, you're not scoring. Like, you're not getting to the rim consistently. You're not, you don't have the mid-range, like dribble in and get a 15-foot jumper, like even though you're 6'10", that's not your game. And so, like my eyeball test said it's not good enough. Now, listen, this is it seems to be Josh Kroenke's like pet project, right? So it doesn't seem like the Nuggets are ever going to let him go. Like they value him. I think they value him more on the open market than any other team values him on the open market, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah, you're not going to be happy with what you get back for him. You're not. You're going to be underwhelmed. And I think in your
I think you have to change your attitude to say we may not get what we want for him, but getting him out is to me, getting him out and giving him a new lease on life and you moving forward as an organization, that to me has value because you can't count on it.
I know this is a loaded question because KCP was so popular here, but he really dropped off this last year.
Yeah.
So the KCP, if you were getting that KCP, not the one that we saw here in his go around with the Nuggets, if you were getting that player and Cole Anthony, would you rather have those two players than Michael Porter Jr.?
I'm not getting draft picks?
No, you're getting the draft picks, but I'm talking about for next year's team. For next year's team, in this, we're trying to win championships with Nikola Jokic right now window. For next year's team, would you rather have KCP and Cole Anthony or MPJ?
Well, that's not the deal, though. I get the draft picks too,
for
Mike.
next year, that is the deal.
I get the draft picks, but I'm looking at the future here too, and the draft picks are really what excites me about what you could do with some draft picks.
How long
draft
do
capital.
you think this Jokic window is going to last?
20 years.
Oh,
we got
okay.
another 2 decades.
I
Evans.
got
Come
you.
on,
Buckle
up.
Buckle
well,
up.
Baby, come on, that guy's not slowing down. At least 20.
I would rather have KCP, even coming off a bad year. I'd rather have him.
He's going to play defense for you.
Okay.
But the draft picks, I think that to me you can do a lot with those things. You can trade them for other players. I think getting rid of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract, to me, there's a lot of positives to make that type of move.
Coming up next, who is the biggest draw in sports today? I'm going to tell you who my pick is, and it might shock you, but I got the numbers to back it up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, do you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in? Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you over 40? Then listen up. If you're running low on energy or just feeling off, LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy and join lots of guys who are in the same boat and made that decision to get that TRT. Low T Center has clinics all over Denver, guys. They're super easy to get to, and here's the best part. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider, and they're going to have answers so you get your energy back. Not a complicated process. A couple of simple tests, and you're going to get results, guys, that they're going to create a tailor-made custom program just for you based on your test results so that you start feeling like yourself again. If you're feeling off, tired all the time, you have no energy, take action now. Low T Center is going to help you reclaim your energy, your confidence to tackle anything you wish. And if you need to lose a few pounds, they've also got you covered with prescription weight loss medications, guys. So head on over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. lowtcenter.com, guys. It's simple, it's quick, and it's totally worth it. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes: Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then, trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad. What? If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you say that yesterday?
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, we don't want that to happen again. Got to be on our best behavior here as we roll into our
What don't we want to happen
hour.
again? You be off your game or me taking an Ambien?
I don't want to be off my game.
Okay.
I don't want you.
I don't want to take an Ambien by accident either.
Then I have to be like Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Get him the bleep out of here.
No playoffs, no gift.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
It was not awesome, I can tell you that.
Just
a lot of people were not happy. And you know I live on the edge anyway.
Right.
I'm like, I'm probably going to get cut.
Right.
Middle of the season.
Right.
Just cut.
You probably walked off the field that day in a bit of a stupor.
Yes.
Feeling like, geez, I'm like,
goodness, it's not going to be
Peyton
fun.
Peyton might get me cut.
Yep. He's not going to talk to me the rest of the day.
Yep.
What'd the coaches say? Was it just Peyton, or did the coaches come up and say something to you?
No, like Foxy finally told me to get off the field. And then afterwards, he comes up to me and he says, man, if I would have known, I should have probably just sent you inside till you just lay down. And I'm like, no, duh. Made me stand out there the whole dang time. Like, I'm just like hallucinating, on Ambien. I'm just watching practice where I don't need to watch practice. It's in the it's like going into the 8th week of the season or something. I know the playbook. I'm 36 years old. I should have just gone in, let me lay down or something, or sit down.
Yeah.
So, Foxy did. He was like,
so an Ambien really hits you that? I've never taken one. So it literally.
Try it before a show. See if you can function.
Do you have any Ambien? Do you have any Ambien at home?
I had to get rid of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think the real what Foxy was on his game. He would have sent you into the locker room with a big juicy cheeseburger, had you eat it, and then go lay down.
And
man, can you imagine that nap?
That would have been a good one.
Nap. Yeah.
No, like if you have never taken an Ambien, I got another funny Ambien story. I'm not sharing it right now.
Okay.
The first time I took one.
Okay.
Right. And so I mean, it like you're like, whoa.
All right. So
it hits you.
So like, when I go to bed, I'll do like a melatonin, or I'll do like one of those
melatonin on steroids.
All right. So, and even then, it doesn't hit me right away.
Right.
Like if I want to go to bed by like, I don't know, 9 o'clock, I got to take like something by 7.
Oh, that early?
Yeah, real early.
Oh, yeah. So
so if I took an Ambien, based on all that,
yeah.
If I took an Ambien at 6 a.m. when this show started, how do you think I'd be right now?
You'd feel it at 6:08.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I must have got some bad Ambien in my day, because I took an Ambien, I didn't feel anything.
That's because you had all that other stuff in your system.
What?
No, I was just like what?
Like what, Stoke?
Just a lot of other stuff.
What other
like
stuff?
narcotics for like surgeries.
Oh, okay.
What kind of stuff
Yeah,
you
I
think
took
I'm
it- I
talking
took it-
about? He was
I
kind of
took an
big.
Ambien.
He was kind of big.
It wasn't all just taco meat and cheese whiz, was it?
I took an Ambien and nothing happened. I
Really?
didn't even get drowsy. I was
Wow.
just like, all right, what are we gonna do now?
No, see, for me, especially the first time I took, like, if I ever wanted to go to bed quick and I needed to go to bed quick, within 10 minutes,
Yeah.
Ambien.
Seriously, that fast?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And you mistakenly took it before football practice, and you were
Thinking
just
that it was a pain medication because I had a prescription for Ambien,
Yeah.
but also like a prescription for your anti-inflammatories, and just grabbed and took, and then
See, this
started
is-
feeling kind of woozy, and I'm like, no way did I just take an
So
Ambien?
this is why you needed the Bill Romanowski, like literally.
Right.
It was like it was like a it was literally like
Tackle
a
box.
Tackle box.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was tackle
It was literally a tackle box.
Then you wouldn't make that.
Then you wouldn't make that mistake.
But I was an amateur, I guess.
All right.
Amateur.
Can you try to? You probably have connections. Come up with some Ambien,
Okay.
and I'll take an Ambien.
On the streets. I got some people on the streets I can
I'll take an Ambien.
cost you 10
I'll
a
take
pill.
an Ambien at 6 a.m. We'll see how I do with the show.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay. This is
That could be
fun.
dangerous,
This is
Mike.
no.
Mike.
This is gonna. We got to have a replacement for you though, because I'm not doing the damn show by myself. That's not.
Okay,
I'm just gonna sit here and stutter the whole time.
Okay, I'm gonna
We'll
say
have somebody
this,
on
though.
call. We'll have somebody on call.
Mike, I'm gonna say this: if you take an Ambien and you're doing the show at 6 a.m., we need to get one of them neck rolls, because if you fall asleep and your head bobs real hard,
It
you'll
might
break
snap.
your neck.
It might
And-
snap.
Right,
Yeah.
it might snap right in half.
Yes. In this case,
So,
weebles
I'm just
wobble and they
concerned
will
for
fall
you.
down. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
All right.
I'm concerned.
All right. You reach out to your sources.
To my dealers. Unbelievable.
And your dealers. I'm
That's
sure
kinda
they're
the way you're
listen, you
framing
know
this.
enough players who still live in the area that probably, dabble in that stuff. And yeah, let's try it.
Wow.
Let's try it.
You think they're gonna let that happen?
Hey, I'm getting the thumbs up from Richie.
Wow.
Yeah. I think we just go to who's your doctor, Mike? They'll give you an Ambien. Come on. Hey, we're doing an experiment on air.
Back in the day, I got hammered on air, to prove
Right.
a point. So you think
Right.
I don't mind doing a little Ambien before the
Yeah,
show?
but
see
times
what
have
happens?
changed, Mike. This
Well,
isn't the
that's-
1970s, anymore.
It wasn't that well.
When you're taking, LSD on air. I did some LSD, and I was at Grateful Dead tonight. I mean, come on, buddy. We can't do that stuff anymore.
All right. So, guys, I consider this Hot Take Tuesday, if you will. I don't think there is a bigger draw in all of sports today than Caitlin Clark. Check this out. So Caitlin Clark has been out for a while with an injury for the Indiana Fever of the WNBA. While she was out, TV ratings went down 50% from when she before she left. She comes back, and in her first game against the top team in the league, the New York Liberty, their game gets 20 million people, the largest audience in WNBA history. Consider that the NBA games are struggling to get about 7 million. These NBA finals are struggling to get 7 million.
Wow.
The Stanley Cup finals are struggling around 2 to 3 million per game. Caitlin Clark comes back and gets 20 million. So I will argue there's nobody in hockey. There's nobody in basketball, even LeBron. There's nobody in baseball, Judge or Shohei. Tiger's no longer here. Would have been Tiger. Tiger, I could have made that case.
Yeah.
But right now, when you talk about their pull, their influence on their particular sport, there is not a bigger TV draw than Caitlin Clark. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Dude, you're not wrong. You like Mike, you're not wrong. Dude, Caitlin Clark. And then she comes in there and she gets 32 points. I think she had 32, 8 and 9 or something like that, and she hit 3 logo threes within a 38-second span. And the New York Liberty were undefeated. She comes back from a 2-3 week hiatus, and they beat the Liberty, and she hangs 30+ on them and is just hitting logo three. Like, the three-point line is a suggestion for her. You don't have to, like, she's just like, I'll pull up over. I'll cross over half court and just pull up and knocking down threes. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, Mike, it's it's kind of a power play. If you ever want to use your power, use your leverage, that hamby's a little bit tight. I'm going to sit out a week. Make these people really appreciate me. Let them know what my value is really worth to my team, to this league, and to all you other players.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Who seem to resent her.
Right.
Yeah,
jealous. A lot of jealous players, right? A lot of haters. Haters gonna hate, right? So let me just sit out every now and then. Let me just pull a power play here. Let everyone know what my value is. I mean, you see it. You see what her value is to the league and to her team right there. Sits out a couple weeks. All of a sudden she comes back. Look at the ratings.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. We're talking about the WNBA. It's a bad product, folks. Except when Caitlin Clark is playing, people watch.
20 million. The
20
NHL,
million?
the NHL would kill to get ratings like that.
20 million people tuned into that comeback game against the New York Liberty, Mike?
Yes.
Unreal. You're right about this. There's not one player in any league that would affect ratings. Now, be it the WNBA is unwatchable if Caitlin Clark's not playing, but that's not. I shouldn't say it's unwatchable.
It's hard to watch.
If you like watching bad stuff, then it's good.
Well,
Like,
if you like
watching
soccer, you probably
Angel.
like watching WNBA also.
If you like watching Angel Reese miss layups, then you probably really
I think she
like
got
the
trademarked
WNBA.
the term me-bounds. Because a
Yeah,
lot of times
me-bounds.
her rebounds are just her
That is
misses.
too funny.
And so to her credit, she leaned into it. She's like, hey, I mean, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'll trademark me-bounds.
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 Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
So there
You're
you
right,
go.
though, Stokes. She should just walk away. Like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. You guys do it on your own.
She should renegotiate, I'll tell you that. That's for sure. Because whatever they're paying her, it ain't even close to enough. Coming up next, and just a reminder, don't miss a minute of your favorite shows, ours, other shows coming up. Take us anywhere you go with the Denver Sports app or watch us on our YouTube channel. Up next, at what point should you in Broncos country be worried that key deals for players aren't getting done yet? That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoking for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auction for over 40 years, and they got a great auction that is open for bidding right now. That is ending tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 553 items in this auction. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free, it's easy, it's open to the public, and you're going to get some great deals on great items. Got a buy and build home improvement auction ending tomorrow at 1 o'clock. It's got cabinet sets, it's got flooring, bathroom vanities, and so much more. Next week is packed full of some great auctions. Got a model home furniture and decoration auction and a high-end corporate office and model home furniture auction that will be ending on Monday, June 23rd. And then on Tuesday, June 24th, got a City of Longmont vehicle and equipment auction that will be ending. Also have a City of Aurora impound vehicle auction next week that will be ending. I'm telling you, next week is packed full of some great auctions. And what I love about Roller Auction is always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal. RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What made him worry? House is burning down.
So apparently this whole thing about me doing Ambien before a show, I'm being told in no uncertain terms by plenty of people on the RobMosad.com text line, I am not allowed to take somebody else's Ambien.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I thought. I mean, you can't ask me to get you up. I mean, this isn't over-the-counter stuff we're talking about, Mike. So we're probably breaking some kind of federal law for me to, like, supply you. I'm not doing that. I'm out.
All right, then I'm not. All right. I'll go get my own prescription.
Stoke.
I'm
Stoke,
out.
You know what we ought to do? You know what we ought to do? We ought to give him a placebo, like a sugar pill, and see if he starts acting all, "Oh, I'm so woozy." Because, we do have the Mike Evans big board of BS, and yeah, like you totally fake it, Mike.
I would be determined to power through. That'd be the thing. I mean, I would be trying, like, Stokely couldn't get through an NFL practice.
I would
without being told by Peyton to get the bleep out of here. I'd like to
put
try
the
to power
over
through.
under about 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah, for your first one. I mean, you're a little bit bigger than I was back then. So, maybe 15. Maybe 15.
Okay. All right. By the way,
I think you got it, Mike. I think you could power through the whole show.
I think I could too. I'm willing to try.
This would be great. It really would be. Because my first time, man, after it's probably about 7-8 minutes I started. I was like, whoa. It's almost like when you go under before surgery.
Yeah.
And you start feeling it. And you're like, whoa, I can feel this. I'm going down. Oh, wham! That's how I was my first time taking Ambien.
That stuff, by the way, that stuff they give you. Stink, I know Stink, you actually had so many surgeries that, you became almost like immune to anesthesia, didn't you? Didn't you have people like this? We gave you enough to knock out a horse. Why are you still awake?
Yeah, I had one of those. I had so many surgeries in a row.
It built up a tolerance.
Yeah, I did. The anesthesiologist gave me the medicine. He goes, count back from 100. You usually get to about 96, 95, and then you're out. You don't remember anything else. I was in the 80s, Stoke. And
Mike
the
got
guy
to-
goes, he goes, you're still awake? I go, yeah, I'm still.
good.
I mean,
I
feel
got
it.
more.
Yeah, I go, I'm feeling a little doozy or woozy, and he said, okay, hold on for a minute. He went back, got some more, and then he came back after the surgery to check on me as I woke up, and he said, dude, I gave you enough to put down a horse today. That's like, he's like, what have you been doing? I go, it's been,
I feel good.
been
I'm
one
ready
of
to
those-
go home.
Hey, it's been one of those. It's been one of those years.
I'm playing.
You know,
I'm playing in a
been one of
football
those years.
game tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's time to go home.
Mike Kliss on with us earlier today, our 9 News Bronco insider. We asked him the question because you're starting to hear it. Heard it a little bit yesterday. The Drive was talking about it. I just sense I guess antsiness might be the word. Not out panic, but people getting a little antsy. Like, why haven't there been any deals done with contracts? Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, Mike Kliss. Why hasn't anything got done? When can we expect something to get done?
These things usually need a deadline. That's the feeling I'm getting in talking to people, is the training camp report date. And I would think Cortland would be the one that's addressed first. Nick Bonito, we've kind of talked about that as far as, he's going to get a big contract at some point, maybe even go into the season and think about franchising him next year if you can't come to an agreement there. Zach Allen, he's playing on $15.5 million. If you're going to re-sign Zach Allen, you're talking $20 million a year. That's tough. Maybe you go into the season with him a little bit. But I think Cortland Sutton, you tweak his contract. But I wouldn't get nervous. The training camp report date is really kind of the deadline that kind of makes these things happen.
What about it, guys? I just don't see the value, the oomph that it gives the organization and the team. Never mind the player, but I don't see the value of announcing a deal on June 17th. To me, it's July 24th. It's July 23rd. You're a day or two from reporting. That's when you announce one of these deals. It gives everybody, I think, a surge of enthusiasm and energy going into camp. Use it to your value then, not now. These are the dead days.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that. I think that's a good point. Right before camp, day or two or the day of, you re-sign one of your guys. But then how do the other guys feel about it? How do the other guys that want a contract feel about? Oh, well, Cortland Sutton got his deal.
Yeah,
really? Really? I thought I was next in line. Why is he getting paid, not me? And then you could have a little bit of a negative effect there. Whereas if you do it now, then at least you have more time to prepare for whatever other circumstances might happen. But I understand what you're saying. If you want some positive, I think you can get some positive impact from doing something like that right before. But you also could have a negative effect also.
Yeah, I will always err on the side of getting it done too early than waiting too long. And obviously, they've got some time here. I'm sure, like Stoke mentioned earlier, it's vacation time, but I'm sure George Payton is behind the scenes working, and they're trying to get these contracts done with agents and all those things. So I'm sure they're working behind the scenes. But I've always, I'm a believer in getting guys done early. But as long as you go this long, it's going to take time, and it's going to take probably right up until that deadline, as Mike Kliss talked about. But I just think there are some guys that they're really they'd really like to get long-term deals done with Nick Bonito. They're going to want to get a long-term deal done with Nick Bonito, like Zach Allen, potentially a long-term deal done with him. Cortland Sutton, I don't think they want. I think it's a mid-range 2 to 3 year kind of 3-year deal, but you're out in 2 years. I think that's kind of what you're thinking about with Cortland Sutton.
Well, I think with Bonito, you say they want to get a deal done. I would think that they probably do, but do you think they want to see one more year from him to make sure? I mean, you're talking about these pass rushers right now. I think the top of the market is Myles Garrett at 40. I mean, it's going to 42, 43, 44. They're going to have to redo T.J. Watt here soon, Pittsburgh, and then Micah Parsons. So you're looking at, what, 43, 44 million? I mean, where does Bonito stack up? These elite pass rushers are getting paid so much money. So is he in that stratosphere, or are you paying him 35 a year? I mean, where are you? So they might, to Mike Kliss's point, they might say, hey, let's wait and see how he does. And if he does well again, you always have the franchise tag. So, Bonito is a tricky one for me because he had such a great year, but the number's so high for these elite pass rushers.
All right, you guys get to pick one of those four that I just mentioned, okay? Who is the first one? If we're talking about a deal that is announced like a day before training camp starts, and you could pick one to be that guy who gets that designation, Stoke, who is it?
So I'm picking who I want to get done or who I think the Broncos are going to get done.
Do both.
Okay, I think the Broncos are going to get Cortland Sutton done. And I would get done – I think I'd get done Cortland Sutton also because I think that's the one that they knew. They had the conversations last year. They redid his deal last year, gave him incentives. So that's the one they knew if he played well, they were going to have to revisit again. I think that was – a handshake agreement. So I would also get that one. I think it's important for Bo Nix, his continued development, to continue to have Cortland Sutton around for the next couple of years.
Stink?
Yeah, I think Cortland Sutton is one that the Broncos are going to want to get done. I go on the opposite side of the Nick Bonito argument. I'd like to get him done right now. And because you got a year, if you're Nick Bonito, with the risk of injury, and we've seen this before. So to me, if you have an established pass rusher that maybe you can get on a long-term deal at, let's call it 35, because all that's going to happen, to Stokes' point, is, hey, Micah Parsons needs to be signed. Hey, T.J. Watt needs to be signed. Hey, Trey Hendrickson needs to be signed. So if you can get him done right now and say, hey, man, you're not in the Myles Garrett category yet. Like, you're not there yet. So here's a fair $32, $33 million a year, a bunch guaranteed, right? 5-year deal. You don't have to play 1 year on this deal you're on, plus with the franchise behind it. Like, you're going to give some up to get security. If you're smart, if you're a young player, you want to get that done because there is no guarantees in the NFL, especially with the injury issues and the injury history of just players in general.
Speaking of the risk of injury, coming up next, should one of our local teams say no to one of their players playing in an incredibly prestigious event? That's next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, do you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in? Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Preparing for the future means having a good plan and making smart investments. Trajan Wealth, they offer tactical investments that focus on long-term core capital preservation. This is what I love about Trajan Wealth. They're going to come with that game plan specifically designed for your goals, your needs, short and long-term. Unlike some of these other financial advisors, they're going to give you the same plan as they put everybody else in. And Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with Wealth Management and Retirement Planning Services. Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do planning for your upcoming summer vacation? Call Trajan Wealth today and plan your financial future like a dream summer vacation. They have multiple locations: Arvada, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver Tech Center, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Flamma Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
Get off my plane. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stink is the actor, so I guess we need to go with his version.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Obviously. Yeah. Just a reminder, don't miss a minute of your favorite shows. Take us anywhere you go with the Denver Sports app or watch us on our YouTube channel. Our daily top 5 list today is our favorite sports nicknames, players. We're up to number 2, Stoke.
We're at number 2. My number 5 is William the Refrigerator Perry, Gary the Glove Payton, and then number 3 is Sweetness, Walter Payton, Sweetness. And at 2, I got to go, I don't know. I mean, there's so many good ones, you know.
I know.
I mean, people around here know it, the Nigerian Nightmare. Yeah. That's a cool one. Mark might have that one on his list. You got Dr. J. You got the Answer AI.
Oh, yeah.
But I got to go with the Babe. Just the Babe. Babe Ruth. I mean, you know, you're talking about one of the best to ever do it. Got, you know, played for 2 historic franchises. Got the called shot, the home run, and the Babe. You know, so I think Babe comes in at number 2 for me.
Mark, what do you got?
The excellent Bambino, right? I mean, that guy was unbelievable.
The excellent Bambino. That's good.
That was pathetic.
That was good.
Yeah, it was pathetic. You're right.
The excellent Bambino.
Excellent Bambino.
Wow. Were you trying to get us in that one, or are you just screwing around?
Yeah. I just fishing. Just fishing a little bit.
Just chumming a little bit.
Throw out the Hail
You
Mary.
never know.
The Hail Mary.
Yeah.
You never know.
I decided, okay. All right. So I decided to go all football.
Mark, no, stop,
you know,
Mark. That was one of your best ever.
That was good.
I got to give you credit. That was really good.
All right. So I decided to go all football, and I didn't have an honorable mention in it first, but I wanted to put one in there. Ed Too Tall Jones.
Too tall.
I like Ed.
Wow, that's good.
Ed Too Tall Jones. And then I went number 6, The Bus, Jerome Bettis. Number 4, Megatron. So I went Megatron. Number 3, Mean Joe Green. Number 2, Sweetness.
We all have
Sweetness
on our list. Yeah.
It's not only was he a great player, but that's just a great nickname.
Yeah. All right, I went with I had to bump you, Stokely, to an honorable mention.
Whoa, wait. What?
You got
How
bumped.
does this go?
Because
you try to pump me up early in the show. You're like, okay, I'm giving you
What's
number
wrong
5.
with honorable mention? The slot machine.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
Come on, that's not bad. That's
Okay.
not bad. You
I'll-
should settle for that. I don't know if you really should be upset that.
I thought Wes Welker was a slot machine.
Wow. Awkward.
Oh.
So I went with
there's one OG there, okay? There was only
Okay.
a first, and I'm the first.
All right, so I went with the
Okay,
honorable
all right,
mention,
all right,
Brandon Stokely, the slot machine. Number 5, I got to put him out there. I mean, he's iconic. You mentioned this name, this nickname, anywhere in sports today, you know exactly who I'm talking about. The Joker. The Joker.
The Joker.
The Joker.
Yeah.
Number 5, the
Yep.
Joker. Okay. Number 4, Andres, the Big Cat Galarraga. Number 3, I went with Walter Sweetness Payton. Number 2, Air Jordan. Air Jordan.
Air Jordan.
I mean, come on.
What are we doing?
I mean, just when I say that and you start picturing images of Michael Jordan, I mean, Air Jordan, his airness, I mean, whatever you want, just Air Jordan, Michael Jordan. Enough said. So we'll get to number 1 here in just a second. Guys, we were talking about the idea of getting ahead of some of these contracts for the Broncos because of the risk of injury. The different countries participating in the Olympics next winter have already named some of their players. These aren't guys who are going to have to go and prove themselves during the course of the season. They've been named. And Gabe Landeskog, what a run, what a story it's been that Gabe goes from just a couple months ago. We're all wondering if he's ever going to be able to come back. Not only does he come back, he plays well. He's one of their best forwards. We go into an offseason. We're not worried about Gabe. We're looking forward to him being back for a full season. And now he's already been named to Sweden's Olympic team. But knowing everything that Gabe's gone through, knowing the huge investment that the Avalanche have in him for the next several years, guys, should the Avalanche put their foot down and say, sorry, Gabe, you can't play in the Olympics? How do you feel about that, Stoke?
Wow. Look, is he healthy? Is he healthy enough to play next year?
That's the assumption.
If he is, then and you're staying healthy until the Winter Olympics, then yeah, he's good to go. Let him play. I don't think you can tell him no. Now, if he has some things that come up during the season and he's dealing with certain things, then no. So I think it's a fluid situation. But right now, with what I saw last year and him entering camp and entering the regular season healthy, then 100%. Let the guy play in the Olympics. I think he's going to be, to me, look fine last year. He's going to look better next year, just as long as we don't have any kind of reoccurrence of an injury or something come up. I'm good with him playing.
Man, I would have a tough time with that if I'm the Avs. I think you have to let him. I mean, if he's healthy and he's good to go, I mean, playing for your country is an unbelievable honor. So, and the fact that, Sweden's already named him, on this team, I think it's an unbelievable honor. But I think Gabe owes it also to the Avalanche, who have been with him for 3 years while he's on this rehab stint, paying him that during that time. I think he owes them, he owes it to them to make sure that he's as healthy as he possibly can be. And if there's any inkling of injury, any inkling of, man, I need to rest or I'm slowing down, then he's got to graciously say, hey, thank you, but I'm not going to be able to do this.
Of course, but if let's say these teams are playing 60 games before the Olympic break. Okay? Let's say you've played you're 60 games into an 82 game schedule before the Olympic break, and he's played in 55 of them. Well, then why would it be an issue?
Exactly.
Right? Why?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, then, and plus the other thing is, one thing we saw during the Four Nations face-off, which, by the way, was just kind of a, made-for-TV event, and you saw the fervor for which these players played for their country in that event.
Mm-hmm.
You can only imagine what it's going to be like for the Olympics. And if you try to tell a player who's been invited to play for his country, we're telling you no, that's the surest way to create a rift between the player and the team. And I'll go one step further. Look, the NHL, as they're proving, yet again during these playoffs. And coming off the regular season, they lag far behind the other sports when it comes to TV ratings, TV contracts, and all of that. The Four Nations face-off gave the NHL a boost. And this is one of those things where when you're talking about the Olympics and you're talking about the best players in the NHL playing in the Olympics, this is one of those things where I think the league would be putting pressure on the teams to say, look, you got to think about what's better for the overall betterment of the sport and what's good for the greater good of the sport. And you got to put that maybe even ahead of your own team. And I think that's the kind of pressure that you would be seeing if you're talking about some of these best players.
Mike, I agree with you. There's a lot of pressure, and you're 100% right about the Four Nations. Like, that thing was awesome. But I will say this. It depends on what those 55 games, you talked about 55 of 62, like what those 55 games look like and what he feels like. Like, if he's played 55 games but he feels like garbage, because, I don't think he felt.
Well, then you wouldn't
I know
you wouldn't keep him in there for 55 games.
You get to 55 games if he's feeling like garbage.
Come on, Mark.
Come on, Mark. Are you
No,
on Ambien?
I'd be better.
Are you on Ambien?
No. He said I don't think he felt great last year playing in the playoffs.
He felt
like
fine.
that. It's hard to do. I don't know.
But
I don't know.
The other point here is I think they might be obligated to let him play. If he's healthy, they might be obligated. But you have an agreement between the teams and the Players Association. So I don't know if the Avs have a call here if he's healthy.
Fair point. Okay, good discussion. Let you weigh in on it. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. When it comes to, Stowe came up with this one. Proof that he's not just got a pretty face. He came up with this one. Who of these four potential Bronco holdouts could be doing hold-ins come training camp? That's next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worry about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And here's the best part. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right. Same-day appointments. They'll see you today, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. They're a complete medical center for spine care. They've got the exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. They're going to educate you. They'll show you the pictures, educate you on what's going on, why you're in pain, and then give you options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they changed my life. For years, I suffered with excruciating low back pain to the point where I quit playing golf, I quit going to the gym, I couldn't sleep through the night. A couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One, I was back doing all those things. I couldn't believe how long I put up with back pain. Guys, I'm telling you, they can do it for you too. Start your journey today by calling my guys at Spine One, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Or, as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Hey Tinsley, why don't we use EasyCater to order food for staff lunches?
Because my 46-page acronym system is so easy. I just have to salad, stay alert to late arriving deliveries, pie, put in expenses, and Google Pie. Go out and get everyone's preferences and allergy information.
That's supposed to be simple?
No, simple is Steven, Irma, and Margie prefer lasagna and empanadas.
OMG.
No need to make work life more complicated. Just use EasyCater, the easy way to get food for work.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985. Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling 3 stories. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
Smear campaigning.
And the Zach Buy Sensitivity Smear Campaign rolls on.
Bonding moments.
Man, today was a great day for the Wolfpack.
And just a hint of bodily functions.
Deviled eggs. Not only do I love the taste, but I know I'm going to hotbox the missus.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, as we get set for our final pick here on our daily top five favorite sports nicknames, we've been getting all kinds of great ideas. How can you doorknobs forget the big unit?
Oh,
no need to be mean.
I kind of like when they're mean sometimes.
I do too. I do. Human highlight reel. Dominique Wilkins.
Oh wow.
Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt.
That's a good one.
How about legendary Shador?
Oh, that's good.
That's good. What else?
You already disqualified legendary Shador because you can't nickname yourself.
That's true.
Did Primetime nickname himself? Like Prime, I didn't put Primetime on my list.
Primetime's good, but I think Primetime nicknamed himself, didn't he?
I felt like he did.
I think
I'm
he
not
did
sure
too.
if he did or not.
Still
That's why I didn't put him on my list.
Still a great nickname, though. But yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
it is.
You're right. Okay, so we're up to number 1. Go ahead. What do we got, Stoke?
Okay. Coming in at 5 for me, William the Refrigerator Perry. 4, the Glove, Gary Payton. 3, Walter Payton, Sweetness. 2, the Bambino, the Babe, Babe Ruth. And coming in at 1, because people, before I became the slot machine, people used to call me this.
Okay.
They used to call me this.
Good.
Back growing up. Grew up in Louisiana. White chocolate.
White chocolate.
Jason Williams is the white chocolate, but I was referred to that a few times in my youth.
I like that.
In the league. So
I like
there you
that.
go.
Go ahead, Mark. The excellent Bambino.
Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't? Are you sure you weren't like, hey, just call me white chocolate? No?
Maybe.
I went honorable mention Ed Too Tall Jones. Then I went at number 5. I got the Bus. Number 4, Megatron. Number 3, Mean Joe Green. Number 2, Sweetness. And number 1, Kenny the Snake Stabler.
Ooh.
And I used to love the Steelers. Like, they would always play Steelers-Raiders playoff games. And Kenny the Snake Stabler, man, the lefty with Dave the Ghost Casper and all those guys. There's a lot of great nicknames.
What do you boy,
Man, you're in love
you
with the Raiders.
You would have thought coming off last week in which you said, well, do I have it? Do I have it still? Where you
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Yeah, where you went with the Chargers to beat the Chiefs this year and not the Broncos, and now you double down by saying, all these legendary Raiders, the snake and the ghost and all. What's the matter with you? Are you just trying to piss off Broncos country? What's going on?
No, where are the great nicknames from the Broncos back in the day? Give me the nicknames from the
Rich Tombstone Jackson?
Jackson? Yeah, that's a good one. Tombstone's a good one.
Tombstone.
Mark, just bail.
What was
Just
Randy
bail.
Gradishaw? What was Randy Gradishaw's nickname?
I don't know.
The tackling machine or something? Who knows? Stop it. Move on. Craig Morton, the broken hip guy. Like, what are we doing?
Oh,
what are you doing?
What's with all the? What's the problem?
Mark, abort.
I'm
Stop.
saying they didn't have great.
You're just
They didn't
digging
have
a
great
deeper
nicknames.
hole, man.
Tombstone Jackson was a great nickname, though.
All right.
What about Tom Jackson? Did he have a nickname? No. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
All right. Well,
Steve Atwater, no nickname for Atwater?
wasn't he the smiling assassin?
Oh, the smiling assassin.
Is that right? Was that what it was?
Yeah, but who came up with that?
Wow.
All right. At your own peril.
Yep.
You guys forgot about.
No.
You guys forgot about Peyton the Forehead Manning. The sheriff.
Whoa, the sheriff.
The sheriff.
I went with honorable mention, Brandon Stokely, the slot machine. Then number 5 for me, the Joker. Number 4, Andres the Big Cat Galarraga. Number 3, Sweetness, Walter Payton. Number 2, Air Jordan. And number 1, Magic Johnson. Come on now. Magic. It's like, does it get better than that? Magic Johnson.
We've been Mike, I've got a point of order. Maybe I went Chargers. Maybe I went Raiders because the way you've been treating me. I can't even get an honorable mention on there. The stink is not even like you went Stokely, the slot machine. Wow. We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent. What are we doing? What are we doing right now? I was waiting eagerly for number 1 to come up. I was like, I think I made it. I think I made number 1. I think I'm going to be number 1 on his list. This is going to be the greatest time. I'm not going to go back and call my wife. She's out of town right now, honey. You're not going to believe it. We did a nickname thing. And Mike, my partner, my buddy, I'm giving him my snowblower. He said you're number 1 on the nickname list. And what did you come up with? Magic.
Wow.
Why you have Stokely
let
slot
me
machine
upgrade.
on there?
Let me upgrade, Mark.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Mike?
Well, while Stink is away, maybe somebody else caught my fancy. Okay? That's what happens when you abandon me. You know? You
pretty hard.
New
Pretty
flavor of the
hardcore.
month comes along. You know what I mean? And let's just say,
How dare you.
Stokes, I'll just leave it at that.
Just understand.
Yeah.
You know what? There's going to come a time in
Yeah.
your life, too, where all of a sudden that wandering eye of Mike Evans.
Betrays me?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Never know.
Yeah.
Better find a way to keep it exciting. So I gotta tell you this really
Maybe
quick.
Mike Evans isn't that nice
I
of a guy.
gotta tell you this. So you want to talk about karma? Like I'm 38,000 feet in the air the other day, Stink. I'm flying back home from the East Coast on a long flight from Portland, Maine to Denver, right? It's already been delayed 40 minutes leaving Portland. Been in the air for 4 hours, and we're getting closer to Denver, and the pilot comes on and says, hey, there's some weather in Denver, and we're all kind of backed up a little bit. We're going to have to go into a circling pattern here for probably the next hour or so. And then he said, but don't worry, we have enough gas. And I immediately thought at that point, son of a gun, this is going to come back to bite me. You know, the whole talk about, at what point, when your gas light goes on, do you have to start worrying about putting gas in? How much more mileage do you actually have after the light goes on? And you know me, I push it.
Yeah. So do you think this is
no
how
risk,
it ends?
no reward.
This is how
and
it
I'm
ends.
thinking to myself, wow, this is going to be fitting. I'm going to go down on a plane that gets, the news reports are, it ran out of gas. Mike Evans goes down on a plane that ran out of gas. Boy, would that be karma, huh?
Good news, bad news scenario, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. The good news is Denver, Colorado is so we're circling overhead of Denver, Colorado. We'll be landing in a minute. The bad news is we'll be crash landing because we miscalculated the fuel. and we're dropping like a rock.
When the light went on, we zeroed it out, and we thought we had, and it turns out we didn't. Oh, well, here we go. Buckle up, everybody.
We had another 22 minutes. Turns out we didn't.
We're coming in hot.
Yeah.
Although, I'll tell you what, though, based on, because we circled for, like you said, about an hour, and then you could tell, because we're coming in on an approach to Denver, DIA, that I've never come in on. I'm looking out the window going, I just do not recognize this. I don't know where we're coming from. And all I see is clouds and rain. And we go right into it. You can tell that they were running low on gas, and they just said, let's go. And
we got to go for it.
That plane, I haven't been on a plane like that in a long time. I don't know the last time you guys were on a plane where it was literally like tilting, both ways. Wings up here, wings down there. I mean, that was it coming in.
Mike did have
I think we were out of gas.
He did have another one that we're going to put on the BS board earlier today, because I had one this past week where I went and almost touched, and then came back up.
Touch and go.
And Mike was saying he was taxiing
Not
one time,
taxiing.
and then they took back off, and I'm like,
the wheels
Mike,
were
come
down,
on.
and then they immediately took off again. The wheels were down, and then they took off. You're an experienced flyer, Stink.
Yeah. I've touched down a couple times and taken off on
go.
several different occasions.
There you
go. But it wasn't taxiing. It was like an emergency.
Yeah.
Somebody's on the runway. We
Right.
got to take off.
That's
again.
what I mean. Yes.
That's happened to me several times. But this whole we're coming in hot, we almost crash landed. That could go on the big board of BS.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
got a little bit.
I don't know.
We were out of gas. We glid in. We were just gliding.
Glid in?
Glid in?
Wow. How's that Ambien treating you? All right, we got to go.
That's on that note.
Yes.
We're going to glid out of here and make way for Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, if you're over 40, listen up. If you're running low on energy, just feeling off, LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are in the same boat as you. Low T Center has clinics all over Denver. They're super easy to get to. Walk in, see a real medical provider, and get your energy back. No complicated process, just results, guys. Simple test. They're going to get you right back to feeling great again with a program that's tailor-made specifically for you. So if you're feeling off, tired all the time, you've got no energy, take action now. Low T Center helps you reclaim that energy and that confidence, the confidence to tackle anything, guys. And like I said, it is so simple. And if you need to lose a few pounds, they've also got you covered with prescription weight loss medications as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. It's simple, it's quick, and it's totally worth it. Low T Center, they're reinventing men's health care.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise into summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Get a wireless plan that saves you money and an extra trip. Switch to Straight Talk at your local Walmart while you shop for those little oranges the kids love. It's real unlimited data with real convenience.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does. Before this, did you really know what live was? Comprehend to the track force, why? Cause getting mentions on the tip of the vibe buzz. Rock and roll to the beat of the funk fuzz. Wipe your feet really good on the rhythm rug. If you feel the urge to freak, do the jitterbug. Come and spread your arms
Beautiful
if you really need a
people.
hug.
Welcome to it, a Tuesday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil, rocking with you 10 to 2. It is what we do, and we appreciate you making us a small part of your day. Heck, maybe it's a big part of the day. Listen all day, stream all day, right there at denversports.com. Finding our podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Just search Dover and Cecil. Start the day with a little tribe roll call. That's what we do to start every show. We want to know, who are you, where are you, and what are you doing out there for a buck today? Send that information to 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line, and we will give you guys a shout out a little bit later on in this segment, and then continue to do that throughout the show. All right, Cease, we had Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night, and the Oklahoma City Thunder are now one win away from being world champions. They're up 3-2. They were in control of that ball game the moment Tyrese Halliburton went down and had to go back to the locker room with calf soreness. That thing was a wrap. Great effort to start the fourth quarter, but without Halliburton, these Pacers, they have no chance to beat that great, deep OKC team.
It's like waves.
Unless three people go off in the same night without Hallie. So going to have to monitor that, see what it was. I know a lot of people, of course, Stephen A. Smith has to have something to yell about. So,
of course.
He was yelling about Rick Carlisle's decision to keep Halliburton on the field or on the floor rather than just shut him down and rest to get the best version of him in game number 6. I don't have a big problem with it. Tyrese said it after the game. Hey, I told the coach, if I can walk, I can play.
Right.
It's the NBA Finals, and in his words, I've worked my entire life to get to this moment. I'm not going to let a little soreness in the calf slow it down. So I understand from the player's perspective, and I would tend to lean more with Rick Carlisle on this one. It's the NBA Finals, man. You got 3 games max left. Now just 2. Yeah, if the guy can tough it out, let him tough it out.
Well, and before my time, and it's a long time ago, Willis Reed didn't have the broken leg or bruised thigh tear or whatever it was. We've seen this before. And it is the NBA Finals. You leave it all on the floor. Everything on the court.
He's about to have 4 months off.
Right.
He'll be fine.
Yeah. He'll be fine. And the miracles of modern technology, some sort of shot, will take care of business going forward. But without Hallie, no real chance there. And
I'm not sure they have a chance anyway to even win Game 6.
Well, here's the thing. You had always said Thunder in 6. It looks like that, but
Does the NBA want to extend this thing? Do they want more advertising dollars? Do they
Scott
want
Foster
more
on his way?
Exactly. The extender is going to be out there, and that's kind of hovering over this whole thing. It's like, oh, man, why can't we get legitimate basketball? It's been a good series for the most part, but it just gets me curious. And, yeah, the tinfoil hat's always – I don't always wear it, but it's around, you know. And if I start seeing something like that in Game 6 – oh, you bet we're going to talk about it. Forcing a Game 7, but no, the Thunder can take care of business in 6. Hell, they should have taken care of business in 5, but either way, Pacers have put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, they have. And look, as wide open as the East is and that core can stay together, who knows what the Pacers can do moving forward here.
Maybe they'll actually start talking about him before the finals.
Whoa, that'd be weird.
Well, the whole debate of, like, Hallie, is he's a star or not, like, that's an actual debate. Yeah, a shot is ugly, but it goes in a lot, right? And
he's
that's
the best player on a team in the finals.
I believe it was Louis Riddick that said, I would pay to go see him play, and that's the definition of a star or superstar, whatever you want to say. And yeah, that's right. Halliburton's one of those guys that you will pay to go see play, yet for whatever reason, because ESPN doesn't prefer coverage, they prefer content and guys yelling, we never really got that discussion before the NBA Finals.
You know why Stephen A. Smith doesn't say Tyrese Halliburton's a star? Because Stephen A. Smith hasn't watched Tyrese Halliburton play a lot of basketball, right? You want to pull the curtain
Is
back
that the
here,
code? It's more than
Cecil?
just Joker.
Yeah.
It's more than Joker.
It's look, national media outlets do not cover local teams. That's how that goes. They get information from guys like Cecil and I. That's how it works, and that's how it's always going to work.
Yeah.
And guess what? I'd hope to be in the national media someday. And I hope I get to do it like that. But that's just how it works. Stephen A. Smith doesn't watch local basketball. He cares about the Cowboys, the Lakers, the Giants. He cares about the coast. And that's what that brand and product does. So you know what? Stephen A. Smith doesn't know a lot about Tyrese Halliburton because he doesn't watch Tyrese Halliburton. So then when Tyrese Halliburton gets shoved onto his plate and have to cover an NBA Finals, he's got to say these other things and be loud because he doesn't want to expose himself for not knowing anything about Tyrese Halliburton. And you know how I know that? Because I heard him do the same thing with the Denver Nuggets 2 years ago.
Yep.
And not know anything and be clueless coming into my damn city and not knowing anything about the basketball team that was on their way to win an NBA championship.
Yeah, and
that's
he wasn't
why they
the only
do
one.
this. Yeah,
he wasn't the only one. What? Which
Lisa Salters?
Oh, Lisa Salters.
She
yes.
admitted her ignorance,
right?
Which is not what you want to do. So yeah, it's
just yell, Lisa.
I know people are upset, but there's the curtain being pulled back, guys. National media knows nothing about local markets. They have no touch, pulse, or anything as to what's going on in any local market that's not on a coast or somewhere in Texas.
Well, at least in NFL coverage during games, that's why sometimes the game broadcaster will get little nuggets.
Yeah.
Because they'll meet with the coach. And Sean Payton, for example, is usually more friendly with those national media types.
That's right.
Than us local hacks.
Yeah, that's right. So it was an interesting game. Like I said, Indiana made it interesting to start that fourth quarter. But, dude, J-Dub, just too strong, too powerful. The guy was getting to the rack any route he wanted to. And then when he's knocking down turnaround MJ-type jump shots, you're just not going to beat that team when SGA is going for 31 and Jay is going for 40-plus. So they're a game away, and we'll see what Thursday night brings because that is what we have to wait for Thursday night as the series will shift back to Indiana. Did the Rockies win? A quick check-in on the Rockies, and they actually did win last night, Cecil. We haven't done this for a while. Oh, Kev! But a shout-out to Hunter Goodman. Got the party started with the dong in the first. Kept it going with the dong in the ninth. So for you, Hunter Goodman, yeah. Ding dong. Yes! It's been a while. Hunter Goodman. All right, so the Rockies got a win. They actually ran into a team that was colder than they were in the Washington Nationals.
I believe Mace, who was on the case, had tweeted out like the lowest attendance for a Nationals game was like 11,000.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and it didn't look like 11,000. By the way,
That's tickets sold.
The Rockies have won more games in June than they did in April and May combined.
Hey, they're figuring it out, man. It only took 3 months.
And it's only June 17th. What more is possible with this team?
Yeah, we shall wait and see.
Somewhere Dick Monfort's like, yep, I knew it.
Yeah, if we could just play the Nationals and the Marlins every time, they would be all right down there at 20th and Blake. They got 3 more with the Nationals, and then they'll come home, and 40,000 strong will be at Coors Field coming up this weekend to watch the Diamondbacks play the Rockies. All right, our boy Eddie from North Glen. Shout out to the Glen. He's working down in Castle Rock today, delivering happy juice, as he says, doing his thing. Nick from Inglewood just says, "Go Tribe, go," and we appreciate that, Nick, in Inglewood. Conrad, he is putting a starter in the wife's car today. Let's go Norseman. Nice. 2 North Glen check-ins.
Change your starter suck.
Class of 91. Yeah, that
sucks to change a starter.
I wouldn't even know how to do that.
It's usually in your block.
You know what I hate? Kelsey's car has this. My lady has the car stops when you're at a light.
Oh, yeah,
and
I hate that.
They had her convinced for a while of like, look at how much gas you're going to save. And then I'm like, that's just going to ruin your starter. And then we're going to have to replace that.
We realize
at
it
some
takes
point.
more gas to start and stop a car.
So we've disabled that one. But Conrad, you're doing great work taking care of the misses right there. Kevin up in Grover is grading roads and on my 3rd Mountain Dew. Excited for the show.
Number
Love
3.
your show.
I
Boom.
just cracked number 1
That's
right
number
there.
1.
I got to catch up.
Kevin's been working, man. Kevin's been grinding. We love that you love our show, and we appreciate you chiming in. Checking in from Mount Pleasant. Took the day off because it's my 35th birthday. Cody! Happy birthday to you,
Cody.
man. That's a great one. Again, keep it coming. Tribe check-in. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for $1 today? Let us know, and we'll continue to give you some shout-outs on the show. Cecil, you teased this yesterday, man, and I watched the video. I did a little studying. I did my homework assignment about second-year quarterbacks. Why do some have success in year 1, but then tend to drop off in year 2? A few things go into that, like environment, coaching, team around him. Where do the Broncos stand in those categories for Bo's second year? We're going to tackle that conversation coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
A
Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Tacori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Tacori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Tacori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Tacori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, still seeing a few texts from the RamosLaw.com text line on Tribe Check-In. We'll reset those coming up in about 8 minutes or so from right now. Give you guys a shout out on the show. Appreciate everybody out there grinding, doing their thing. Hard work always pays off. Try to remind you guys that as much as possible because I see you out there grinding, working hard, sending in your texts and being a part of the show. We're also going to talk about Bo Nix here. And Cecil, it's something that you brought up yesterday. I think it's a fun conversation to have because everybody wants to know what Bo will be like in year number 2.
Right. Everyone always talks about sophomore slumps. I'm like, well, how do you define that and why does it happen?
So you sent me some cool homework, a little video to watch on YouTube. Max Brown was the guy breaking some things down. And he
did some great work.
Had a bunch of different categories. He did have a really good explanation of these. And the few things that he kind of highlighted was environment, coaching, and then, of course, the team around him. I really love the number that he shared. Over the last 15 years, more than half of the rookies, and his number's like 60-something%, of rookies in the quarterback in the NFL were worse in year 2 than they were in year 1, just statistically. But that's a giant number, man.
Right.
So where's Bo fall into that equation? And if we're looking at the 6 quarterbacks that were selected in round 1 of a year ago, well, by these numbers, that means 4 of them are going to have worse years in this year than they did last year. Let's hope that Bo isn't one of them based off this criteria. All right, so let's start with environment. That's I think that kind of goes with everything, your coaches, your team around you, your environment. Maybe that has to do with who you are off the field as well, personal environment. Cecil, I would say that's a big check mark for Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Does he not have everything around him that he would need to succeed? Coach is coming back. Lifestyle is ball, 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 and more ball.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, that's the same way those coaches that are coming back both live with Bo Nix.
Yeah, and you look at players that were highlighted in that video like Baker Mayfield or Mac Jones, and there was a time when Mac Jones was thought of very highly. No, not by me. I always thought the guy couldn't play, but whatever. But in the second year, you see Matt Patricia take over that offense.
Yeah.
A defensive guy. And then with Baker, I believe there were some promotions there.
It was a coordinator that had never called plays before.
Yes, right. And so, you see some changes there that you don't see with Bo. So when we look at just that one category, we can say, no, Bo Nix has the same OC around him. They has the same play caller, same head coach. So there's none of that shakeup that we normally see when you have that rookie success. Teams can get really excited about why they had said rookie success and start changing things and start putting too much on a young player's plate. With Bo Nix, we don't have any of that. So that's one of the categories that Bo Nix, check mark, no sophomore slump due to that.
Yeah, it's Sean Payton going to call the plays. He's going to continue to call the plays. You and I have had this conversation, and we're both on the same page with it, and I think everybody would tend to agree that Davis Webb is not here for the long term. Davis Webb will get poached. He will get an opportunity to call plays, work closely, more closely, I guess, with game planning and offensive scheme with the head coach, or just let it be all on his plate, and that could come as soon as next year. But right now, Bo still gets to check those boxes. And then that next category of coaches, it falls right into what we were talking about, Davis and Sean being around. I mean, what's the biggest change? Johnny Morton's gone? Isn't that the biggest change of the staff, the passing game coordinator?
That's the biggest change.
I don't want to say that's nothing, but it's not a big deal either.
Right, it's not a big deal either, and Bo Nix will be able to continue to learn and grow. We've often talked about how Bo isn't thinking anymore. He's not thinking about the footwork. He's just playing football. He's playing naturally, and now pre-snap reads are going to be better. So, all right, I like this. There's other categories, and this is where I'm getting ahead of this. Everyone, Jaden Daniels is going to struggle in year 2. He's going to have the C.J. Stroud sophomore slump now. Come playoff time, maybe he does what Stroud does.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, after this first category, that's a no for the sophomore slump. But there are other reasons why guys struggle.
The one of the other reasons is the team around him. And I think this is where, like, I'm with you. Check on the first two parts of this conversation. I don't know that I can give a full-on check mark for team around him without knowing a little bit more. And you and I are going to get that opportunity in about 5 weeks from right now.
Right.
And then the world will see it. Broncos country, you will see it when preseason games start. But there are some questions here. What's R.J. Harvey look like as a rookie? How's J.K. Dobbins stay healthy thanks to Bo Lowry? The Evan Ingram addition, how's that going to look? Does Marvin pick up right where he left off? Devon, Troy, Pat Bryant's role. The question marks are there. We feel good about what the answers are going to be, but nobody's 100% sure right now, really for me, outside of Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, nobody's 100% sure, but we can say this on paper. Looks way better than what he had last year.
Heck yeah, it does, dude.
Way better. Even if you did the Nuggets and Avs things of like, let's not change a thing. And it was just kind of the same. And let's say it was even Javonte Williams here. Don't get sick. You'd have to say, well, Bo's playing faster. He's playing better. And we'll see what year 2 brings. Now with all of this talent, just Evan Ingram. That's all I have to say. Just Evan Ingram. Just that one player alone. I'm not even talking about J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey. I'm not talking about an emerging Devon Vele, Pat Bryant as a rookie, Marvin Mims getting better as an offensive weapon. Like, you should feel really good about the weapons around him, just unseen as of yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's age. Mostly it's unknown at the NFL level.
Right.
That's all Pat Bryant is unknown at the NFL level. Devon Vele, a little known. Now, can he take another step? Can Troy Franklin be a guy that catches the football as a wide receiver? That would be great. And then the middle of the field, is that where Evan Ingram is going to dominate? So I don't know that I'd fully give him the check mark there as team around him, but they're working in the right direction.
Yeah, working in the right direction, trying to get on the same page as far as that goes. And we're going to see it, and we should see it fairly quickly. We need to see it quickly. One, it's Tennessee. You should beat them up. But you've got, the Chargers game week 3, Bengals game week 4.
Well, you go Tennessee, Indy, you should beat the brakes off those fools.
Yes, exactly. Anthony Richardson.
They're terrible. The Colts are just absolutely terrible.
They're just a train wreck. So you're 2-0. But you got a challenge against the Chargers, Mark Schlereth's favorite team now.
That's in Los Angeles.
Exactly, where you don't have a real good track record. Then you've got the Bengals. Then you've got the Eagles. So you got a couple warm-up games, and then get ready.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to get intense after the first couple of weeks. Something else that was talked about there, and I think Bo will check this box for me too. I'm not answering for you though, Cease. What Max was talking about was overhyping. And the media, he said, hey, it's on us. We overhype. And maybe it is more of the ESPN that he's talking about because they just got to sell the player. but the overhyping of a player, and then that player kind of feels themselves a little bit too much, and that hunger, that grind that got them to that spot just takes a little down step, and then you see the results on the field. Now, the reason I think it checks out for Bo, because who the hell was overhyping Bo except for this show right here?
Yeah,
right?
Nobody.
That's it. It was this show right here that told you Bo Nix was going to be just fine with the working with Sean Payton and struggling, improving, and excelling every week. But there's no national overhype of Bo Nix. Colin Cowherd's right now he's on in our studio talking about Caleb Williams.
Right.
He don't talk about Bo Nix.
No, but that'll change.
Oh, no. I'm saying it's a good thing right now.
Yeah. It's a good thing right now. And, go out there and win, and you're going to get some of that hype, but it's going to be proven hype from a guy that did the work last year, prepared to do it more this year.
All right, couple more texts here. Steve is in Thornton at Amazon working for 12 hours today. Woo. Saying you guys rock. Steve, keep grinding, man. Keep grinding for sure. Working from home at 9,200 feet off Owl Woman Pass, which used to be called Squaw Pass, on the way up to Mount Blue Sky.
Wow.
This is Marie checking in.
Hi, Marie.
Man, working way up there today, Marie. We appreciate that. Jaden checking in. Daniels, are you going to have a sophomore slump? Checking in from Green Valley, delivering packages for Amazon. Wow, he writes, let's go Rockies.
Okay, there you go.
I like that.
Let's go
man.
Hunter Goodman at least.
I like that. Yeah, at least Hunter Goodman and Jake Bird. Travis, the Uber driver here. Did you guys see the news on the Nuggets assistant GM? We sure did, Travis, and we're jumping into that at 11 o'clock, so we hope you're here for it. Ben and Parker off today preparing for his girls' softball tournament in Kansas this weekend, bringing back the dub for Colorado. Good luck to you, Ben, and your girls, and go represent CO in the best possible way. Yeah, Nuggets conversation coming up right at 11 o'clock. I want to keep this Bo conversation going, Cease, because something that Brandon Jones said. He likes going against certain quarterbacks. They have to have this certain characteristic. And according to Brandon, Bo's got it. What is it? Find out coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at denversports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/denversports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so what is that one thing that Bo Nix has that safety Brandon Jones wants all of his teammates that are quarterbacks to have in them? Well, here's a quote from Brandon Jones. This is from a piece on The Athletic that our buddy Nick Kosmider wrote about. It says, "I love it. I never wanted to be somewhere where a quarterback is shy or to himself.
Nice.
I think if a quarterback can show that dog mentality, that goes a long ways for me, and it keeps us battling. It keeps the competition super healthy and very competitive." And then he goes on to talk about Bo Nix having that dog mentality, saying that trash talking is also a reflection of Nick's increased comfort overall, and not only his responsibilities as the team leader, but just his grasp of the offense with offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi and, of course, Sean Payton. So this is now the safety. You know, they're going one-on-one, right? It's the two guys that are looking at each other pre-snap, talking a little bit of trash, and Brandon Jones, who's been doing this for a handful of years, saying, no, Bo's got it. Bo's got the grasp. Bo understands what he has to do as a leader, and he's got that dog in him a little bit that he wants to even beat our ass out there on the practice field.
I love it. That's exactly what you need, because you want that guy that isn't afraid of anything. And one of the things that we haven't really got yet into, and we will as training camp goes on, is the fact that the toughest defense that Bo Nix will face is here. You could make the argument the Philadelphia defense, all due respect to Vic Fangio every day, but the toughest defense he will face is here. If he's able to sharpen his sword, so to speak, against these guys, imagine when he faces Cincinnati. They don't play defense. Imagine when he faces anyone else, perhaps not named Philadelphia, right? Like, that should lead you to think that Bo Nix can be outstanding because he's going against the best defense in the league, and he's not backing down. It's one of the things I've always examined when you look overall, and mainly it was excuses for young quarterbacks, but you look at guys that had to go against tough defenses early on in their careers, there's really not a great success rate. Sometimes a world-dominating defense can almost stunt the growth of a young quarterback. But with Bo Nix, I don't feel that way.
It's sharpening, right? It's sharpening his skills rather than, hurting him so
and
much.
with young guys that get rattled like that, you can just take their will. It just saps them because they can't do anything in practice.
Well, I also think that there's an understanding from Bo that comes from Sean, at least to start, and now into year 2, I'm sure Bo understands a little bit more. But it's something that you and I are going to talk about at training camp. It's something that every team across the NFL is going to talk about at training camp, and even the coaches will admit as much. The defense is going to have the advantage for the first couple of weeks of training camp. And then maybe throughout until they're doing, real live tackling drills, which are going to be very, very limited. But the defense is always going to have the advantage. And I believe that if the quarterback understands that and leans into it, that's what I mean. Bo have an understanding of the offense. Now this is what camp should be about. Bo, you understand what you're doing here. You understand what the job is, what routes are going to be run. Test those windows. See what the chemistry is. Are you and Cortland seeing the same thing from coverage pre-snap so that you're going to put a ball on a place and know that he's going to turn around and it's going to be right in his face by the time he does that? Those are all the things that Bo can now do in training camp moving forward that this fake competition's not around.
Yeah, it's no more competition, no more worried about reps, and the ability to try to fool what this defense, because the defense isn't just going to lay down.
No,
they don't usually do that, but they're not as talented as this defense is. And we've been pretty blessed, honestly, over the years to see some great defenses here in Denver. Well, guess what? Those guys are out there trying too. So you may know the spot. They may know the spot. Okay, now it's a competition for who can get there first, and that's where Bo Nix and the nuanced things. It's about using your eyes to manipulate the defense. It's about understanding your arm angle may have to be different because, let's say, a guy like even Q Robinson. Q Robinson has knocked down several passes during rookie minicamp, OTAs, and mandatory minicamp.
Nice.
That's what Q Robinson's doing, in addition to getting pressure. So if a guy's out there and he's coming through and he puts his hands up, you may have to adjust that arm angle. Like the play may be run smoothly and everybody's open where they need to be, but there's that one thing that's a little bit off. And it's having those sort of nuances and adjustments that Bo Nix will get used to because, again, these guys are coming for you.
Something else from this Nick Kosmider piece at The Athletic was the difference in Troy Franklin. And we know Troy Franklin has looked good. He's actually catching the football. That's a big step in the right direction. But according to Sean Payton, he's added some muscle this offseason. And in the article, it talks about 5 to 8, I think it's 5 pounds of muscle. But, I mean, Cease is... I don't think that's enough to worry about slowing a guy down like Troy Franklin. I do think that's enough of like, hey, you be a little bit more comfortable. You don't just run the 9 route every time. You're a little bit more comfortable running those in routes where there might be a safety there looking to take your head off from time to time.
Right, yeah, and it's just a comfort level and a confidence in knowing what you're doing. Because just like Bo Nix, and this is why receivers usually take 3 years. One, they don't know how to run routes. College receivers, not named Pat Bryant, don't know how to run routes. So Troy Franklin's just learning that. But once you learn that and you know, oh, I have to get open this way against this coverage. He's showing me this leverage. He's trying to make me go to the outside. He's trying to make me go to the inside. Just look at watch his hips. Watch those hips and then change those hips. And when you're Troy Franklin and you have the ability to do that, now you know, again, pre-snap, how do I have to get open this time? I know I have to go to this spot, but how do I best get there? Once you're able to do that, again, you're not thinking. You're just going out there playing football, and that's allowing you to play with a confidence and even a fearlessness because you're not thinking about the safety coming to take your head off. You're thinking about getting open, catching that football.
It's what we talked about with Bo Nix and footwork yesterday. You just get to go play. And it's something that Sean said about Troy Franklin, quote, that there's that saying, repetition is the mother of learning. You're seeing him play faster with much greater awareness with each play. He's extremely explosive. And I think I would say, 5 pounds heavier, a little thicker, a little stronger. He's had a good spring, end quote. And that's
Nice.
Sean Payton talking about Troy Franklin. So
Nice.
It'd be nice to see both Troy, Devon take a bigger step and do it before that week 10 where we saw Marvin Mims take that big step. And I think there's an opportunity to do it. I also think that if they don't take that opportunity and literally run with it, you're going to see a lot more Pat Bryant sooner rather than later.
Yeah, a lot more Pat Bryant because that kid's ready. He's ready to go, and then we'll see the type of chemistry he can build with Bo Nix. So there's competition all over the place, and it's competition from guys who don't want to back down. All of them. Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, he's an angry little fella. You've got all these guys out there trying to prove something, and they're trying to prove it against that tough world-class defense. I think that's a great combination. It's a great combination because unlike other young quarterbacks that have been here, I don't feel like that defense in practice is going to be able to rattle you. The defense will win. When we're at a training camp, the defense will win. They'll look ahead of the offense. And I don't want anyone, much like we were, battling against lessers, out there saying bad things about Bo Nix. We said struggle, improve, excel. I don't want anyone to watch the first week or so of training camp, see Bo Nix, he's throwing some picks. Yeah, he's learning. And that defense is going to be ahead of the offense until it's not.
I honestly, now, I reserve the right to go crazy if there's like a 3-interception day, but I'm not going to mind interceptions at all.
Okay.
I'm actually going to like that because I'm hoping it's coming on these pre-snap reads like we were just talking about.
Yeah.
I see safety help over there on Cortland's side. Court, do you see it? Are you going to turn around in time where the window is the cornerback before the bracket coverage comes? Those are the little things that I want to see out of Bo Nix once we get to training camp.
Yeah.
And that's going to lead to some mistakes.
Yes.
Because him and Cortland won't be on the same page. Him and Devon won't be on the same page. But that's where you work this stuff out. It's called practice, guys. You can screw up there. Right?
Right.
That's how it should work.
Right. Yeah. So go out there and watch this thing with great interest. It's gonna be fun when they have joint practices. What is it? Cardinals this year, Kev? Is that right? Cardinals joint practices? Or 49ers.
49ers. I thought it was 49ers.
Okay,
yeah.
49ers. Well, guess who's getting beat up on?
Yeah.
The 49ers.
And they're going to San Francisco for that?
Are
they
we
have
going to
be,
San Francisco?
Because there's the
for
game
that?
in San Francisco.
I mean, we are the official show of training camp.
That's right.
Totally not
we
official,
are.
but official here, so official
Yeah.
enough because we're the Broncos station.
We to get there, we of course would be looking for investors.
Possibly you.
So let us know. Hit us up 303-713-1043.
all I know is a trip to Santa Clara with our guy Kev.
Oh, dude.
Going back.
We just get a couple early month teaser of like, okay, see, that's the stadium we're going to play at in February.
We'll be back in February.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get the Bo in the right hotels and everything like that. Yeah.
Plus, I've always wanted to go to that jail that's out there.
Alcatraz.
Yeah. Right? I'd be down to little day trip. Let's go to Alcatraz.
I'm down.
Pretend we're Andy Dufresne and all that fun stuff.
Do you want to try to swim back?
Not yet.
No.
There's shark-infested waters, I think.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not ready to go yet. There's
Okay.
There's like 4 or 5 more things I'd like to accomplish still.
I think Pritch and I were out there for Paxton Lynch's perfect practice. Yes, that actually happened. I went to Golden Gate Bridge. It was foggy. Went to a Giants game, which was cool. Cold, very cold.
Yeah.
The stadium's on the water.
I do like how the Giant fans do in the kayaks. And
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's really cool.
That's cool.
Out there trying to catch the home run
Yeah.
balls. Couple of restaurant, Garden of Eden? Something? I can't remember.
Okay.
But, yeah.
And
Some
don't they
spots.
have, like, the best Chinese food is in San Francisco, right?
I believe so, yeah.
At least according to, 3 songs that I've heard. So we'd have a great time. We would have a great time. All right, let's go inside the internet, something that we do around 10:45 every single morning. Our buddy Trent at DenverSports.com wrote about Jamal Murray and something he needs to change effective immediately when they get back onto the hardwood. Plus, we have a name for the Avalanche to target in free agency. We're going to get into both of those stories coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance. And oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for the good folks at Copperhead Plumbing. In today's market, there are various water heater options to choose from, tankless, hybrid, and conventional. Copperhead Plumbing's not here to provide you with the most expensive option, but rather they want to understand your needs, such as how big is your household, how much water do you go through in a day, and a few other qualifying questions to help them provide you with the best solution for your home. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com to book their services today.
Country music fans, the 2025 Cheyenne Frontier Days Frontier Nights lineup is here. Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt on Friday, July 18th. Jordan Davis with Brett Young will take the Frontier Night stage on Saturday, July 19th. On Sunday, July 20th, Bailey Zimmerman with Josh Ross will take the stage. Only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDrodeo.com.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost burst of health and energy he needs to live his best life, Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's, and right now you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
What is inside the internet that's caught our attention? Well, we've got a couple of stories to hit, and first up is a story at denversports.com where you should be. You can check everything out about your favorite teams right there at denversports.com while streaming the shows live or finding podcasts there as well. We're also streaming live on YouTube. Our boy Trent Finnegan has written a story about Jamal Murray and something that Jamal Murray needs to change, Cecil. And it's not about his conditioning, although that needs to change as well. Trent says Jamal doesn't shoot enough three-pointers. He's actually traded some of those three-point shots from the past to now shooting those extended, long two-point shots after a high pick and roll or dribble handoff stuff with Nikola Jokic. And some of these numbers here, he's got one where he compares the jump up of three-point shots from Jamal and then Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
Jamal Murray actually went the wrong way. He took more threes 2 years ago than he did last year, while everybody else in the NBA has taken a step up. When the Nuggets and Timberwolves met and the Nuggets lost that Game 7 at home, giving up a 20-point lead, that entire season, Ant shot 475 threes. This last season, Anthony Edwards shot 701 3-pointers.
Wow.
So that is a huge gap there. Trent uses an example of that one game where playoff Jamal actually showed up in Game 5 in the round 1 against the Clippers. He shot 14 threes that night, man, and made 8 of them. So Jamal Murray, he needs to be shooting much more threes than he did last year. He took the 6th most mid-range shots and the 35th most three-point shots.
Okay. All right. And I don't mind the mid-range game, though, because we've talked about Jamal when he does that dribble step, like charge toward the basket, stop, and pop, and he's pretty regular on those. More from the arc, though, that can be asked because it needs to be. This team, it looks to Michael Porter Jr. as that guy. Once in a while, AG is going to hit a three. But it's really Jamal. Jamal with a larger responsibility. And in addition to taking more, he needs to hit more. He needs to be better from the arc. And going forward, you know, is that something that David Adelman is going to do? There's some things defensively we know he's going to do. That zone, which hopefully they're more used to than they were in the postseason, where it almost was successful. I mean, they take OKC to 7 games. Maybe they're the only team that does that in this playoff series or playoff year. But with Jamal, it's like, is that a demand? Can Adelman do that? How does Jamal respond to that? I mean, he should, like, hey, Jamal, take more threes.
I mean, I'm not even trying to be funny here, but it's less work for him. Isn't that what Jamal Murray's all about? The easiest path with the least resistance?
Right.
That's kind of who Jamal Murray is as a human being.
Yeah, and finding Jamal to take those threes is something that I believe Adelman needs to emphasize this year. We'll see if he does that.
Well, dude, the 700 and what was my number? 701 for Anthony Edwards. Jamal shot 354 this year.
Double.
They handle Ant probably handles the ball a little bit more because you'll have Joker and AG bring it up from time to time. But facilitating wise, like, man, you gotta be in the mindset to take and make those threes. You know what else it does though, Cease? If he ramps up the amount of threes that he takes, and that's gonna ramp up the amount that he makes because he's a good shooter. That's gonna open up Nikola Jokic so much more. Those pick and rolls, the high pick and rolls that they do, and you see him kind of hedge that screen, and that's the defender. When I say that, that's the defender taking a step back closer to Joker than coming out on the ball handler, and in this case, it's Jamal Murray. Jamal makes more of those threes. You can't do that anymore.
Right.
So then you're getting Nikola Jokic at the free throw line or right underneath it with the defender right on his butt cheek, and all you got to do is deliver the basketball to Joker and let him cook that fool, whoever's on him.
Yeah.
And then those twos that you don't want to go away, I don't either. You make some of those threes, you're getting someone chasing you over a screen. You take that 2 steps forward into the 2-point range.
Those are easier.
And you're knocking those down at a higher rate, too.
Yeah, and those will be completely uncontested because they're worried about you from the arc. It only makes sense. There's always the problem to the equation, though. Like, this all sounds great. Like, this is actually getting me excited about Jamal Murray and the possibilities. Here's the problem, though. There's always a problem, and we're never really going to get away from this. The problem is Jamal. The problem is, does he listen? The problem is, how does Adelman coach him? Like, there's so many questions about that. This is an answer. This is a glaring answer. I think there needs to be a neon sign outside a Ball Arena that says, Jamal, shoot more threes. Is he going to listen?
Kevin just gave me a great number. He shot 149 threes in the 23 playoff run.
Okay.
That they were 16-4. They played 20 games. 149 threes in 20 games. They played 14 this year, and he only shot 96. So in 6 more games, would Jamal Murray have shot 55 more threes? Not the way he was shooting them now. And that's what I don't understand that about Jamal. This is a 3-point world. Everybody in the NBA wants to be a 3-point shooter.
Right.
He actually possesses the skill to do it and went the wrong way for some reason. And that tells me exactly what you were kind of hinting at there. Nobody has a real good relationship with Jamal Murray, or nobody has why hasn't a coach sat down and told Jamal, we need you to shoot more threes?
Right.
Jamal, shoot more threes.
Right.
The expectation is for you to shoot more threes. It just feels like they kind of let him do whatever he wants.
Well, if Doc Rivers mentioned, like, how good do we know Jamal is because he's always playing with Joker, you mentioned why didn't he have a coach? How good is Michael Malone? He's always had Joker.
That's a fair point, man.
Because that's a coach. Instead of calling everybody soft and yelling and getting a technical on purpose so you get thrown out, tell Jamal to do something. That's what a coach does. So we'll see if David Adelman will do that. And perhaps he's learned from the errors of Michael Malone. Like, there are some good things that he was able to witness and go, I would do this differently, but I don't have the voice because he was the assistant.
But do you think Jamal... So does the dynamic change between employee and employer when the boss wasn't the boss your whole career? Does that make sense? Like,
yeah. Well, we've seen it in our business, like people that get promoted and all of a sudden they're your boss. They're like, oh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And you're like, we've made some weird decisions together.
Right.
Now you're going to tell me what to do? I just don't. Maybe it works. And as I've said over and over, especially specifically with Jamal Murray, I hope this dude makes me eat my words over and over again. He's yet to do that. And I hope now David Adelman and Jamal Murray can make me eat my words moving forward.
Right.
We'll see if that actually happens.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
Okay, I want to save the abs conversation because it's a little bit deeper than just a minute. But, dude, I saw this last night. I think I sent it to you.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're really into this because you like motorcycles. I like motorcycles.
Yes.
You like Star Wars. I've never seen it. But apparently there is a Volonaut air bike, a real-life Star Wars speeder bike that hits 124 miles an hour. Take a look at that photo.
Yes. That is awesome.
It's inspired by the iconic speeder bike from Star Wars.
Right.
It's still in early production.
It's like a hover thing, right?
A hover motorcycle, basically.
Nice.
It goes up to 124 miles an hour. It's not widely available. Test flights have already stunned aviation fans and adrenaline junkies alike. This thing is apparently going to be coming to the market sooner rather than later. There's no price.
Yeah.
But I'm down to pitch on one if you are.
Okay, yes. We would do that, or we could have the drones that you can fly, like sit in them and fly.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't need a license.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, will I need a motorcycle endorsement to ride this thing, or I'm not riding on the
it's
streets?
a speeder bike.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you trained on the moon of Endor, which you have no idea what it is, but yeah.
I got my airplane training at Watkins, out in Watkins, Front Range Airport. That's where I got my
nice.
training.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. Brian, what was my flight instructor's name? He's a loose cannon. Brian something. Dave, if you're listening, text me and remind me.
Okay, nice.
But dude, flying motorcycles, I am so
in. That's a yes.
You think we get to flying motorcycles before we got to flying cars?
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah. Hover motorcycles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jetsons are full of crap, bro. All right, there we go. 1 hour in the books, just like that. I mentioned that Nuggets conversation coming at 11 o'clock. I want to do a couple of things. Yes, we do have some news about the general manager. It's news that I don't like, but we'll share with you what that is coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion on how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Talk about fireworks. Check out these offers during the 4th of July sale at Denver Mattress. Light up your sleep life with $100 off any Dr. Choice Original or $200 off any hybrid. Save $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze and score a $300 gift. And check out the Summit for only $299.99. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend, or get 60 months no interest and free shipping. It's the 4th of July sale, on now at Denver Mattress.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043, The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Hour 2, quarter 2. We play 4 quarters
it?
every day, hanging out with you until 2 o'clock. By the way, inside the internet, we were talking about flying motorcycles. One of our great texters from the 970. Go ahead and throw your name on here so we can give you a shout out. They wrote a flying motorcycle before GTA 6. Shaking my head.
Yeah, what are we waiting for, GTA? Come on, man.
That's a good text right there. Nice work, 970 texter.
We're not going to do anything when GTA 6 comes out.
No, I need to. You and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago. I just need to get GTA back on my Xbox just to warm up the fingers. You know what I mean? Like, it's been years since I played GTA.
It's been 84 years.
Do you still have the cheat codes and stuff? Is that still a thing?
No. And plus, it's GTA Online you have to download now.
Okay.
Like, you can still go into GTA 5 and play online, But to do the stuff like the missions and stuff Big E and I do, you have to have GTA Online.
So me, you, and Big E can crew up and do missions together.
Yes.
Dude, what have I been doing my whole
we're
life?
trying to steal a meth lab right now, a mobile meth lab.
So you're in Kentucky.
In GTA.
Oh, I thought Kentucky, though. Kentucky map, right?
It seems like Kentucky,
Yeah, all
right.
Well, dude, my lady's going out of town soon. I'm going to have 4 days of Mountain Dew, Xbox, and Taco Bell.
Okay.
It's going to be incredible.
Okay. Can I come over?
You guys should come over for sure. It's going to be awesome. All right. I mentioned this Nuggets conversation. Kevin, you actually sent this our way yesterday, and it stinks. Bad news because he's my guy. I really like Tommy Belsitis, assistant general manager with the Denver Nuggets, has had that role for a couple of years, served under Tim Conley, and then continued to work here in the Mile High City with Calvin Booth. Not because teams didn't want him, because Tommy and his family really loved this place. He was let go, contract not renewed. I don't care how you want to look at it. If it were you, you'd be like, oh, I got fired. And that's how I'd look at it too. I don't know why they're not going to re-up here. I think it's a huge mistake on the part of Josh Kroenke. He's making a lot of those.
Another huge mistake.
Yeah,
right.
It's par for the course, as I tweeted out this morning. I think Tommy's very smart. Tommy has his fingerprints all over this roster, all over the championship roster, all over the pick of Nikola Jokic. He's a smart, brilliant basketball mind. He also is good with the public, understands how to have conversations with fans and perception of the team, all of those things. Whoever gets Tommy is going to be in a good spot. I hate this move, Cecil. I told you before, I would have liked him as a name to be interviewed for the general manager. Would he have got the job? I don't know. He wouldn't have cost you an arm and a leg. And I know that's something that the Kroenkes are looking for. I hate this move.
Yeah, it's a move that you just wonder, what in the world are you doing? Who are they talking to? And I mean, is it a preemptive thing that Bob Myers is going to be here? That's the only one that we have to kind of grasp onto. And kind of some of the buzz that I've been able to pick up on, and I have none of the contacts that you do at that building, but just kind of some of the scuttlebutt that you hear is that maybe they're waiting. Maybe they're waiting for the NBA Finals to be done so they can get Bob Myers. Maybe they're waiting because there is a Thunder executive or a Pacers executive. Maybe they're waiting. Now, that could be just full exposure. That could just be excuses from people that may want to be a little bit team friendly. Or it could be what they're doing. So the fact that they, don't renew the contracts, and they've done that for some assistant coaches as well, in addition to Tommy in the front office, it's just kind of par for the course. But what's the end result? And I can't really, even though this is a bad move, and we can judge it as a bad move, it's another mistake. We need to play that song from Nonpoint, by the way. Another mistake from Josh Kroenke. They hire Bob Myers. How does that seem? How does that look, right? If
Perception would be great.
If they're truly waiting for that to happen, be sure nice to get an update, sure nice to have other GMs in the building. But when I heard that, they might just be waiting for Bob Myers, I'm like, are you pulling my leg?
But I'm so hesitant of that. Dude, the name, people would be excited about Bob Myers becoming the general manager of the
Look
Denver
what
Nuggets.
they did.
And I will say this, with the non-renewal of Tommy, it does seem to me like they are entertaining the idea of an outside name. Because if they're just going to promote Ben Tinzer, why wouldn't they just keep the core together?
Right.
Why wouldn't they keep the crew together?
Yeah.
Ben and Tommy have worked together for 5, 6, 7 years. Hell, probably longer than that. So why wouldn't you keep the continuity together? So maybe this is going, hey, they are actually entertaining the idea of an outside name. I would say this, and I continue to say this and tell people when we jump into these kind of conversations, I know what the perception of Bob Myers would do. I know a lot of people would be fired up about that. I would be very hesitant to go, they just solved their problems, because Bob Myers' superpower in Golden State that led to those championships was his ability to convince the owners of the Warriors to pay the luxury tax.
Right.
And they're still paying the luxury tax. In that window, when they won multiple championships, Cecil, they spent $500 million paying luxury tax. You know the Kroenkes? I know the Kroenkes real well. They ain't paying No, $500 million in luxury tax.
Yeah.
Ever will that happen?
No.
So if that's Bob's ability is to come in here and convince, and he did some other things to help fund and get money and tech partnership, and that would be open, I'm sure, with the Cronkies. But they're not just going to lean in to being a second apron team to win another championship.
No, God, no.
They could have done that without Bob Myers.
Well, hardly any team out there really wants to. It's why they say the era of the super team is dead, and I'm okay with that because I couldn't stand super teams. But, nobody wants to approach the second apron. Does Bob Myers have other superpowers, and are those the superpowers that they're looking at? As you mentioned, getting other investors, possibly us, possibly you. Maybe that's what a superpower is. Hopefully it doesn't wreck your boat. But either way, I think it's something to keep an eye on. This not renewing the contract with Tommy is a bad move. It's a bad move. We can judge it as such. Let's see who the actual GM is. And then see on the badness scale. Is this a 10? It's a 10 right now.
1 to awful. Where are they at?
It's a 10 right now. But if it is Bob Myers, is it more like a 4? Is it a 3? It's a 10 right now. But we have no idea who the GM's going to be.
No, none at all. None at all. And look,
great way to run a business.
When I saw this news, and like I said, Kevin, you're the one that sent it our way. When I saw that tweet, the Denver Post had it first. It was, my first thought was, oh, that sucks. I really like Tommy. I think he's a smart guy. I think a front office that has Tommy Balsitis in it is better than one that does not. But then my second thought was exactly what I told you. You know what? Let me, before I absolutely rip them, I do think it's a bad move, but before I absolutely rip them on it, let's give them a little bit more time, although that's all we've given. We're at 3 weeks tomorrow since the last time we heard from Josh Kroenke, because if they were just going to hand it over to Ben Tenzer, they would have renewed the contract of Tommy. At least that's what I assume. I could be wrong on that, but why wouldn't they do it? So if you're holding out hope that they're going to continue throughout this process and let it play out and have a real wide open search, this might tell you that they're actually serious about outside candidates and not just giving the job to Ben Tenzer.
Okay. Well, we'll put a pin in it and see what they do going forward.
All right, Nuggets Nation, how do you feel about it? I know Tommy's not that present publicly, but I know a lot about the dude. I think he's very smart, and does it give you any hope that they are going to go outside on this search? Let us know at 303-713-1043 and put your name on your text so we can give you a shout-out. Yesterday on the show, Cease, you and I were talking about an upset Courtland Sutton and what that could lead to without a contract, like him and his camp asking for a trade if things don't work out. So I want to continue that, but go to a room where there might actually be a trade. It's crowded in the wide receiver room, but it's also crowded in that running back room. Are we sure that's not where the trade will come from? That conversation's next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Working on a weekend like usual. Way off in the deep end like usual. Swear they passed us, they doing too much. Haven't done my taxes, I'm too turned up. Virgil got a paddock on my wrist going nuts. Caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone hit your block up, I tell you if it was us. Man, a house in Rosewood, it too plush. Say my days.
All right, thank you, Drake. Dover and Cecil hanging out. It is hour two, quarter two. We're going to talk a little bit about a Broncos trade. Yesterday, we wondered how far Cortland's camp would take these negotiations and try to use their leverage. And we said, hey, neither of us want to see Cortland Sutton get traded. Cortland Sutton needs to be on this team at least this year for the Broncos to continue to take a step in the right direction and be looked at as a serious contender in the AFC and someone that can push the Chiefs. But I was also thinking about, all right, where else can they add capital, get assets for the future, and, you know, continue to build this thing around quarterback Bo Nix? Well, the running back room. We've talked about that being crowded a lot during the offseason. And they added J.K. Dobbins less than a week ago to bring more to that running back room. So I wanted to talk about Jaleel McLaughlin and Audric Estime. And then it just so happened to work out. My buddy Will Peterson was on the same page and wrote a column today at denversports.com about a trade that could possibly come. His name is Audric Estime. And Will kind of hints here that, I'll just read what he wrote. The writing's on the wall. After the Broncos signed J.K. Dobbins last week to join the running back room with rookie R.J. Harvey, there's Jaleel McLaughlin, Blake Watson, Tyler Bidet, and Audric Estime. that Audric Estime will be the odd man out here, and before they just have to cut the 5th-round pick from a year ago, who's still only just 21 years old, why not try to ship him elsewhere and bring back a player or a future pick that's going to allow you to continue to build this team? So is it the running back room, and is that the name that could go?
Yeah, it's the running back room, but it's how do you sell that? Honestly, if we look at this team, and I hate to say it, but you have so many edges, somebody out of that room get traded. And it wouldn't be Cooper because he's been paid, and it wouldn't be Benito because he's about ready to get paid. Not necessarily Jonah Ellis. I certainly hope not.
I don't even want Tillman to go.
But if you were able to flip a Dondrea Tillman, you're not going to trade Q Robinson. He just got here, right? And Johnny Walker, I don't think you'd do that either. But who's going to be burning up the phone lines for the guy that fumbles all the time and can't run?
At the running back position.
Yeah, I'll do apologies to anyone who's ever had this idea. But I just look at it and go, okay, what would it take for some team to be interested in Audric Estime? A different reality. We'd have to go in the Matrix and we'd have to come out where Audric Estime is actually good.
Yeah.
We need to stop with this fantasy, okay? Everyone, fantasy, and I understand fan favorite. I understand if you're a Notre Dame fan. He's a 5th-round pick. And if he was in this year's draft class, he probably wouldn't have been drafted. And it doesn't mean if you're undrafted, you can't play. I know. But I would rather take a chance on someone from this year's class that maybe is exposed to the practice squad, like a Devin Neal, like a Taj Brooks, like a Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And those are day 3 picks for the Saints, for the Bengals, and for the Commanders. So I would rather look at that, and you can get those guys for free, basically. If they try to cut them and get them through the practice squad, Audric Estime is likely to be cut and then put on the practice squad. Is anyone going to steal him?
It doesn't feel like it.
We're talking about trade scenarios, and again, I get it. It's off season. You're going to look at trade scenarios, but who? Kev, get ready because it elicits a cuss word. Who the blank would want to trade for Audric Estime? Seriously. There's no one out there. There's no team out there that needs a power back that doesn't run with power and fumbles all the time.
Well, it's not even known that he's a power back. He's just a running back at this point.
He's supposed to be a power back.
There's no known about Audric Estime.
Right. So, and with this year's draft class being so thick and so robust, it might be one of those things where it was just a mistake to draft Audric Estime. And you throw him on the practice squad, you see whatever, but
he's 21. Are we talking about the guy's NFL career being over?
No, but it's a running back. He could be out of the league in 3 years. It's running back, and 3 might be too gracious. It's a young man's game. There's always backs coming in. I understand fans like him. I like Audric Estime in terms of he's a stand-up guy in the locker room after he fumbles. He'll talk about it. He doesn't shy away from those type of things. But at the end of the day, we got to stop pretending like the Broncos have some sort of secret weapon. I can't wait till Audric Estime.
Yeah, right.
We should have seen it. His best opportunity was last year when he couldn't beat out Javonte Williams, who averaged 3 yards a carry, and it's not good.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here?
And look, I don't think, at least from the way I read Will's piece, that he's like, make it happen right now before they even get back to camp. He's kind of hinting at they're going to cut the guy, get something from him. But I also think that's one of the worst things that NFL teams do. And you always see it on the ticker on TV, right? The Broncos are going to try to trade Audric Estime or they'll just release him. Okay, well, you just told 31 other NFL teams, don't trade, just wait. And if you're interested in the player, you can sign him on the terms that you want to sign him.
Right.
That's what Audric Estime's future looks like it's heading.
Well, and there are a ton of power backs out there. There just are. It's the one skill set. If you say even Jaleel McLaughlin, right? Jaleel McLaughlin and his speed. There's not really guys out there that will specialize in that way. Power backs, find them all the time.
Those are just strong guys that are willing to run into piles.
There's some veteran out there. Even though I think Cam Akers just signed somewhere, top of my head. But
I don't know.
There's always somebody out there.
Yeah.
There's always the next power. Jamal Williams is still out there.
All right, if they're going to make a trade in the running back room, obviously JK and RJ are not in this conversation.
Yeah.
But the rest of the room, who brings you the most value? Because
nobody.
There's not a lot for Jaleel McLaughlin either. He's the only one that actually has touched the football in an NFL game.
Well, and it's the running back position. You're not going to get anything. Marshall Faulk was traded from the Indianapolis Colts, where even Peyton Manning will tell you the guy was like another head coach on the field with you. He was a dynamic 3-down player, future Hall of Famer, of course. He was traded for a 2nd and a 5th rounder.
Yeah, that ain't coming back.
Yeah. So, like, what do we get for a trade? Like, no, not at running back. There's other positions to talk about. Maybe one of these young wide receivers, maybe. But even then, it's like you just have second-year guys. Why would you want to give up on Troy Franklin now? Why would you want to give up on Devon Vele now? You're obviously not going to trade Marvin Mims or Pat Bryant. So, yeah, I think you always stay flexible. George Paton has relationships around the league. There's a ton of Broncos executives that are with other teams right now. But if I look at trades, I go, oh, corner. Corner is a place where you could trade. And maybe it's like a 7th rounder for Damari Mathis or something like that. Or Chris Abrams-Drain, maybe you get a 3rd rounder out of him. Because that's a really talented player. Look at expiring deals.
Watch him leave. Let him leave.
Well, look at expiring deals like Jaquan McMillan. He's got 1 year left on his deal. Can you trade him for a 5th rounder?
Yeah.
You know, this is the price tag that we're talking about, and that's the position to talk about. Running back, I mean, if you're trading for a running back, you some sort of fantasy going on.
And I didn't even look at it as like trade Audric and get a running back. Trade Audric and can you get your 5th round pick back?
No.
Because you wasted it on him. Can you get one that you can use it and apply to the roster the right way?
Right.
That would be great, but I'd probably agree with you. No, you can't because he's a 5th round pick and they know what he is. The league knows what he is.
Yeah, the league already is.
I don't even know. Do you get a 5th round pick for Jaleel McLaughlin? I wouldn't give that up for Jaleel.
No.
If I were a GM, I'd hang up on your ass if you called me and asked
Well,
that.
and it's, again, it's running back. That's not the position you're trading.
Right.
Unless we're talking about, some sort of top tier. I can't believe the 49ers traded Christian McCaffrey, something like that. And even that's a pipe dream because it's a young man's game and there's so many coming into the league.
If I had to pick a running back to go, I'm still trading Jaleel McLaughlin. I'm actually still going to keep Audric Estime on the roster with the shortest leash of all time and knowing that I might just have to cut this kid by the end of August.
I would do the opposite of that because I can't trust Audric, and I can trust Jaleel in certain packages. Again, you're inside the 10. I want him running towards the pylon.
So when you say trust him to not turn the ball over or to have positive production? Because I have a hard time with the latter.
What can Audric Estime do? And I don't want to be mean, but like seriously, what can he do? What can he do?
I don't know.
I know what Jaleel McLaughlin going to do. It's very limited. But I can flip it out to him inside the 10, and he can make that pylon before the defender. So I know he can do that.
I have seen him do that a few times.
And also with Darren Rizzi, what was Jerky Boys? Frank Rizzo, right? Wasn't that Jerky Boys?
I think so.
Frank Rizzo. With Frank Rizzo running special teams. I always think that when I think of Rizzi.
Yeah.
And then I think of Sky Rizzi, and then I go, oh, God.
Football is everything.
Yes, it is. With Darren Rizzi. Now saying Jaleel McLaughlin will be a returner.
See, I like that idea.
All I'm saying is Audric Estime can't do what Jaleel can.
Okay. Broncos country, how do you feel about it? You let us know at 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on it. We want to react to a few of your texts. Would you trade Audric Estime? Would you try to trade any of these running backs or try to stash them on the practice squad so that you have something there? Break glass in case of emergency type of situation with Jaleel McLaughlin, even Tyler Bidet, and certainly Audric Estime. Tell us on the text line. I heard something that ZB was saying yesterday. We made the announcement that Gabe Landeskog, Marty Netchus, Cale Makar, and Nathan McKinnon are going to represent their countries in the 2026 Olympic Games. Zach said something that I get, but I disagree with. We'll get into it next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner. Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
EV and Auto here at Foundation Chevrolet. Save $3,750 off MSRP on all 2025 Chevrolet Colorados. Together, let's drive. Stop by Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge and catch a ride.
Offer on all new Chevrolet Colorados. Must qualify for financing with GM Financial. Colorado must be in stock at time of purchase. Does not include TT and L, D and H, or dealer-added accessories. This offer does not combine with any other offers. It must take delivery by June 30th, 2025. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I want to get to an Avalanche conversation based on something we announced yesterday. Then Zach Bai was reacting to it and had an interesting take. I want to react to that in just a few moments. Am reading some of you guys' responses on the RamosLaw.com text line about Audric Estime and the future of the Notre Dame running back. And some people, hey, they're going to keep Estime and cut Bidet. Another is defending a bit here at Notre Dame. He fumbled 4 times in his entire career. I believe he will fix his fumble problem, and then he will be a very useful
What
player.
evidence do we have that'll happen?
They're using his past as a college running back as evidence.
Okay. Is it college? Is he playing
He's not
against
playing
Penn State?
No, he's not playing against Clemson.
All I know is that he had fumbling problems last year, and after a couple of weeks being able to showcase his skill set, he was taking handoffs from Sam Ehlinger, and the team went out and signed J.K. Dobbins. So why do we have confidence in it? And again, it's not being mean.
Yeah.
We got to put the college stuff in the past. College football's different. It's different. It's lesser competition.
Notre Dame plays cupcakes until, 3 weeks? USC, that's their biggest game every year. The rest of them are a bunch of, chumps.
I can't believe that welding school didn't get Audric Estime to fumble. Like, seriously, man, look at what the team has done. Look at where he's at. It's a 5th-round pick. And by the way, cutting Bidet, okay, but keeping Estime, so you're going to keep 4 backs and a fullback?
Isn't there still...
And Nate Atkins as a H-back fullback?
There's still a lot of known on Bidet, isn't there?
Bidet, you can sneak through to the practice squad.
He's not going to get poached?
No. Estime's not either, but Bidet can do more than Estime. Tyler Bidet is a better running back than Audric Estime.
I mean, if we're being real, I don't know that any of these running backs, JK and RJ, aren't going on the practice squad.
No.
Practice squad eligible running backs that are on the Broncos currently, I don't know that any team's banging down the door to go grab them and put them on their roster.
And you had to convince Blake Watson to stay last year. This year, you might not have to. Because, again, it's a new class. There were so many running backs that came into this league this year that are great. So guys like Blake Watson, you're the cat's meow last year as a practice squad player. Not now.
Yeah. Is it cat's meow or cat's pajamas?
Both, I think.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah.
Because I had never even heard about the cat's pajamas. Shout out to my boy JJ. He loved that saying. And I was just like, yeah, that's cool, man.
Cat's pajamas, yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I got to ask you now. You said it 948 times on this round of golf. What do you mean by cat's pajamas? And then he let me know. I had no idea. And you said cat's meow. I'm like, wait a minute. I need to learn this.
Is it the meow or is it the pajamas? I'm confused.
I think we can go with both.
Yeah, we can definitely go with both.
Have you ever had a cat as a pet?
Yeah. My daughter has a cat.
What's the cat's name?
Mittens.
Oh, that's a cute cat name.
Yeah. And we had ranch cats. So, I think we had 22 ranch cats.
What the hell?
At the peak of our cat ranching experience.
And what is their job?
Mousing, basically.
Okay.
But they're great hunters. Great hunters.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
22 cats at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You're that weird cat guy.
Yeah, dude, for real.
It's called the country, Kev. You might want to learn about it.
I'm kidding.
I guess my uncle, I literally have an uncle, Mike Jones, out in Indiana.
Mike Jones?
And he lives on a pretty big property, too. I don't know that they might want to call themselves farmers. I don't know that you would call them farmers. They have just random cats all over the place, too. It's very weird. They're everywhere, dude.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but they're mousers. They keep the mice away. So
I like that.
There you go.
I like that. All right. I wanted to mention this thing that Zach said. You and I had the news yesterday. The Avalanche shared it with us via our email that Marty Netchis, Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, and Gabe Landeskog are going to represent their countries in 2026 when NHL players are going to get back into Olympic play. Great honor, right? I think anybody listening, you and I would agree to have the ability to represent your country at the sport you play professionally is literally what dreams are made of.
Yes.
And I think even growing up, you and I had dreams of being professional athletes. Now, I was like, oh, I'm going to be the starting point guard on the Denver Nuggets. I never was like, oh, I'm going to be the starting point guard for Team USA, but would have loved to have that sort of opportunity.
Right.
Nate, Cale, Marty, I don't think there's any question about what they're going to do. What Zach said yesterday on the drive was very interesting to me. And I completely understand why he's saying it. I just don't know that I would ever tell anybody what Zach's trying to tell the captain and Gabe Landeskog. And that is that you shouldn't play in the Olympics. You should actually take that 3 weeks off, chill, relax, rehab, recover, so that post-Olympics, you're ready to make a head-first push into the playoffs,
right,
and hopefully go in and contending for Lord Stanley's Cup once more. And like I said, I completely understand Zach's processes, how he got to that take. I am not in the business of telling anybody they shouldn't represent their country. into what they do for a living because of your employer meaning more than that.
The next time the Olympics come around, is Gabe going to be a part of that?
Heck no. No way.
This is the last time. He's not going to say no. He's not going to say no. Now, is there some sort of minutes restriction that you could look forward to? Yes, because I think that might be the case with Avalanche this year.
Oh, so you mean with the Avs, not in the Olympics?
Oh, both. I think it's both. I think it has to be both. And obviously, Gabe's going to be wise about that. But we saw in Four Nations, guys get hurt, right? And that affects your cup chances. If you're the Colorado Avalanche, you need all hands on deck. You need this thing to work because you've got the talent to win a Stanley Cup. You have fallen short time and time and time again. Can't even get out of the second round except for one time. When you did that the one time, you won it all. So with Gabe, it's not you can't play because I don't think the Avs could put that sort of – someone tells me that.
No, I don't.
If I'm Gabe, I'd tell him get bent.
I have to assume the Players Association or union, whatever –
They would protect the players' right to choose if they want to play in the Olympics. You're going to play in the Olympics. And then you're going to have a minutes restriction. So I think that's how Gabe should approach things because I think that's how the Avs are going to approach things this year.
Well, when you said minute restriction, I actually thought you were talking about the Olympics. So if
I think it's both.
If his team, I mean, he's going to be who he is on this side of 30, recovering from the injury that he recovered from. I mean, maybe he's that captain type for his Olympic team with limited ice time, but it's more about his presence there.
Yes, right.
And I think that's perfectly okay.
I think that's perfectly fine. And again, it's just what he's going to do. So we need to get ready for it. And I don't think there's any way that you can essentially stop him from participating, nor should you. It's the Olympics, man.
What kind of who asked him that question? Super Joe go down and be like, Gabe, real quick, man, we're going to request that you don't represent your country in the biggest tournament in the world in the last time that you're going to get to do it. How do you feel about that?
No.
That's not what you want to do.
Well, and you don't spend 3 years fighting to get back to this point to not play hockey. And whether that's regular season, postseason, Olympics, it doesn't matter. You work 3 years so you have this opportunity so that you can do this. And there's just no way anyone can tell him differently.
And you know what else? I just thought about this as you were talking. Gabe's a father. And how many times have Gabe said, I want my kids to see me as a hockey player, not just a guy that works out. Now you get to go do it at the biggest stage. His kids aren't from that country, but you still have the blood, right? So, yeah, Gabe's playing. Gabe's playing in the Olympics, and Gabe should play in the Olympics.
And there's no denying him the ability to do that.
I'm pretty sure there's not.
Yeah. It's odd if that were the case. Because you're not going to do that. It's the Olympics.
And what are you just going to tell Gabe and be like, Marty, Kale, Nate, good to have a good time. Great trip. We'll be watching.
I heard Evans talking about this morning. Good to have Evans back today. He said that maybe the NHL should tell franchises like, hey, look at what Four Nations did for our popularity.
Oh, that's smart.
Chill, Biscuit.
That's smart.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, great take,
and
Mike.
What the Olympics can do for your TV ratings, for your interest, just your eyeballs. Four Nations was must-see TV.
It's been the biggest hockey event, like, I mean, I'd have to do some thinking, but it's in the running for biggest worldwide phenomenon in hockey of my life. I'm 40. Right?
And you're feeling it.
My back's aching today. From nothing at all.
Doctor says I need a backiotomy.
Just being old.
Yeah. So, I think that Mike's onto something. The NHL, TV revenue, ad dollars, attention is the number one asset. Like, you need to tell your teams to chill out. Like, let these guys play because it's the Olympics and it shines such a spotlight on their sport.
Shout out to Josh in Southeast Aurora. As I said, I have an uncle named Mike Jones. He just wrote in 281-330-8004. That's the phone number to hit Mike Jones up on the low. Nice work, Josh in Southeast Aurora. All right, let's check our X. What's on our timeline that we need to talk about? Well, we had something awesome happen last night in the College World Series. Is it still the hardest sports accomplishment to achieve? We're talking about a no-no. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Oh, it's one of our favorite segments of the entire day. We check our ex at 11:45. What's on the timeline? You got anything you want to throw our way and have us discuss it on the show? Well, he's at Cecil Lammy on Twitter. I'm at Joshua Dover. Send it our way. Your story makes the show. Your handle will get a shout out here on the air. Cease, the College World Series is underway. By the way, just for those of you that are into it, Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens were there last night, and they were enjoying Jell-O shots and college atmosphere and environment, and there's photos to be looked at, and they're fun to look at.
Is it me or does Paul Skeens always look so miserable when he's around Livy?
Oh, really?
Have you ever noticed that?
No.
It looks like he's like, oh my gosh.
I'm not doing a lot of looking at him, but
Kev, where are your eyes wandering there?
Well, after I see her, then I see him. I'm like, dude.
So you've seen her enough?
Cheer up, dude.
He should be pretty happy.
He should be really happy.
He does play for the Pirates, and that totally stinks. But you'll be out of Pittsburgh in 4 years or so, and you and Livy can go play for a real baseball team. But Arkansas was playing some baseball last night in the College World Series, and Gage Wood. Gage as a first name is interesting.
Gage.
He's the Arkansas pitcher who threw the third no-hitter in College World Series history.
Nice.
Cecil, it was the first in 65 years. He had 19 strikeouts in the no-no and the W, and it's always a fun conversation to debate this. I believe it's the answer. I don't even know what would come close, and we'd love to hear from you guys on the text line about that. I mean, a no-hitter is the hardest thing in sports to accomplish, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it has to
I don't
be.
even think it's close.
No. No is the most difficult thing because you would say, okay, what's on the list? Hat trick? We see plenty of hat tricks. No-nos.
Regular.
No-nos are tough. Basketball is what?
I think it used to be a triple-double. That's not that hard anymore.
No.
What about hitting for the cycle?
Yeah,
That's
that could
pretty
be up
tough
there
in
too,
baseball.
yeah.
This is weird because I don't think it's really a sport, but a 300 in bowling.
Okay. It's a skill.
Yeah, it's a skill.
Yeah. It's a skill, for sure.
Hole-in-one in golf. But again, that's more of a skill.
That's a skill.
Golf's
right.
not really a sport.
It's a skill, for sure. Is there anything for football? Like anything for football?
Perfect
passer rating? We
Yeah.
see that, though.
Yeah.
No-nos we just don't see. So, yeah, that's an amazing accomplishment.
I mean, it'd be like we've seen guys throw 7 touchdowns, but like one guy having 7 touchdowns, non-quarterback, that would be pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Probably never happening either.
No.
Yeah, a no-no is probably, I might go no-no, the cycle. I think it might be 2 baseball things the hardest to achieve in
No, I think
all
you're
of
right.
sports.
I think you're right. 1,000%. Tribe, let us know if you've got different ideas. 303-713-1043. It's at ramaslaw.com text line.
Well, and don't just be specific. Don't forget the perfect game.
Oh, right.
Then
Yeah.
the no-no.
Yeah. Perfect game at the top, no-no, cycle. No, you're right. Good call. Somebody
Just
would have texted that in.
schematics.
Yep, exactly. Oh, Millhouse just did it. Millhouse said perfect game or immaculate inning. Love that your name is Millhouse. I want to be friends with you, Millhouse. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's a perfect game is obviously the hardest to achieve. And we're not going to get many of those.
No.
All right, yeah. Let us know on the text line. What is the hardest sports accomplishment to achieve? And anybody out there, even at like the high school level, you ever throw a perfect game? All right, I got a couple things here real quick. I sent you guys this last night. Cease, you didn't respond. You didn't tell us who's shooting your free throws for you. On Twitter, at Nuggets Lead, just a fun Nuggets site to follow, they said your birth month has to hit 2 free throws to save your life. And then they go over Nuggets in every month. They ask, do you survive? January's Jamal Murray. Felt probably pretty good there.
Okay.
February's Bones Highland. Probably still feel pretty good, even though Bones is, an immature man. March is DeAndre Jordan. Sorry, Marchers. April is Danilo Gallinari.
Yeah.
That's Kev. Kev, you're pretty safe with Gallo.
I think I'm safe with Gallo.
Okay, so you're going to make it. May is Russell Westbrook. Ooh, stinks to be my little sister, Kara. June is Bol. That's hit or miss. I have no idea about June. July, that's my birthday month. It's Will Barton. So it's been nice knowing you guys.
You're done.
Yeah,
Right.
been real nice. August is Zeke Naji.
That's me.
Oh, you and I are both in some real trouble. Kevin's
We're
fine.
bad.
We're in some trouble.
Yeah, we're off the mark.
September, see you later, September babies. Mason Plumlee is shooting your free throws, and that guy doesn't even know what hand he shoots with. October is Allen Iverson. You're pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that Facundo Campazzo for November. It sure is. You'll probably be all right there. And then December is the Serbian basketball god that is Nikola Jokic. So I would say like March, May, July, August, and September, you guys are screwed.
You guys.
And we're in that group.
Yeah,
you
we're
and
in
I.
that group, so we're done. We're done.
Oh, Simmer is December. You get Joker. You are saved, John Simmer.
Wow.
So nice work.
Unless he was shooting in these playoffs, free throws.
Oh,
least-
good point.
bad.
Good
At
point,
least
Kev.
Simmer gets Joker, not these playoffs, because I bet he only gets one birthday gift combined with his
Oh.
Christmas gift.
Yep, thumbs
Yep,
up. You got to
yep.
combine it like birthday, Christmas stuff.
Yeah, I got a cousin that's born on Christmas, and that's always happens. But if you're just December, it's like, well, I got you the one thing. It's both. Hey, it's both. Sorry, Simmer.
Yeah, that's a tough break. Tough break right there. Cease. What's on the timeline?
Yeah, what's on the timeline is lots of stuff about Bo Nix and that year 2 conversation that I want to get back to. Also, Caleb Williams. This is a big conversation because he had said during, and this is from his father, and this is from ML Football, so I hope it's real.
Okay.
I sent this to you guys. In 7th grade, a girl asked out Caleb Williams, and Caleb told her, "I've got to train."
He's a busy man.
And Caleb's dad said, that brought a tear to my eye. Caleb Williams was not interested in girls as a kid.
A happy tear or a sad tear?
Probably a sad tear, I would imagine. When did you like the ladies? Because I was in kindergarten.
Wow.
And I was riding the bus, and there was a senior on our bus. Her name's Kim Elder. Beautiful, beautiful young lady.
You're in kindergarten?
Yeah. I went up to her, and I told her that I loved her.
Wow.
And I wrote her a note of I love you. And I was in kindergarten. And I get it, right? I get it.
Yeah.
Everyone has different things. And all of a sudden you're 12 and, now I like girls.
Yeah.
Not everybody. But I'm Latin, baby.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
And so at
It's in
5
your
years
blood.
old, because I started kindergarten early. I'm now 6-year-old here. At 5 years old, I went up to a 17-year-old senior or 18-year-old senior and went, yeah, I love you. Let's get married.
I love you.
Yeah. So the Caleb Williams thing. Now, I didn't have the design to play in the NFL or pretty much do much of anything except for marry Kim Elder.
Yeah.
Did not work. It was Morgan Freeman voice. Spoiler alert. It didn't work between the senior and the kindergartner. But I shot my shot.
Yeah,
I'm
well-
on the bus. She's right there. I'm like, hey, man, I love you.
Shoot or shoot. And eat your heart out, Kim Elder. Check out what you missed out on.
Yeah, so when was it for you?
I think it was, Kevin just said something on my mirror. What you just said I got married at what?
In kindergarten.
In kindergarten.
We had a little ceremony, and I was getting married.
See, I did something similar, but I think I was in 4th grade. And, man, I don't even remember the girl's last name. I wish I did, but her name was Emily something. And it was the same thing. Like, we walked up. We lived in a trailer, so did Emily, so families were just boom right there. And we walked up to this little tiny hill, the same thing. It's like, you're now pronounced a man and wife. And I'm like, dude, just got married to Emily, bro. And I was like obsessed with this Emily girl. So that was probably it for me, like 4th grade.
Okay, 4th
Although,
grade.
like, being a, Saturday morning cartoons, April from the Ninja Turtles made me feel a certain way. I just didn't know what that was then.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, oh, I like that yellow outfit she always wears. Stuff like that.
Yeah, and she never launders, always wears the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But April, yes.
So
yes.
you guys are getting early kindergarten for Kevin and Cecil.
Yeah.
We used to play catch 'em, kiss 'em in kindergarten, and I would run really fast when my cousins or maybe the girls that weren't so good looking. I don't want to be mean. And then if I'll shout out Lisa Searman. If Lisa was chasing me, I'd go real slow. Oh man, Lisa Searman caught me, and I got a kiss.
Dang it!
Cecil went from Michael Vick speed to Peyton Manning speed.
Can't even break the edge out there against Dallas.
Right, right.
No.
I mean, I guess it's a different time now, but yeah.
All right, I like that. Kindergarten just seems, you both had it, so I'm the strange one. But that just seems so young
But
to me.
I know there are some people who are like, yeah, I don't really care. And then you get to junior high and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. But what happened to cooties? Girls had cooties until I was in 4th grade.
Kim Elder didn't have any cooties,
Okay.
I'll tell you that.
Shout out Kim. I wonder what she's doing now.
You find her on Facebook.
Yeah, if you guys know Kim, let us know. I want to know what's going on in her life right now, today, Kim Elder. I mean, dude, she's got to be a little older.
Have you met
Have you met Kevin? All right, that's what's on our timeline as we check our X at 11:45 every day on the show. I want to get back to a conversation about Bo Nix. Are you worried about a sophomore slump for Bo? How do Bo and the Broncos avoid that in 2025? Find out coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can.
Kick it.
We appreciate you kicking it with us. It's lunchtime on a Tuesday.
Can I kick it?
Hope your work week's all right. Just a couple of days into this thing. Keep grinding, keep hustling, always going to pay off, and we appreciate you being a part of this show. We want to hear from you on all subjects that we're talking about. 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Save that thing in your phone and hit us up whenever you feel like it. We want to talk a little bit about Bo Nix and the sophomore slump that everybody here in Broncos country is hoping that Bo can avoid, that the Broncos are hoping Bo can avoid. And there are a few factors that go into avoiding said sophomore slump. We're going to go over them. It's a conversation that was on YouTube with Max Brown, did a nice breakdown of it, talking about second-year quarterback struggling, and well over 50% of second-year quarterbacks over the span of 15 years have been worse in year 2 than they were in year 1. So if we're looking at the 6 quarterbacks that were selected in round 1 last year, well, 4 of them are going to take a step back this year, while 2 of them either maintain or continue to improve and excel, like we watched Bo Nix do throughout his rookie year. Environment and coaches are the first one here, Cease.
Yeah.
Kind of what's around him.
Yeah.
And that's a big check for Bo Nix. It's what we've talked about. It's something that Bo said. He only talked the one time during OTAs, right? And it was the first week. And he said it during that first week. Hey, this is going to be the first time since I was 17 years old that I get a quarterback coach and a play caller to come back with me in consecutive seasons. And I would lean on you for this, Cecil. They're going to change a few things. There'll be some tweaks and changes, and terminology may change a bit, but like the blueprint, the foundation has already been poured, and Bo, Sean, and Davis are all on the same page.
Yeah, they're all on the same page, and they are ready to take it to the next step. They are ready to take the next step in terms of debuting the actual Sean Payton offense. Again, not only did we not see Bo Nix last year, because we didn't see Bo Nix last year. Point blank period. It was not Bo Nix. It was a rookie with one weapon.
Yeah.
Now you have Bo Nix, year 2, just playing football, not thinking about all the footwork, being able to slice you up pre-snap, and he's got J.K. Dobbins, and he's got R.J. Harvey, and Court's still there, and Evan Ingram's there, and Pat Bryant, and Marvin Mims, and Devon Vele, and Troy Franklin. You get the point?
Yeah.
But not only did we not see Bo Nix, we didn't see Sean Payton's offense. I'm not going to bore everyone with sale concepts, but the foundation of what Drew Brees did in New Orleans. Got another New Orleans story for you. Hey, George, have you heard me talk about sale concepts yet, George?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. The sale concepts weren't there. The counter plays weren't there. Anything that Sean Payton did in New Orleans, he couldn't really do because he didn't have the guys to do it. Now he does.
They literally didn't run counter plays.
Yes, so not only are we going to see Bo Nix, almost his debut, what this guy can do with a real team around him, we're going to see Sean Payton get back to what he does best. And that's tricking the defense, tripping up the defense, and attacking the defense at all levels of the field. And that's what Bo Nix can do.
So he's good there with environment and coaches. The examples given were like Mac Jones and Baker Mayfield. Mac got a defensive coordinator as his offensive coordinator, and Baker got a guy that had never called plays before, and that's ultimately what led to his departure there in Cleveland. And now look at what he's doing.
Right.
He is one of the top-tier quarterbacks in the entire NFL. I know he plays in a crappy division, and that's how they punched their ticket to the playoffs, but Baker isn't the problem there with the Buccaneers. Bo is going to be in good hands with Davis, in good hands with Sean Payton, and as we always talk about with Bo, the main thing's always the main thing. This dude is a football player first, second, and third, and there's no distractions around him. So that is going to play into the hand of Bo not having a sophomore slump. Another thing that was talked about was overhyping. And a guy kind of starting to feel themselves a little bit too early. I don't know that Bo Nix is ever going to be that guy, honestly. His dad's a football player. I think you've said this a couple times, Cecil, and it's something that it's not going to be the first thing you think of when you talk about Bo Nix, but it goes into who he is today, and I think who he will continue to be, especially as a successful quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
His struggles at Auburn, dude, that's the most humbling thing a young man can have. When that last name, Nix, meant what it meant in that community, and I mean, look, I think Bo would say this. He failed there, right? He certainly wasn't his father. And then you have to kind of pick up the pieces and go, oh, I got to fix it over here. So he was looked at as a bust early on.
Right.
There's still people in this business that don't believe he's going to be a successful quarterback now. There's no overhyping of Bo Nix, and I don't think he would smell his own you-know-what anyway if he had that in front of him.
No, he wouldn't do that because he knows how, well, this is going to kind of hurt. I feel like Martin Lawrence and Blue Streak. This is going to hurt a little bit. Fans will turn on you like that.
Oh, yeah.
Auburn fans, super excited about him, right? His dad's a legend. His dad was undefeated at Auburn. Legend. He shows up, fans excited, then they turn on him because Bo is struggling. Oregon fans, real good fans. Oregon Trail shout out. And he had great success there. But he knows that fandom can change. You start throwing, if he has a 3-interception game, which I don't think he will, but if he did, he'd probably hear some boo birds. And it doesn't mean Broncos fans are bad or whatever. It's just fans. You're mad. You're upset. And Bo's not going to ride the high, and he's not going to ride the low. He's going to know that there's a wave to this thing, and he's just going to be steady through that wave. I think being steady is one of his greatest assets, and it comes from the 61 starts in college, because his 61 starts in college and the amount of passing attempts that he had, the amount of struggles that he had at Auburn, how he basically had a coaching staff that didn't really put what they needed to around him. They had a wrong scheme around him. I've talked to people around that Auburn team that were like, we did Bo wrong. Like, Bo got the blame, but we did Bo wrong in terms of setting things up for him. Oregon, it was perfect for him, and that's why he had success. Sean Payton, what's the dirty secret in the NFL?
It's fit.
It's fit. These guys fit. So fitting together, moving forward, and also, if you were smelling your own stink, let's just say that. Not Mark Schlereth, but stink.
Yeah.
If you were smelling that, wouldn't Sean Payton put you in check? If you're getting a little big for your britches,
especially
wouldn't
this
Sean
soon.
Payton, you know, second-year quarterback, he's feeling it. Maybe he's got some commercials. Let's just put it this way. If a Josh Allen was with Sean Payton and not Sean McDermott, who I don't think is a very good head coach, and there's questions about him as a person, if you had Sean Payton with Josh Allen, wouldn't Josh be better? Because it'd be like, what are you doing going to these parties with Deion Dawkins? What are you doing with all these commercials? You haven't won anything. The Bills haven't won a damn thing. They haven't even got to the Super Bowl. At least Joe Burrow's gotten to a Super Bowl. But I think Sean Payton is that ultimate check. One, maybe he needs to check himself sometimes.
I was gonna say, if anybody's going to be celebrating, it's going to be me.
It's going to be me. I am the one. I discovered electricity. That's Sean Payton. So I think just having Sean there with him, and just Bo being the personality that Bo is. He's not going to get too high with the high, not going to get too low with the lows.
The other thing that was talked about in this video was being, now this was specific to Jaden Daniels, although Bo did make it to the playoffs, but we know how that movie ended and the Broncos pretty much got their butts whooped. He talked about how a young quarterback, and maybe this is something that Bo then, you know, let's say they start hot. Let's say they're 4-1 coming out of the gate. And maybe that one loss is the Chargers game. Right? And they beat the Bengals on Monday Night Football. Yep. They go to Philly and play at 11 a.m. and beat the defending Super Bowl champions. People will start to talk about Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos at 4-1. And then how do these young quarterbacks handle being hunted as opposed to the hunter with an unknown that you're even coming? Because that's who Jaden Daniels was a year ago. I know a lot of people had high expectations for the kid, but to take and carry your team to the NFC Championship, I don't know anybody that had those. So he was coming at you as the hunter, but you didn't even know he was there chasing you down. That's not the case for Jaden Daniels anymore. I would still say that Bo Nix is not the hunted. He's still the hunter. And you could probably say that about every one of those 6 quarterbacks outside of Jaden Daniels. But I think Bo achieves it sooner than Caleb Williams, sooner than Drake May, sooner than Michael Penix Jr., and definitely sooner than J.J. McCarthy. How does he handle it? I think it goes back to how we started this conversation. His mentals are never going to be the problem.
Yeah, the mentals are always going to be there, and he's not going to read his own press clippings, basically, and know that until he hoists the Lombardi Trophy, and even then, like one's not enough for Bo. And I don't think it's enough for Sean Payton. I don't think it's enough for Greg Penner. Like, the demand to have multiple championships is there. Now, the ability, it's questionable right now. Do they have the ability to get there? Okay, that's a great debate. We can have that conversation. But in terms of being okay with one ring, but you got to get there first. And they know they don't want to be the Baltimores, the Buffaloes, where you just, hey, we're really good, guys. What have you won? Nothing. Yeah, all right. And facing Kansas City, honestly, I can't stand the Chiefs. Can't stand anything about them. Respect the hell out of Pat Mahomes. But that's a team that in your own division, they're going to be the ultimate measuring stick because they are the guys that have been there. They've been the guys that have been keeping Buffalo from there, keeping Baltimore from there. And they're in your own neighborhood. So playing against those guys twice a year, even if they're not what they used to be or Travis Kelce 100 years old or whatever, I think that's a great test for the Broncos to have because that's a team that does have the skins on the wall.
Of the 6 quarterbacks that were selected last year, who am I forgetting here? Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix.
Caleb Williams?
Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I said Caleb. Caleb, Drake, Penix.
Jaden.
There we go. Duh.
He's hard to forget.
Yeah. That was just for Kevin right there. I mean, look, I don't know that Caleb Williams is going to come in and tear up the league now that Ben Johnson is in control. I think there's some adjustment period.
He's still a couple years away.
Still a couple years away. I think that's very fair. Drake May seems to be the flavor of the week, just so hot right now around the NFL. I think he's going to be good, but I still don't think the New England Patriots have the horses around him to really take the next step. And don't give me the Stephon Diggs nonsense. That's not the answer.
No.
There's questions about Bo's weapons, but at least there's 6 or 7 questions.
Right.
There's one in New England, and his name's Stephon Diggs, and we've seen that movie in the way it ends every single time. Michael Penix Jr., I like the kid. I think you like the kid. He has a couple potential weapons, but what is he going to do with it in year 2? And I think there's some fair questions about that coaching staff too. J.J. McCarthy, he has the best weapon, and I don't think anybody's going to pick him to be the guy that takes the biggest step in year number 2.
Right. So if we look at potential sophomore slums, it's really Jaden and Bo. Because Caleb has a new system, and it's pretty much...
That can avoid him, you mean?
Yeah. Or that will be potentially there. Because if Penix sophomore slumps, it's like, okay, what did he play? Half the year last year? Like, yeah, he's still learning.
That.
He's still growing. And I do believe in that Zach Robinson offense because it's a Shanahan system. And shout out Zach and Chatfield Chargers out there, as we all should be. But I look at those 2 quarterbacks as really the only ones that are have the capability of having a sophomore slump. Because Caleb, it's new. Because JJ, he's just getting to play. Because Penix played half his rookie season or whatever the number was. And if you want to throw in Drake May as flavor of the month, that's fine. Here's the problem with Drake May. Him. He's always been his own problem. He plays hero ball.
Why is everyone on his jock then?
Because he plays hero ball, has a big arm, and can run. That's it. People look at the physical skill set with Drake May, look at the mental side, and then look at the fit there. Okay? What is the mental side of a guy that's always played hero ball? Do those guys stop?
No.
Did Jay Cutler ever stop playing hero ball?
No.
That's what they do. So Drake May's biggest problem is Drake May.
Brett Favre made a nice career out of it, but there was still a bunch of boneheaded decisions made by Brett Favre being the hero.
Much to my chagrin, this ain't the 90s anymore, baby.
Yeah,
These defenses are much more sophisticated. Brett Favre didn't even know what a nickel defense was.
By the way, you know the 90s kid on Instagram that we know?
Yeah, he's our guy.
And he has like 3 million followers. He shared last night, there's like a 90s cruise coming up, and he's a huge 90s guy, obviously.
Right.
And he is like giving away trips to a 90s cruise. As soon as I thought, I was like, man, that might be fun for Cecil and I to go on.
Possibly us.
Like a 90s cruise. We're just playing Pogs the whole time. Freaking, you know what I mean?
You're wearing
overalls
JNCOs
with one down. Like
I would go more early 90s. I would wear parachute pants.
Okay.
Very comfortable.
What were the
Lots
other
of
ones?
zippers.
Zumbas?
Yeah, Zumbas.
Those were cool forever, too.
Yeah.
Dude, a 90s cruise?
Wear some flannel?
Yes. Listening to like Eminem's first album, a little bit of Crisscross. It'd be fun
Some
for
Pearl
us.
Jam.
Little Pearl Jam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got to get on that 90s cruise.
We got to hit up our guy, the 90s kid.
Got to get him on the show, too. Maybe we butter him up a little bit to get a free thing.
We can do the show on a boat, right?
Heck yeah, we can. They have internet.
They got internet.
That'd be sweet.
Neuralink or Satellink link, whatever.
Some sort of link. I do want to talk about what went down last night, but as I found out last segment, Kevin and Cecil found their love life way sooner than I did. Kindergarten for those guys. And now I'm learning that a lot of people were getting after it. My first kiss was in preschool, someone said. Preschool.
Okay.
In first grade, I asked Audrey Oxley to marry me.
There you go.
First grade. And then we also, from our buddy Nate, he says, April was so hot, pretty sure that's when I started digging redheads.
Yes, April O'Neil, everybody.
That's the last name. I couldn't think of it.
Yeah. Ask the comic book guy.
And
you have
then
any questions?
didn't her and Casey Jones have like a little thing on the side?
Yeah.
See, Casey Jones, I was always like, man, do I actually like him better than the Ninja Turtles? But I felt dirty.
I'm going to get a hockey stick and a mask.
Hell
Go out
yeah.
and fight crime.
Sounds awesome, dude. Yeah. Big Al says, Pogs and Jinko jeans? Hell no, I lived it once. So you don't know what you're missing then, Big Al. That's what that whole boat would be full of, is a little Pogs and Jinko jeans. All right, so we feel good that it's not a big problem or a big concern that Bo Nix may be having a sophomore slump. We've projected his numbers, and we're about 4,000 yards, a little bit north. We're still around 30, 35 touchdowns if you want to throw the rushing in there, and I think he still lives around 10, 12 interceptions. That's what Bo's going to do. That's not a sophomore slump. That's a slight step in the right direction.
It's a step in the right direction, and it's a step towards more postseason success, because that's where the eyes are for this team. And if there is some sort of struggling in year number 2, it can come with postseason success, much like C.J. Stroud. But based on the factors of why quarterbacks struggle, people throw around sophomore slump like it's just some sort of, everybody knows why there's sophomore slumps. No, it's coaching changes. It's believing your own hype. It's some sort of, a play caller situation. When you have the consistency that Bo Nix has had from last year to this year, that predicts potential success in year 2. Not a slump. Anything can happen. Anything's possible. KG said that. But what the fact of the matter is Bo Nix doesn't have the factors lining up against him to lead to that sophomore slump. Others do. And by others, I mean Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
He's gonna struggle this year, and I don't want anyone slandering the name of Jaden Daniels. We do not do that on this show, Kevin.
What do you mean by slump, though?
He'll have more interceptions. He'll probably have less rushing yards. He needs to. One, he's a little guy.
Well, he set a single-season rookie record for rushing yards.
Exactly. So he had damn near 1,000 yards on the ground. So he's got to cut that back.
I should have asked it better. His slump leads to the Commanders being...
His slump leads to the Commanders potentially English, potentially missing the playoffs.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, if Dak's healthy, don't the Cowboys they have to do something, right? I mean, they talk about it all the time.
I don't think
the Eagles are going to be top of that division. The Giants are going to stink.
Mm-hmm. I think the Cowboys will stink too.
And then if you look at the rest of the NFC, like the Commanders are going to be maybe in a squeeze that I don't feel the Broncos are in that squeeze.
But I think Minnesota's taking a step back. I don't believe in Dallas. I still think you're looking at Philly, Washington, Detroit. Like those are your top tier NFC teams.
Okay.
Maybe Washington's on the bottom of that list with Jaden taking a step back.
Okay. Well, we're going to see how it plays out, but we can't just say, and this goes for football and life, not everything's going to stay the same.
Exactly.
We think, the Commanders are always going to be there. No, they didn't do enough around Jaden. And their number one receiver is holding out. Not holding in, holding out.
And their number 2 receiver is Lil Portley. We all saw the video of Deebo Samuel.
Deebo is pretty portly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a situation to watch out for. The aging weapons around Jaden Daniels, they didn't do enough.
By the way, somebody wants us to know that it's Zubaz, not Zumbas. Zumbas is the fitness dance, and Zuba is the pants that you wear. We don't know, man. One letter off. Zumba, I believe that was... Kelsey did it every day while we were in Mexico.
Okay.
And I got dragged to it twice. Where like you're doing, let me make sure I get this right, Zumba in the ocean. And it's basically just a weird dance.
You did Zumba in the ocean?
Yeah.
Well, you can't see anything.
What do you mean?
Well, part of the Zumba is like the swinging my hips.
Well, no,
right?
the lady that was instructing us was on the beach.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
and she could really move. I was just trying to not embarrass myself mostly. And I'm sure that didn't work.
Okay. All right.
But, a couple morning mimosas, you'll get out there and do a little
I was going to
Zumba.
say, what's the inebriation level during the Zumba class?
2 or 3 mimosas for breakfast.
That's good. Put you in the right spot.
Get out there.
Right?
And then after, you're like, ooh, I actually do feel limber.
I can actually dance.
Back wouldn't hurt the way it did today if I did Zumba this morning. So it's my fault. I screwed this up. All right. We'll get back to the Broncos for sure. In fact, we're going to continue a Bo Nix conversation at 12:30 about something he's got in him that his teammates love to see. But last night, Cecil, we watched Game 5 of the NBA Finals, and Jalen Williams, Gilgeous-Alexander, they willed their team to a 3-2 series lead. They're now a game away from being world champions for the first time there as the Oklahoma City Thunder. And they're going to have one more on their home hardwood, which would be Game 7 if the Pacers can force it by winning Game 6 on Thursday night at their barn. But Tyrese Halliburton and his sore calf are going to be the topic of conversation over the next 48 hours. I mean, man, if he's not 100%, I don't see them winning this basketball game. He's got to be 100%. He cannot be 99%. The only way they survive with Hallie not being 100% is, Naismith scores 25.
Right.
Toppin comes in and scores 20. You got Miles Turner making more threes than he misses, and that's been a struggle the last couple of games. Last night, who was the best player on the Pacers? TJ McConnell, the 5'10" white guy that can't shoot? That's not going to get you too far when you're playing against a team like Oklahoma City.
Hey, got him to the NBA, so there you go.
Yeah. He tries hard.
We all wish we could be 5'10" white guys that can't shoot and make it to the NBA.
I wish I could.
That's most of us.
I wish I could rip TJ McConnell's heart out and give it to the Denver Nuggets and just say, hey, study this. He cares. I'd love to see that on your side.
Have you care as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then I'd show Jamal Murray highlights of Deebo Samuel run around fat routes. Maybe he needs some Zumba in the ocean, right?
He should. He should come and hang out with us.
Yeah, this series is pretty much over unless the extender comes in and the NBA gets 7 games. Just enough, buddy, enough. Especially if Halliburton can't go or isn't quite himself. And 99%, is he even going to be 80% with that injury? We don't know. We've seen it before. It's the NBA Finals. He said, if he's breathing, he's out there. I get it. I understand it. But if your body betrays you, you're not going to be able to perform. And he's the guy that they need more than anybody else.
Even though, when he first got hurt, he was limping and kind of favoring it as he walked back to the locker room. And then he sat on the bench into that second quarter longer than he normally would. Rick Carlisle finally brings him back in. And, I didn't see the limp. It's not like I was watching him every single second of the game. I didn't see the limp, but you certainly didn't see him. Heck, the best example is in the fourth quarter when he checks back in. And I know Alex Caruso is a good defender, but he got Alex dancing a little bit and didn't even try to get by him to get into the painted area. He was trying to get Alex on his heels so that he could pull up and shoot a 3. And if that's all Halliburton can do with a sore calf, that's not even close to enough to beat OKC.
Yeah, and once you know that, with that wave and wave and wave of talent and depth that you can bring in that defense that OKC plays, this thing looks like it's over.
Yeah. Big Al says, I'm a 5'10" white guy. I got no business on an NBA floor.
Wait a second. Why is he Big Al then?
Oh, yeah.
You know how Biggie Smalls, he had the tiny head? And it's like, well, wait a second. He's kind of Biggie Smalls. I don't know what it was about. But it's like, if you're Fat Joe, I never want to see Fat Joe lose weight because you're Fat Joe.
Yeah.
Right. You're not Fat Joe. So Big Al, if you're 5'10", I don't know. Unless he's big. So
maybe he's jacked like a tree.
Maybe, yeah.
Like he could rip our head off.
I just pissed him off.
Yeah.
Sorry, Big Al.
Yeah. If you got something to say, you come down here. Cecil's wearing a Grand Ole Opry t-shirt with a hat and glasses right now.
I'm wearing the same thing.
All right, we're off and rolling in our lunch hour, having a little fun. I mentioned us getting back to Bo Nix. Something Brandon Jones said. Safety for the Denver Broncos is going to get Broncos country fired up because Bo has something that Brandon requires his quarterback to have. You'll find out what it is coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nothing will kickstart your lawn better than a heavy application of Revive in the spring. Apply Revive water-saving fertilizer now for the greenest lawn you've ever had. Spread it or spray it. Use Revive. It works.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's pretty good, dude. Yeah, I can sing for Pearl Jam. I've got the hair, right?
Yeah, you do.
That's my hair.
That'd be a good karaoke night. Dress up like them and just sing the songs.
Except I drop F-bombs in it.
That makes songs better. F-bomb from time to time, nothing wrong with that, as long as there ain't no kids around. Dover and Cecil hanging out with you till 2 o'clock. The drive gets in at 2. They'll take over, and they're done at 6. We're not done at 6, though. Denver Sports Tonight will get you second shifters home. We're live. We're local. We tell the truth from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day right here on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. I want to talk about Bo Nix, and I want to talk about something that second-year Bronco, Brandon Jones, the safety, said about Bo Nix. Brandon Jones said, hey, when I play football, I want the guy on my team, the quarterback on my team, to have that dog in him, to know how good he is, to have complete control of the offense, be willing to kind of give it back to the defense when we get up in their face and talk a little bit of trash. And according to one Brandon Jones, who talked to Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, Cecil, that is exactly what Bo Nix does. Exactly who Bo Nix is.
Nice.
Brandon Jones said, quote, I've never wanted to be somewhere where a quarterback is shy or to himself. I think if a quarterback can show that dog mentality, it goes a long ways for me, and it keeps us battling. It keeps the competition super healthy and very competitive, and that's exactly what he sees out of Bo Nix, and that's exactly what you and I will be seeing in about 5 weeks from now when we sit down to do this radio show over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Yeah, I got that dog in him, and main quote from there, or an idea there, is just the idea, the mantra, the mindset of you're never going to back down. You're gonna talk a little junk, I'm going to talk a little junk. And I'm going to talk it with my play. Now, Bo will also, he'll chatter a little bit.
Sure.
And that's part of the fiery, competitive spirit that the best quarterbacks have. I've often said, shy doesn't get you stuff. So I've never wanted a quarterback. When people talk about QBs with egos, and it doesn't matter who the QB was, like when Cam Newton, oh my God, he's so egotistical. Yes. The name is quarterback.
Right.
The game is ego. And you must have one. I don't want Stuart Smalley as my quarterback because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. That's Mark Sanchez.
Yeah.
Mark Sanchez was that guy. Mark Sanchez any good?
No. He's okay on TV, but on football, not very good.
Yeah. Brady Quinn.
Handsome devil, but as a football player, absolutely terrible.
Now I'm done. Yeah. So I want that guy that is bit of not necessarily egomaniac, but definitely has that confidence, has that swagger that Bo Nix has.
Now Ryan Harris going to text me, stop talking bad about his boy Brady Quinn. Yeah, you want Bo to have that. Bo has that.
Yes.
It's something, and it's also something that, I mean, I don't know if I have the example. Baker was a little bit of that early on. I like to use the term athletic arrogance.
Yes.
And I think every professional athlete, it's a requirement that you have some athletic arrogance. I think there's a huge difference between athletic arrogance and just kind of being a cocky SOB. You know what I mean? And you got to walk that fine line. And
right.
I think most professional athletes are good at doing that. Can you step over the line from time to time? Sure. But can you check yourself or have people around you to check yourself before it becomes a problem? I don't even know if that's where Bo Nix is. I think he knows the athletic arrogance that he has is about his own ability and his ability, I guess, to understand what's asked of him by his head coach and Sean Payton in this case. So I think Bo has plenty of that athletic arrogance. It's just not something that comes off or oozes out and is perceived as smug. And I think some people can look at it that.
Well, I think that's a good way to put it as well, because smug means you're comfortable, right? Yeah. Bo Nix is always on the attack. Mm-hmm. I don't think Bo Nix is comfortable at all. I think he's comfortable in terms of like the system and the fit and all that kind of stuff. That's a different level of comfort. That's more confidence. But when you're smug, it's because you think you know better and you have the upper hand. Yeah. Bo's just wanting to attack you. And even if you're up, even if Bo is up, he's still going to want to attack you. Is Bo Nix ever going to let his foot off the gas?
No.
Not at all.
And you know what? His coach won't let him either.
My God, what a fit.
Right.
What a fit these two are. They're both a little bit of alohas. And that's okay. I got to clean it up for radio. And that's okay. I mean, when Bo Nix was that way to me at the Senior Bowl, I loved it.
I'm sure you did like it.
Mason and I talked about it because it was like, he didn't like my question about working from under center.
And that was before you had any idea that there was a little love affair forming between him and Sean Payton?
Exactly. Okay. Yep. Yes, it was at the Senior Bowl, so it was before the Combine, it was before his pro day, it was before his workout when Sean falls in love and then totally dupes everybody, mainly me, with the J.J. McCarthy thing. But like when Bo Nix didn't like that question, how confident are you from working under center? Because it was terrible at the Senior Bowl. I've talked about it plenty. He was awful. And he looks at me and goes, 100%, next question. Wow. And like glares at me. And I'm like, okay, young buck. But that's a good sign. That's a good sign of like, I'm going to stay confident. I know that you think that I'm not any good under center. And I know what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Bo wasn't having that. And I love that moment because it shows the sign of, you got to be a little bit of an aloha as a quarterback. Check that box.
Mm-hmm. Somebody just texted and says, dude, I thought Brady Quinn was going to be the one. I got his Broncos jersey somewhere in storage. That's all right, man. We all get got from time to time. Brady was supposed to be that kind of player. So we're confident in Bo Nix. Brandon Jones is very confident in Bo Nix. And look, at this point, if you're still a doubter of Bo Nix, just stay where you are because the bus is filling up over here on this side, the right side of Bo Nix. The other thing Nick Kosmider wrote about here, Cecil, is the Broncos' defensive line and how it could actually be better. And when I first saw it and was reading the piece, and Nick did a good job describing why he's writing this, but my first thought is, what do you mean better? It's 63 sacks a year ago.
Right.
Outstanding. Nick Benito had 2 touchdowns. PS2 had at least 1 touchdown, maybe 2 there as well as the defensive player of the year. And then I thought, you know what? Cecil's got something that they can be better at, and that's stopping the run. I would say Benito got better at that. Cooper is really good at it.
Yes.
But that's the one thing that Vance can get better at with his group. They can be better run stoppers from week 1 all the way through week 18. Because they had a few weeks where you're like, damn, that's a solid run defense. But then the following few weeks, you're like, ooh, there's some holes there.
Well, and the thing is if you could run the ball like the Colts did, if you had that capability like the Bills did, when you've got that running back, you could run against the Broncos last year.
Yeah.
I would say this year, and you're going to have a huge test against Saquon Barkley. And if we look at the first group of games, all right, Tennessee, no.
Yeah,
Cam Ward's going to be their main threat as a runner. And I love Tyjae Spears, but whatever. That's not going to happen. If you look at their next game against Indianapolis, there's Jonathan Taylor.
And it's only week 2, so he's probably not banged up yet.
Right. Now, the problem is it's probably Daniel Jones as starting quarterback, so stack the line, stuff the run, done. But Taylor's going to be a test. Week 3, that's the Chargers, and that's where you're going to have Najee Harris, a 4-time 1,000-yard rusher, and then you're going to have a Marion Hampton. So there's your test there. Week 4 is Cincinnati. That's Chase Brown. That's a different sort of test because he's like a speed and space back. He can play between the tackles, but he also can rip off some big plays, so there's a test. And then your final exam is Saquon Barkley.
That's the big test.
Yes.
That's what you've been studying up for.
By week 5, and not just that lone game, hey, Barkley got you. Okay, Barkley gets you. Not just that game, but we are going to have this team tested in different ways in their run defense in the first 5 weeks of the season with different style of running backs. So if Taylor gets you, okay, that's Jonathan Taylor. If Barkley gets you, okay, that's Barkley on the world champion team. So let's watch and monitor this situation, but that should be something that's, I'm not going to say drastically different, but it'll be markedly and noticeably different this year.
All
You
right.
will not be weak against the run against teams that can run on you.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point you made of like we could go back and highlight the games, and every single one of those teams has a featured running back that we would probably call top 10 in the NFL.
Yeah, that's called a stud. Hey, guys, they shut down Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if we go to the teams that could really run the ball, yeah, that's when your trouble spot comes up.
And you brought it up yesterday about the Jonathan Taylor drop.
Yeah.
I mean, how much differently do we feel about the Broncos' run defense today if he didn't do that last year?
Yeah, he drops that at the goal line. They don't win that game.
Oh, and they were dominating the Broncos' defensive line.
Yep.
Dominating. So it's got to be better. And if it's not, guess what? Vance Joseph's going to get fired over it. So they know what's on the line down there. They know what the pressure is. And VJ certainly knows what the pressure is. Hey, we've got some new news, an update on the latest when it comes to the Broncos' new stadium location. We're going to share it with you coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, what's the latest on the new Broncos Stadium and the location of? We got the news last week that the Broncos were making up LLCs. I shouldn't say making up, but creating LLCs.
Right.
And then using those to purchase 10 different pieces of property around the Burnham yard, and it's all linked to a new stadium. Well, the Denver Post had a report. Our buddy Jake Shapiro put it at denversports.com as well, that there's a new link to the Denver Broncos and that downtown site that's known as Burnham Yard for the location of the new stadium. The Post reported on Monday that it obtained confirmation from Denver Water, verifying documents showing the utilities meetings with the Broncos executives and city officials. The discussions have been ongoing for more than a year, involved Denver's Water's 36-acre campus, which is adjacent to the potential stadium site in the La Oma/Lincoln Park neighborhood right there. So they've bought up the property. Now they're talking to Denver Water, who is around said property as well, to figure out what's going to happen with that land. Does more need to be purchased by the Walton Penner Group? Can they work with what they got now? All of these questions, but the link is that's the location. They're not veering far off from that. Jake did mention, there were still talks and people are starting to find some conversations that had happened between the Broncos with officials in Lone Tree and in Aurora.
You know why they do that, right?
Leverage?
Yeah.
That's what I
mean, if it's one spot, my price just went up.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I have anything to do with anything that's in that spot, except I like Greg a lot, so I'd be like, Greg,
yeah,
give me an office there?
That's what I'm saying. I'll sell, but I have a title now.
Executive director of something such and such.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the thing. But yeah, that's why, like, there's still, it could still be Lone Tree. It could still be in Aurora. Like, no. Yeah, okay. That's leverage. It's a leverage play, which is smart. I mean, everything that they've done and everything that they do is smart.
It is.
Smart business people making smart business decisions. It's not a shocker. So, yeah, the 10 LLCs and trying to do this thing a little clandestine, the lid was going to be blown off at some point.
Yep.
The clandestine nature of this was going to be exposed at some point. It's exposed now, and we pretty much know where perhaps they'd like the new stadium and shopping center and bars and restaurants and everything. It's really going to be the spot, man.
It is.
It's going to be the spot.
I mean, you think about now the location, and I know, look, Broncos Country does a great job setting up tailgates, and you and I walk through that as we're going to our press box seats and all that, and it's an outstanding time. We've both been to games as fans and get the tailgate, and it's a great time.
Nothing better than walking by and someone like, hey!
I know.
Dover and Cecil, and then they give us like burritos.
Well, that's awesome. But what really hurts is like, hey, come on over and have a drink and a hot dog with us. And I'm like, I can't. I have to work in 2 minutes. And then I'll get my buddies. My buddy Kevin and Chris, shout out to him. That Chris texted me earlier. He said he was making out with chicks in first grade. They're always doing sweet tailgates, and I'm like, yeah, I can't. I have to go up there and watch the game in a fish tank and listen to some guy get the names wrong. But I don't want to complain about my job. I just would love to be drinking with you guys. But yeah, they're going to do it right. But even the area that it's currently at, it's not, first of all, they don't own all that.
Right.
So they can't spice it up, if you will, the way that they're going to spice this new thing up with. You're talking about like a shopping district and an entertainment district.
Right.
I'm going to have to imagine there'll be some sort of townhomes, apartments that are a part of this.
Yep.
To kind of make it all, the Walton Penner Broncos district, if you will.
Like apartments, condos. It'd be like the Round Table place that was over by Empower Field?
Oh, yeah, the hotel. Or it was a hotel for a second, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And then it became just apartments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always wanted to go in there and hang out on the roof and see what you could actually see.
Yeah. No, it was round.
Yeah.
It was a round apartment building.
It'd be pretty sweet. So that's the latest. It's looking like, hey, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And Cecil, you mentioned it, them getting this information. Dude, if you think about this, we're halfway through 2025. The clock's starting to tick a little bit here on these decisions that they need to make so that construction can actually begin at this location.
Yeah, and there'll be, groundbreaking ceremonies and ribbon cutting ceremonies and all that. Giant scissors break out the giant scissors, everybody. So, yeah, that's going to be coming, and then we're going to be having a more concrete plan of what things can and will look like in the future, and it'll be here before you know it.
All right, another thing in the NFL I wanted to chat about. You actually sent this our way, and there's a couple of things to take away from this clip. The Tyreek Hill clip of him being on just some random-ass podcast.
Some podcast, yeah.
That they didn't know who Terrell Davis was. That part was strange to me. But Tyreek Hill was on a podcast, and they just said, hey, who's your favorite all-time football player? And he goes, oh, you're going to be surprised. It's a running back, Terrell Davis. He said TD. And the two dudes were like, who's TD?
The one guy thought it was Terrell Owens.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
That's right. That's right.
Was that the 49ers receiver? Durr. What?
Were those kids 16 years old?
Know your history, man.
Especially when you're going to have Tyreek Hill on the podcast.
And it's not that long ago, honestly.
He was an MVP of the league in Super Bowl.
Right,
I did not know the guy.
If I say Ernest Biner,
right,
maybe those kids will be like, what?
Yeah.
Ernest Biner. If I say even Otis Armstrong. And my first jersey, this will take me back when I was asking the senior, Kim Elder, when I was in kindergarten, if she would marry me and that I loved her. I was rocking an Otis Armstrong jersey.
Nice, dude.
That was my first jersey, and I still have it to this day.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Nice.
So that number 24 for the Broncos. So if you say that, then these slappies aren't going to know. But you say Terrell Davis, Hall of Famer Terrell Davis.
And he's still on TV pretty much all the time.
Yeah, ridiculous.
So they didn't know. But that actually got me thinking a little bit of like, all right, I know Tyreek's a Dolphin now, but we have memories of Tyreek as a Chief.
Yeah.
And no, he's not saying this as a member of the Dolphins. But you know what I mean? Like, so your favorite player, he couldn't have said that when he was a Chief. That's like Shane Ray getting Chiefs tattoos all over his back while getting a paycheck from the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
It's just not a good look, my man. And it kind of got me to thinking of like, is there a player that you like, that I like, Kevin? If you have one, our tribe members out there, you tell us on the text line, 303-713-1043, that's on a rival team, but you actually secretly like. Because that's what TD was for Tyreek as a Chief.
Right,
like he couldn't say that there. Now he's a Dolphin. He's free and clear to say that stuff.
That you actually secretly like. Huh. Wow. I mean, there's good players on teams that we hate. Like Max Crosby's a great player.
Yeah.
The Raiders suck, whatever, but Max Crosby, a great player. And I love Ashton Genty. Like, I love him.
I like Max Crosby when he was talking crap before the pre-snap stuff. Like, I think that's fun.
I mean, I said earlier in today's show, like, we all respect Pat Mahomes for what he is as a quarterback, but secretly, like, love. Huh. That's got me wondering. Maybe Kev loves Jaden Daniels.
Ooh, is that what it is?
He doesn't want to tell us.
No. Yeah. I don't know. I can't be alone in this. I always liked Kobe Bryant. Always liked Kobe Bryant. And we're supposed to hate Kobe Bryant because he's on the Lakers.
Right.
And I hate the Lakers now.
Yes.
I hate LeBron now.
Yeah.
But, like, I loved Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
And I was always like, oh, man, I got to tell people that. They're going to hate me for that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, and back in the day, as a Knicks fan, like, I loved Michael Jordan. Like,
Oh,
openly
see,
loved
that's
Michael Jordan.
weird.
And that's very weird because he was
spanking that, you know what?
spanking that ass, dropping 55 at MSG. So dunking on Patrick Ewing and Charles Oakley and John Starks.
That's a
and
weird
everybody.
one for you because he was dominating.
But I mean,
you
he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kev, you got anything?
anyone?
I mean,
Or do you just love the Broncos all the time, no matter? Or did you love Peyton Manning when he wasn't a Bronco?
I love Peyton Manning when he was a Colt.
When he was spanking that ass.
Yeah.
How many times the Broncos run up to the Colts in the playoffs and then Peyton just ended them?
All of them.
Every time.
Every single time.
one.
Yeah.
I mean, I was trying to think of. I mean, I like Patrick Mahomes a lot just because of how creative and how cool that offense is to watch. I'm trying to think of a baseball one. I mean, I was cheering for the Yankees against the Dodgers in the World Series this past year. That's how I realized how much I hate the Dodgers. But I really like Clayton Kershaw.
Okay.
I don't know if that's. I mean,
Yeah, no,
I
that
guess we all
counts.
hate the Dodgers
Yeah,
a lot,
definitely.
but watching Clayton Kershaw pitch and his curveball that he has, it's so nasty.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
So
one because everybody hates the Dodgers.
Yeah, but there's something about Clayton Kershaw you gotta like about him. I don't know.
I kind of felt that way about Verlander on the Astros too. And obviously his wife has a little bit to do with that, but, you know, just like, I respect that guy's hustle. He's doing stuff right out there.
Is Paul Skeens the new Verlander?
Well, he's on such a crappy team that he doesn't matter as much. You know what I
I'm
mean?
just saying because he's got a hot girl friend.
Yeah. Once he gets out of Pittsburgh, he will be.
Okay.
Once he gets out of Pittsburgh. But right now, Pittsburgh's not even a real baseball team.
Okay.
So it's going to take some time. But he will be.
Okay.
He will be. A few of you guys on the text line, Marshawn Lynch, when he was with the Seahawks, supposed to hate him, absolutely loved him. Dude, 1, 2, 3, 4 different people are talking about LaDainian Tomlinson as a Charger.
Okay.
Supposed to hate him because he's a Charger.
Makes a lot of sense.
But respected who he was. I don't think anybody was feeling that way about Phillip Rivers, his time with the Chargers.
No, not at all. In fact, you mentioned yesterday we talked about Adam Rank from NFL.com. Him and I got in an argument at the Super Bowl one time. It was before TD was in the Hall of Fame because he's a Chargers guy.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
that's
you got to
right.
I can't say what I told him, but I was like, you gotta remove something from yourself of that's LaDainian Tomlinson. You got to realize how great TD was.
Yeah.
So yeah, you said he was my buddy. I'm like, I don't know if he remembers that dinner, which is questionable because we had something to drink. But like, yeah, no, I mean TD was the man, and maybe that's why Tyreek. I mean, you just grow up and you see that guy and you're like, this guy's amazing because he was unstoppable.
970 Brian, this is a current one. I absolutely hate the Dallas Stars, but I kind of like Jake Ottinger. That's exactly what we're talking about. Because everybody here is supposed to hate the Dallas Stars.
Right.
But you gotta respect who Jake Ottinger is as a goaltender.
At least it wasn't Matt Duchene.
Yeah. Nobody can like him. I'll block you myself from this text line if you send that in. All right, keep them coming. Who should you hate, but you kind of like? And even if it is a sports rival, let us know at 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. We have a little bit of an update on the Nuggets general manager search. And by a little bit of an update, we know one name that's out. We'll tell you who it is next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what is going on? Summer is here, right? The weather doesn't feel like it today, but I promise you it will tomorrow. And that means vacations, barbecues, beach days, long nights with the people that you love. It's the season to feel alive. But if your energy's off, down, testosterone isn't right, guess what you're not feeling? Alive. You got to go see my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because I felt all of that. Tired, not sleeping through the night, sex drive all but gone, gaining weight for no reason at all. And it's because of our T levels. As you start to get a little bit older, your testosterone starts to dip, about 2 to 3% every single year. So what do you do about it? You go to my friends at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You take their low T quiz. It's 10 questions. They're yes or no. It's going to take you 90 seconds. You want to call somebody? Talk to somebody in person? Here's the number. You ready? 720-440-7900. 5 locations for you to choose from. I promise you're within 20 minutes of one right now. First appointment includes your blood work, a conversation with the Colorado licensed medical provider, and if you agree to sign up for testosterone treatment that day, you get your first shot, pain-free by the way, and they don't charge you a penny. And you start to see results in about 12 to 14 days. I've done it. I still do it. It works. It's a game changer. Fellas, take advantage of RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com today.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything. Gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit Visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it?
All right, hour 4 starting right now. Quarter number 4 and our final hour before Zach By, Philip Lindsay, The Drive, come in here and take over at 2 o'clock. I mentioned, Cecil, we did get some Nuggets general manager news. I'm not quite sure it's the news everybody wanted or really anybody wanted. I know I didn't, because I think the guy that is not going to be around is smart and could help this front office get this team right back on track. The news that we got yesterday is that assistant general manager Tommy Balcetis is out. They are not going to renew his contract. He is someone I thought would be in consideration for the general manager job. I thought he would be somebody they'd at least interview.
He should have been.
And we would hear that, you know what I mean? Like, hey,
right.
The Nuggets have completed their interview with general manager candidate Tommy Balcetis.
It's easy. It's in-house. He's got a reputation.
He's got a good reputation.
Yeah.
He's got a great relationship with the players. He's a part of Tim's staff, part of Calvin's staff. Thought he might be in consideration. Like I said before, he's got his fingerprints all over this roster, had it all over the 2023 NBA championship roster. Smart, well-respected, and a guy that everybody is familiar with and can talk to. Now, that being the bad part, I don't like it. Don't like the move. But if I'm going to give the Cronkies a little bit of benefit of the doubt, I have a hard time doing that now as we get to 3 weeks removed.
Okay.
But if I'm going to give them a little bit of the doubt, being at June 17th, I would tell myself, and maybe it's me trying to convince myself, hey, maybe this isn't all bad. Maybe the fact that they are letting this contract expire means that there is real consideration of going outside the organization and hiring a general manager. That means not just handing it over to Ben Tinzer because he paid his dues, and I get all that, but it's just not the perception right now for the Denver Nuggets. You know why? Because that's what they've always done.
Right.
And the perception would be, oh, you're saving $1 to give Ben Tinzer a chance. And maybe that's unfair to Ben, but guess what? I don't give a damn. I'm not here to talk about Ben Tinzer's feelings.
Right.
I'm here to talk about the Denver Nuggets getting back to the dang championship and us having another parade in this city. So I'm kind of torn right in the middle of this, Cease. I like Tommy. I would have loved to have him at least get the opportunity to interview and kind of see what that looked like.
Right.
On the same side of that conversation, the other side of that conversation, I go, hey, maybe I can look at this as glass half full, that they're actually executing a real search.
But who is it with?
And why don't we know anything?
Exactly. That's the thing. Like, we can pretend, but I think that's all we're doing right now because we have zero information. Pretend?
Yeah.
We have no information to go off of to say, oh, well, they're looking at this. Now, there's rumors and rumblings that are swirling. But first and foremost, not keeping Tommy is another bad move for Josh. Josh Kroenke, another bad look. And you say, hey, everybody knows him. Well, if Josh is there, he doesn't know him.
Touche, dude. You're 100% right. Yeah.
Honestly, right? Hey,
Yeah.
everybody knows him. Everybody loves him.
Right.
Everyone that's around the building, that's not Josh. Another mistake from Josh Kroenke. Boy, he's racking those up. Supposed to be racking up championships, Josh, not mistakes. And this seems like a mistake. Now, the rumors and rumblings are that Bob Myers might be the guy that they're waiting for. And I've heard some things. You've got way more people about the Nuggets than I do, so please do some digging because that's already out there. There's some, in the hen house that is the media, there's the hen house of like, well, they're just waiting on Bob Myers. Okay, that sounds good. Sounds like a pipe dream. Pipe dreams can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Sean Payton was a pipe dream. Applauded the move by the Broncos. Thought Deion Sanders was a pipe dream.
Great points.
Applauded the moves by the Colorado Buffaloes. So Bob Myers, is that who? Are they waiting for the NBA Finals to be done? Which will probably be Game 6. But, like, is that the case and then they can grab Bob Myers? Is that what they're waiting on? Then does this make this Tommy move, which is a 10 out of 10 in terms of bad moves? 10. If they get a Bob Myers, does that make this move sting, but also maybe like it's a 3 now instead of a 10?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm right down the middle on this because I applaud the idea, if that's what this is, of actually having a search outside the four walls that are Ball Arena. But this losing smart men with a good basketball IQ,
right,
I think is a bad business move for the Denver Nuggets. I would say that about any NBA franchise.
Right.
They had a guy like Tommy up there and just said, you know what? You've served
and
your
a guy
time.
that wants to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is he good, was he a key piece in finding Nikola Jokic? I know Tim Conley gets a lot of credit for that, which he should.
He should. He had the GM title at the time.
But Tommy was a guy that maybe alerted Tim to it. At least that's what I know, and I know you know more. But it's like
you're pretty close there.
If that's the case, if that's the case, I mean, you're the guy that finds Nikola Jokic. You've got a lifetime job. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're the guy, the first in the building that was like, there's something here, you have a lifetime job. So, again, Josh Kroenke, what? Why? What? Bad move. Bad look, bro. Maybe if you were around a little bit more, not having press conferences apologizing of why you're gone all the time. And I can't wait to hear the spin doctors on this one. I can't wait to hear the team-friendly media that has to blow bubbles at Josh Kroenke because he signs their checks. I can't wait to hear the excuses because this type of move, it's a smart basketball guy that wants to be here that was part of finding Nikola Jokic. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not here?
And somebody's going to be very lucky, fortunate to land Tommy in their front office.
Okay, Tim hire him? Did you just make Minnesota better?
I think he ends up in Minnesota or Washington. He's got buddies in Washington too.
Okay, all right. Washington less so, but like you want to make Minnesota better? That's a team that took a step back this year. That's a team that you could have beaten this year when they beat you last year.
Mm-hmm.
And now if Tommy goes up to Minnesota with Tim, that's problems, Mac.
And by the way, you just want to no GM for the Nuggets on June 17th.
Right.
The draft is in 8 days.
Jeez,
8 days.
Louise.
The Indiana Pacers, who are playing in the NBA Finals, they have a game at their barn on Thursday night. Made a trade today. The Pacers traded their 23rd pick and the rights to Mojave King to the Pelicans for Indiana's own 26th pick. So a team that's in the finals, that are currently still playing basketball and is 2 wins away from the world championship, their general manager's active because the draft is in 8 days. Now, I know the Nuggets don't have a pick, but you know when deals get done? Right now in draft night.
Yep.
And the Nuggets can't even be inside the conversations because they haven't hired anybody, and we're coming up on 3 weeks with radio silence.
My God.
It's getting to be pathetic at this point.
This is even worse. It's worse now. We talked about yesterday the Grizzlies Magic deal, right? Like you can't do anything. The Kevin Durant thing. They're talking about how the Spurs deal's already done with KD, but then wait a second, what about the Knicks? But then they're out on KD, but he's not even at a, like, all this stuff's going on. You could be a part of that. And the damn excuse, and I already know what the spin doctors are going to say. I already know. And it's going to sound terrible because that's what it is. It's terrible. And it's going to be this. Well, I mean, you just no picks, no money, guys. No picks, no money. Josh signs my check. No picks, no money. That's what it is, guys. Don't believe the Kev. Don't believe the BS.
Don't believe the mouthpieces.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mouth breathers.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, sorry for yelling.
No, I like when you yell. If we get any new information, we'll certainly pass it along. You and the tribe will know it first. So keep it locked right here. All right, let's get back to a Broncos conversation, Cecil. If the trade is going to go down, we kind of hinted at the idea of Courtland Sutton being unhappy and requesting a trade. Nobody's rooting for that. But if a trade's going to go down, are we sure it's with the wide receiver? What about the running back room? How about a crowded cornerback room? Where would the Broncos look to gain assets if they're okay with losing a player? That conversation's coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, summertime is here. And that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalty is huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, are we making any trades this summer? Or is the Broncos roster pretty much what it's going to be? Now, everybody's curious about the Courtland Sutton contract extension. Will it come? Won't it come? And how will his camp and him as the player handle a contract not coming? There's still 5 weeks to figure that out.
Right.
And I think you and I feel pretty confident that if they're going to give one out, that's the one that they're going to give. Would they make him wait towards the end of the season? That's the whole conversation we're going to have this offseason. But I want to talk about if a trade does come. You and I got into it yesterday. If Courtland's camp actually makes that suggestion or request, how would George Payton handle it? How would Sean Payton handle it as a guy that's going to have to answer the questions about it to the media folks like you and me? And we said it's not in the team's best interest to trade Courtland Sutton right now. It's probably just best to give him a 2-year contract with the guaranteed money, and then at age 31, you can tell Courtland Sutton, thank you for the time served. You've been a really solid Bronco. See you later.
Right.
But
that's just business.
Yeah, it's just business. You're on the wrong side of 30, man. And look, if you want to hang around and play for a minimum deal or a lower deal, I'm sure they'd entertain the idea. But our friend Will Peterson wrote about something at DenverSports.com today. He wrote about the crowded running back room. His suggestion was to trade Audric Estime and trade him before you just have to waive him or cut him at the end of training camp. He's a 5th-round pick. What are you exactly going to get for Audric Estime? And keep in mind, this is something that even Will wrote about at DenverSports.com, is that, hey, if you're looking to trade a guy who rushed for 310 yards on 76 carries and had as many fumbles as touchdowns, which is 2, what exactly are you going to expect to get back?
Right.
I think you said it earlier. You probably don't even get the 5th-round pick that you wasted on the guy.
No, I don't think you would get much of anything except laughter.
It's laughter on the other end and then a dial tone.
I mean, even if you're Howie Roseman and you're addicted to trades, because Howie Roseman, who I love, is totally addicted to trading. And he just wants to shake things up with the practice squad running backs. I mean, Again, this is not personal, but Audric Estime is a practice squad back if he's even in the league. What has he done? And I know a lot of fans give him credit, and I remember at Notre Dame. That's fine. If he was playing some welding school in the NFL, I'd say start Audric Estime. But there's no directional welding school that's playing in the National Football League. It's a step up, way up. Way up.
So you're not going to get a ton in return.
You're not going to get anything.
For Audric Estime.
You're going to get zero.
I mean,
what you get in return is zero.
If we looked at the running back room as a whole, and RJ and JK aren't in the conversation, so they don't count.
Okay, right.
I don't think you're getting anything from anybody in that running back room.
Anybody, buddy.
What's Jaleel McLaughlin going to yield you back? A fifth at best? We just said Audric Estime's not. Nobody's giving up a draft pick for Blake Watson because they didn't use it to pick him. And then who am I missing here? Tyler Bidet?
Tyler Bidet.
I'm not sure anybody's giving up a seventh for him either.
No. I mean, you have guys that can fit within Sean Payton's system, and Blake Watson was the kind of guy you want to protect. Remember, he made the 53. He made the 53 last year.
That's right.
And then during the
That's
year,
right.
because you get later in the year, and then guys kind of forget about players that they liked. And remember, they paid Blake Watson a whole lot of money for a UDFA. So the vision for Blake Watson, who, by the way, is hurt again because he had missed mandatory minicamp. Like, dude, come on. Come on, dude. Last year, he was hurt at the start of training camp.
Yeah.
That's why he couldn't do anything, and he still made the 53. That was them trying to protect their interest in Blake Watson. They're not going to do that this year. If he's out there for half a training camp or whatever, plays in a preseason game, even if he looks good in a preseason game, they're going to cut Blake Watson if everybody else is healthy. Your three running backs are R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, Jaleel McLaughlin, period. It's not even a conversation. Audric Estime doesn't make this team. So we have to look at this room and say, yeah, you would look at it and say, all right, Tyler Bidet cut, back on the practice squad. Blake Watson cut, maybe not back on the practice squad. Audric Estime cut, and I don't know.
See, I'm interested in Tyler Bidet being back on the practice squad because I have zero. I mean, look, from where I'm sitting, and if I were making the decisions down there on depth chart and roster movement, Jaleel McLaughlin's not on my team. I'm done with Jaleel McLaughlin. I know how the movie ends. I know he's got some speed to the outside, but it's just not enough. And I would look at it as, all right, JK and RJ are 1A, 1B, and however you want to describe it, it's JK first, then RJ at some point may take over that 1A role. I would honestly, Cecil, when it comes down to cut down day and teams are getting down to that 53, depending on what were to happen, I might waive both Jaleel and Audric Estime. I'd stash Blake Watson, I'd stash Tyler Bidet, and then I'd go do some digging around the waiver wire to see what teams that are running back heavy had to make a tough decision, and I'd bring that person in to compete.
Yeah, I think your running back room is incomplete. That's the best way to say what you had just said, is that right now it is this group of players, but what is it come September 10th? Is it this group of players? No. So who's here and who's gone? And who's here that isn't here right now? There is a back that could be on the Broncos roster, even 53-man roster, that isn't here right now. But you're not acquiring him via trade. You're acquiring him via somebody cut Taj Brooks, Bengals, because that's his team, the 6th-round pick from Texas Tech, who's a huge back and also a good receiver.
And you really liked him coming in the draft.
He's better than Audric Estime. I mean, seriously, Audric Estime is not a good receiver.
Yeah.
And he's not a power back because he doesn't run with power. What does he do except fumble? Seriously.
That's all
what
he's
does he
done
do
so
except
far.
fumble?
Yeah.
Hey,
that and have pictures in his locker that people like talking about.
Yes, that he loves Jerome Bettis and Barry Sanders and he wants to be more like Bettis and less like Sanders. You're not either one, man. And listen, it's a cold game. It's a brutal business. I understand fans like Audric Estime, but I just don't get the love affair. I don't see the skill set. And he could totally prove me wrong, and he's in the Hall of Fame one day. Or he's cut this summer and may be on the practice squad.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, man, how it shakes out. And I think you're right. Incomplete. That's the word that we're going to use moving forward when it comes to the running back room. Because we know what they're top heavy with the two that we like in
Yeah,
JK and RJ.
for sure.
But that can't be all they have for an 18-game regular season, especially. I know Bo Lowry's down there, and everybody loves him some Bo, but especially given the J.K. Dobbins injury history.
Yes.
So it can't be just those two moving forward. Broncos country, you tell us how you feel on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout-out on the show. Who's the running back you want? 303-713-1043. All right, Cecil, I want to talk about something that Gabe Landeskog's going to do coming up in 2026. Our man Zach Bye wasn't a big fan of it. We'll get to that. Plus, we've got an update on Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton and his calf ahead of game number 6. We'll give you that next, too.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Steak here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekends so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here. Because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to Soda, just amazing.
I started on Soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings. Stunning results. Only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Ey, pero no hay boda. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias.
I know, your timing's so good.
Muchas
Mine's
novias,
terrible.
hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Me la voy a llevar a todas con VIP, con VIP.
Hey, right here, selfie. Say cheese.
Yes!
Nailed it. You got it.
We've done our job for the day.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Dover and Cecil hanging out for another 30 minutes or so. Zach By, Philip Wins, the Drive's getting in here today at 2, and they will get you home. We're going to talk about something Zach By had to say. Did ZB have a little hot take with this yesterday? Talking about Gabe Landeskog. Well, it is Hot Take Tuesday for those boys, presented by Papa Murphy's. We got a little Papa Murphy's here in studio, Cease. It's Tuesday, and Tuesdays only at Papa Murphy's. You get any large pizza for just $10.99. You're not going to beat that price anywhere. It's a great value for a scrumptious pizza. Order online now at papamurphys.com and avoid that wait. So did ZB, did he come off the top rope with it with one of his hot takes early in his Gabe Landeskog conversation yesterday? And like I said, ZB's our guy. It's our bro right there.
Right.
And I understand why he's saying this. I just completely disagree with it. Zach's thoughts on Gabe Landeskog playing for his home country in the 2026 Olympics were interesting. So Marty Netjes, Cale, Nate, and Gabe were all elected as the first 6 of each country to represent their country in 2026 Olympics. It's going to be a 3-week break. The NHLers are going back. It's a big deal for the hockey world. And Gabe Landeskog, well, we know the journey, the battle that he just went through to just get back and play in the postseason for the Colorado Avalanche. And he looked to be, the Gabe that we all knew and fell in love with as the captain. But Zach said he'd be hesitant to want him to play in the Olympics. Said, in fact, if he got to choose or would encourage, it would be for him to not do that and take those 3 weeks off to rest, recover, rehab any kind of injuries you may have sustained throughout the long NHL season, and then get ready to make a giant push for the Colorado Avalanche. And look, as he described it, I'm listening, I'm like, yeah, good point, totally get it. And then he got done, and I'm talking to myself in my own vehicle, and I'm like, good points on everything. Completely disagree with what you just said. It's the Olympics. It's your home country. Gabe has fought back so hard to be able to live, what is somewhat of a normal hockey life and be a somewhat of a normal hockey player. That includes getting the honor, and let's not get that twisted, Cecil. That's exactly what it is. The honor to get the right to represent your country at whatever it is you do at the highest level. In this case, it's hockey for Gabe. Oh, and by the way, if you watched any of the, Clean Sheet, his documentary, how many times did he talk about his kids in that thing?
Right.
How many times did he say, half of this battle is for my children? To let them know, these are his words, when you start something, you finish it. And I started a rehab and recovery process, and I'm going to finish it as a hockey player. I think they've got to see that part of it. They're going to get to see a lot of that next year, knock on wood, right, that he stays healthy and plays for the Avalanche. But, man, you're a father, Cecil. Would representing your country, playing the sport that you play and work so hard to get to play, is that not the biggest example of, hey, kids, work hard, work ethic, and you can literally achieve anything.
And you can do anything. It's playing in the Olympics. He's going to play in the Olympics. That's what's going to happen. If someone from the team, and we can debate on who that would actually be, if someone says, hey, you can't play in the Olympics, I'm going to say get bent, and I'm playing anyway. Now, would there be a suggestion? Listen, and I'm not saying ZB was doing this because, of course, he wouldn't do this, but we got to stop pretending like Gabe's some dummy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He spent 3 years working his ass off to get back to the ice. He talked about it when I was up in Loveland and saw him with the Colorado Eagles on his road to recovery of like, this is about showing his kids that he's the real good hockey player.
Mm-hmm.
Playing to represent his country is what he's going to do. Now, does there need to be a conversation of like, you're going to take it easy, right? No, again, Gabe, I'm not a dummy. Gabe is not a dummy. He's not going to be out there doing things that will sabotage his regular season and postseason with the Colorado Avalanche. He's not going to do that. Now, can injury happen? Yes.
Sure.
He could cross the street, step off the curb wrong, and then, ankle injury. And we got to stop pretending that.
I mean, dude, he lost the cartilage in his knee because of his teammate's skate. He had the most strange injury of all time already.
Is absolute freakish injury. So if there's any sort of like injury luck, if that's a thing, then I think it's on his side. So you're not going to tell him you can't play in the Olympics. That's preposterous. That's not going to happen. You're not even going to have the conversation of like, you're going to take it easy, right? Because you're already going to be doing that. And I do believe in our buddy Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports. Shout out Jesse. Shout out Gorilla. Love those guys.
Did you see Jesse trying to dunk a basketball, by the way, on the internet?
No, I didn't.
We love Jesse. I've known Jesse for a long time. It might have been the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. First of all, he was in sandals, and he was like legitimately trying to jump.
Okay.
And you just got to see it. It's hilarious.
That's how you roll your ankle, Jesse.
Yeah, dude.
I know. I saw BK at the Safeway in Roxborough. He was timing himself on how long it took to go get his milk or whatever.
I love that. I do that too.
His kids were in the car, and they're like, I bet you can't do it in 30 seconds or whatever.
Awesome, BK.
And so
Hell yeah.
I thought he was just being rude because like, go. And I'm like, huh? He's like, my kids are timing me.
He's trying to set a personal record for the Cristal family.
Just get your damn snowblower fixed in case I need to borrow it. But either way, when Jesse Montano on Gorilla Sports says there's going to be a minutes restriction coming, that's for the regular season, and that's for the Olympics as well. You don't have to have this conversation with Gabe. You can't tell him he can't play. That's impossible. And if you do, you're a big jerk. And then you don't need to tell him, are you going to have a minutes restriction? Because you're going to have one yourself as the Avs. It's not like he's going to go to the Olympics to play all the time.
Yeah. He'll be 34 when they play in the Olympics. It might. Now, this isn't his role right now with the Avalanche, but I could see it evolving into that in his final couple years on this contract. Isn't his Olympic role like, hey, you're going to get every third shift, but you're going to be the guy that says something in the locker room in intermission. You're going to be the guy that says something before the game when we're up against it, against the team that's supposed to eliminate us from not playoff, but Olympic competition. That's kind of what the role is for Gabe. We're talking about 2 years from right now.
Right.
So it's not this huge... hey, he's going to go and be the savior and the reason that they win a gold medal. I don't think that's what this is being looked at. So
well, and I also love the conversation Mike Evans had on the morning show of if you're the NHL and you saw the success of the Four Nations tournament and what it did to shine a spotlight on your sport, you're going to go to the owners and you're going to say, you know what? Let your guys play. I know you're concerned about injuries. I know in the Four Nations players got hurt, but no, let your guys play. It's good for the sport. And I think overall on a sport that, what do we say, WNBA? Didn't Caitlin Clark's last game?
It beat
It
Zach
beat
was
the
telling
Stanley
us
Cup.
It beat Stanley Cup.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It was Caitlin and Me Bounds, but that's the
Right.
battle.
She's
everybody
looking
wants
for the
See that?
trademark on
Yeah.
that. Oh my god.
That's actually smart on her part.
It's like Pat Riley with 3-peat. Now
Yeah.
I just owe him a quarter.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you owe Angel Reese a
Yeah,
quarter for
exactly.
saying me bounce. So do I now. Either way, if your sport is getting beat out by a very intriguing WNBA matchup, your sport has problems. You can solve some of those problems by having a larger audience and more of a spotlight if the Olympics are as exciting as Four Nations was.
It feels like hockey has a chance to, I mean, heck, even with what we're watching in the NBA finals right now, doesn't hockey have a chance to take the biggest leap it's taken as a sport in
Last
50
time
years?
they did that, there was a time, and I think it was when the Knicks went to the NBA finals. So baseball was on strike, basketball was on strike. Hockey had a chance to kind of take over, and then they were on Outdoor Life Network. Hockey's done this before.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a larger conversation, and hockey fan, don't at me, bro, but do they want to be big?
Yeah.
Or do they like being the little brother of sports? And, oh, you guys, you're just shaking your fists. Hockey fans don't like casual hockey fans. And I'm here to tell you, the key to your sport growing is the casual fan.
Accept everybody.
Because that's what a majority of fans are.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL is king, and there's probably, in fantasy football and certainly gambling, stupid gambling, change that, okay? But what's the percentage of NFL fans that are football, diehards? It's, 30%, but it's 70% casual.
Yeah.
You have to capture the casual fan, and just my observations, and I could totally be wrong, hockey doesn't want to do that.
Mm-mm. It's easy to live life without expectation, right?
Good luck having Caitlin Clark kick your ass in the ratings.
It does feel like there's something there for hockey to take. Will they do it? And how much will the 2026 Olympics be a part of it? But I say, Gabe, you go represent Sweden and you play your little heart out and then get smoked by Team USA. That's what I'm rooting for in the 2026 Olympics. So, ZB, I like the hot take and crush some Papa Murphys on your way into the building here. Let's get to that update on Tyrese Halliburton. What's the Pacers star dealing with ahead of an elimination game on his home hardwood on Thursday night? We've got an update, and we'll share it with you next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Big stars breaking out through the indigo. Shitty wind coming in stereo. Tail lights disappearing about a mile or so down the county road.
I like this one, Kev.
Some Florida Georgia Line.
Okay. Well, FGL.
I miss FGL.
Yeah, they went solo, right?
Yeah. Long story.
I actually heard one of them was on, maybe one of them was on Theo's podcast, Theo Vaughn.
Oh, really?
And he kind of got into all the stuff.
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear it too?
And then he didn't want to get into it or whatever,
He
right?
was dancing around it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, dude, we get it. You wanted all the money and girls. You guys broke up. That's how it works in bands, right?
I think you go into it knowing that.
Yeah. Like, we're going to break up over money and
So now
girls.
that we said Theo, we got to play some Theo because, God.
I mean, you can't get enough of Theo Vaughn, right?
It is what it is, baby. That's love. Thank you for calling, man. Praise God.
Oh, we got to take some calls just so we can play that after.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, that's
Praise
gonna
God.
be a good one right there. Yeah, we're always happy to be here and play some Theo.
Man, you were just so excited and fired up.
I was Kevin and Cecil in kindergarten trying to marry girls. That was a big theme of the day today as well.
Yeah. So when did you, because Caleb Williams, according to his father, didn't like girls and was asked out by a 7th grade dance or something. It was like, I got to train in 7th grade. So, hey, he was #1 pick. He made it. He made it. All right. But it made his dad upset, and I was like, 7th grade, and now I didn't have designs of playing in the NFL, although we all dream about that, right? But I was in kindergarten, and I asked a senior that rode my bus, Kim Elder, if she would marry me because I loved her. Because I'm a kindergartner, and I have game. So that was, that was my start to things. And I think she might have gave me a peck on the cheek.
Oh,
if
really?
I remember. Yeah. Oh, dude.
The
game.
Yeah. You're like freaking young Jeezy. You can't tell me nothing after that.
I
dude.
didn't wash that cheek. Still haven't washed that cheek.
Kev, you didn't get a little kiss on the cheek, did you?
No, see, I called a timeout before we said I do.
What do you mean?
Wait, you didn't leave her at the altar, did you?
Hold on.
Technically, yeah.
What'd you have to do?
Whoa.
Well, you say I do and you kiss.
Yeah.
But before I said I do, got on one knee and called a timeout like John Elway would do. Because I was obsessed
Love
at
that,
5 years old with John Elway. So I was like, no, I can't do it. Timeout. So I backed out.
Wow.
She wanted half my money. I
Pearl-
said, nope.
You said no.
All $1.50.
Yeah, that's mine right there. And yeah, for me it was 4th grade, so these guys got a head start on me, but that's all good. It's all good. You got any final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? You can send them to the RamosLaw.com text line. It's 303-713-1043. We'll talk about what we're watching tonight, how we feel about the Panthers with the chance to close out in the Stanley Cup final and go back-to-back as Stanley Cup champions. We'll do that in a minute, but we do have an update on Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton coming from Shams. Shams shares that Indiana Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton is believed to have suffered a strained right calf and will undergo an MRI to determine the severity of the strain, sources tell ESPN. So I will say this, if they're calling it a strain, that'll be the one where there's like grades of them, and that's how severe it is or is not. Look, I said earlier, there was no real limp. He didn't have that same, that charge downhill that he did in the previous series and really the entire postseason run here. But it didn't look like he was in, it's not my calf, but it didn't look like he was in major pain last night, even in the limited minutes he was playing.
Yeah, and not like he was in major pain and he already said, hey, if I can walk, I'm going to play. Well, he's probably going to be able to walk, and he's probably going to be able to play, but at what level can he play at with this sort of injury? We said earlier he needs to be 90%, in order to be effective. 75%?
That's not good enough.
65%? Where are we at with this injury? And it's bad timing. It's bad timing for the Pacers. Maybe the extender won't even be able to extend this thing because without Tyrese, you need so many players to be almost perfect in what you do. And OKC can bring the waves and waves and waves of depth. So it's not like you can wear down their starting 5. That doesn't happen with the Thunder. So the Pacers are, they're up against the wall now, man.
I mean, think about this. If he's on the floor simply because he can walk, who the hell is he going to guard? Because that OKC team is full of 5 scorers every single time they're on the scorers that he would be guarding, every single time they're out on the floor. Who do you hide Tyrese Halliburton on the defensive side? I mean, even Alex Caruso is going to cook him. So it becomes a very slippery slope. But if you're Rick Carlisle, what are you supposed to do? I mean, we just watched the Denver Nuggets do the same thing. Aaron Gordon was dealing with the hamstring, and Michael had the shoulder injury. But they tried to play through it, and you think Aaron Gordon was even 70%?
Right.
Heck no.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's looking like this thing's going to be over coming up tomorrow, Thursday night.
Thursday night could be over, and then will the Nuggets hire a God-blessed GM? For the love of all things that are holy.
We are a week away from the draft tomorrow.
If you're waiting for Bob Myers, then Friday he better be hired.
Oh, that's when and that's the other thing. I don't think they need to wait to interview him just because he's working at ESPN. Last time I checked, Josh has got himself a private jet that he can gas up and get on anytime he wants.
You sure it's not parked in London?
Oh, fair question. I don't know. We could track that in number.
Yeah.
I always feel weird doing that.
I was going to say, isn't that weird?
Yeah. I'm not a journalist. That's like a journalist.
I'll do it. Do you have it? I'll search it up right now.
Okay. Where in the world is Kroenke's private jet?
Someone tell me.
Okay.
Well, I might be able to send you some information later.
All right. Well,
I mean, do you remember in 2012 we tracked Peyton Manning's planes?
Yeah.
And that was a little creepy, honestly.
Mike Kliss hiding in a dumpster at Centennial Airport. I remember that.
Well,
yeah.
with was it Jim? It was Jim Harbaugh waiting in the other parking lot with binoculars just to try to read their lips and see what they were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we need to look at this and go, all right, and if the rumors and the rumblings of the hen house that is the Denver media and the spin, because you know the spin is strong with this one. Star Wars reference you won't get. That's
the force, right? They say
yes. So that's all they're gonna say. Well, I mean, they took their time and they got it right, and they interviewed. How many people did they interview? It doesn't matter. They got it right. If it is Bob Myers, and that's the rumbling, is they're waiting for Bob Myers. Okay, all right. I don't know why you have to, but if you are, then it better come together quickly. Because you know that real G's move in silence. So maybe Josh Kroenke is a real G. And, maybe there's some back and forth exchanges with Bob Myers of like, hey, we're doing this, right? We're doing this. And then when the finals are done, you can make it official. And you can make it official almost immediately. I'm living in a fantasy land.
It still feels like a giant
I think Friday's going to come and go, and they're not going to have a GM at all.
I mean, will we get to the NBA draft and the Nuggets do not have an operating general manager?
There's a possibility.
Again, they don't have picks, but trades are made on that night.
Yes. There's a possibility. So, again, you can listen to the spin. You can listen to the team-friendly employees that Kroenke signs their checks, and it's awful. Or you can listen to the truth. And the truth is this is a bad decision by Josh Kroenke again. Sorry I'm not here, guys. Can I go?
Yeah.
That's essentially what he did.
At what point do they cross the line of being worse than the Rockies in this scenario?
Oh, wow.
Like, if it's draft night and they don't have a new GM yet, that's worse than what the Rockies have ever done.
I don't have a big argument for you. It sounds weird to think it like that, but we're talking about a professional sports franchise not having a general manager on the night
for the
of their league's
draft.
draft.
I mean, they don't have any draft picks, period, but
still, business
you can
is
still
done.
get into the draft.
Mm-hmm. Or that could be the night where you're like, hey, who wants Zeke Naji and our 2031 first-round pick so that we can get out of this contract and get ourselves closer to the first apron so that we can actually start to make some roster moves and, compete for an NBA championship one more time. That's what it would really be on next Wednesday's draft night. How can you move Zeke? Dude, we're 12 days now away from the Dario Saric opt-out. Has anybody talked to Dario Saric? Has anybody called Dario Saric to say, hey, man, what are you leaning towards? By the way, did you like how last year played out? Because it's going to look like that again. You're not going to play. You're going to be the 15th man on the bench. You know what I'm saying? Like, convince him to not pick up that player option. Who's doing that? Who's talking to Dario Saric? Nobody. It stinks, man. It stinks.
It's the wrong way to run a franchise that has the best player in the sport. They're dropping the ball. And I hope they figure it out, and I hope David Adelman is the greatest of all time, but they are dropping the ball on next couple of years of Nikola Jokic's prime. That's what they're doing. And they're doing it by, 1, not paying attention, 2, not having a general manager, and then 3, by not doing everything you can to assemble the best talent you possibly can. You're doing the same thing over and over again, and that's the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
It worked 3 years ago. It doesn't work now. It's broken. The Jamal, MPJ, Joker, Big Three, that's broken. By the way, speaking of Big Three, did you see everyone getting into fights in the Big Three?
Oh, Lance Stevenson trying to fight everybody?
Yeah. Lance Stevenson went after everybody.
It was also like, look, full disclosure, guy loves basketball, played basketball most of my life. They're the biggest wussies, and I don't want to say that, in the entire sports world. Dwight Howard is 7'2".
Yeah.
Lance Stevenson's bigger than me, but he's no 7'2", and he attacked Dwight, and Dwight had him in a headlock. And dude, I'm no UFC fighter, but if I get you in a headlock, I'm drilling you in the face as many times as I can.
Yeah.
I'm not just trying to twist you down to the ground.
Right.
It was the biggest pillow fake fight I've ever seen.
Okay. You think they did that on purpose then? Maybe a little drummed up for a little.
wow.
Again, I'll get my tinfoil hat on.
I didn't think
Kev,
about
get my
that.
theme music ready because it doesn't take long for my tinfoil hat to come out.
Yeah.
But as soon as I see that, I'm like, how do you get the Big Three ratings? You get the Big Three ratings by fake fighting.
Yeah.
Make it a little WWE style, right?
I didn't think about that, but you might be onto something.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's a good theory. Because it was like, if they really wanted to get it, they could have got it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
neither of them threw a punch.
No, they didn't really want to.
Yeah. That's weak sauce. Now it's a full-on theory. I'm with you 100%. It's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Final quick question here, Cease.
Yeah.
Is the Stanley Cup over tonight? Does Florida go back-to-back? Are they raising Lord Stanley there on their home ice this evening?
Stanley. Yeah. I mean, we had thought that maybe Oilers girl could save the world. She tried.
Yeah, I saw that.
I like that.
Yeah.
But Oilers girl is not enough. You need actual hockey players, and Florida's got the better ones.
So Connor McDavid will be ringless still and could be after tonight. Eat your heart out, Connor. Nate's got one of those and a Hart Trophy. You do not. All right, the drive is sliding in here. Zach By, Anilo Piero filling in for Philip Lindsay today. On a Tuesday. Plenty for these boys to get after. Talk about that Stanley Cup. Talk about Tyrese and his strained calf as well. ZB, I don't know if you were listening or perhaps heard your ears ringing. We were talking about your Gabriel Landeskog take from yesterday about yay or nay playing in the Olympics.
I literally heard you guys just wrapping it up. So I heard you give me a shout out at the end of it, but I didn't actually hear where you guys fell on it. Because I heard the morning show guys say, hey, let him go play. He should be allowed to go play.
Oh, that's what I said too.
Okay.
I actually said, like, I understand why you're saying that and how you got to that conclusion, but I just said this dude works so damn hard to get into this. I brought his kids into the equation he said it a bunch in that documentary of like, I want to show my kids you start something, you finish it. I'm a hockey player. I want them to remember that stuff. Well, it's bigger than playing for Sweden. You know what I mean? And his kids getting a little bit older, like, being able to remember my dad represented his country. I'm not going to say they're going to go win the gold. And we even had considered, like, what's his role? At 34 years old then, maybe it's not a bunch of ice time. It's more about the locker room and Gabe being around for that. So I would encourage him to play.
And there's going to be minute restrictions on him next year in the regular season. So I'd imagine that would carry over to hockey. He's not a dummy. He's not going to go play as much as possible. And I don't think you need to have that conversation with him. Because he took 3 years to get back.
But if the Avalanche themselves go to Gabe and say, like, hey, you're just coming back to your point, minutes restriction, whatever it might be.
Wow.
That's one opinion.
I'd tell you to get bent.
They stood by him for years,
Yeah.
Cecil. Not months, years.
They had his back for 3 years. This is 3 weeks. I couldn't disagree more because I don't care about Sweden. I care about the Colorado Avalanche. Yep. And here's the thing: this minute restriction, Gabe will be one of their best players. Gabe will be one of Sweden's best players
in 2 years from now.
Yes. No. This is this coming winter, dude.
Oh, it's after. Yeah,
it's in the middle of the season.
Yeah. This is so Gabe Landeskog.
So he'll actually only be 33. My bad.
Gabe Landeskog is going to play in his first regular season in 4 years, and in the middle of it, for 3 weeks, go play for Sweden. It just scares me, just like it scared me with Kale and McKinnon before Four Nations. If you had cup hopes, if you're a frontline player like a Tkachuk who got hurt, and I know it aged a little bit differently, but not having that guy in the lineup for as long as they did, I mean, I just think that we have been through too much. And I'll just kind of reiterate what I said. The Avs had his back for 3 years. I'm hoping he can have theirs for 3 weeks because that's all this is. And look, I understand national pride stuff. And I made sure yesterday to say, like, reasonable minds can disagree on this thing. This is not like a right or wrong thing because if he's one of the Avs' best players next year, like saying, hey, I want to go play for my country, like I would like to think I would be that guy and say, if I'm able to represent the United States of America, I want to be able to go do that. But again, I don't care about Swedish hockey. I really don't. I care about the Avs, and think about the gut punch. Again, knock on wood, to just if something happened to Gabe while he was playing for Sweden and wasn't able to participate for the Colorado Avalanche,
I could get hit by a bus when I go home. I mean, do we even have the guarantee that Gabe would be available to play during the Olympics, or does he get hurt before then? So we can't really think like that in hockey or sports or life because anything can happen at any moment. He got hurt on the freakish of freakish injuries.
He did, but it happened. And he went over 1,000 days without playing. So I don't want to act like that didn't happen. No, it was no one's fault, right? It was no one's fault. Not the organization, not his, not Kale's. It was a freak accident. But the freak accident did happen. And it took years for him to come back to the point where we had half of the market being like, hey, Gabe should just retire. And
Yeah.
I was one
Chris
of them.
McFarland said, you know where this is all heading.
Correct. So, I just don't want to do the, neuralizer and erase, my memory for the last 3.5 years and the frustration and the patience and, getting to this point that we're at now. And we're talking about a minute restriction for Gabe. So he's going to go from being on a minute restriction for the Avs to playing for Sweden. And again, it's not like you guys aren't making sense. I'm on the other side with this
And that's
one.
what I said. I get where you're coming from. But I would, and again, if I'm Gabe I would ask you, if you're Gabe Landeskog and I'm the Avalanche and I say, Gabe, I know this is like, the biggest thing you can do as a hockey player is represent your country in the Olympics. Can you skip that for me? I would be offended.
Oh, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
Offended
I just paid
as
you.
a player.
I just paid you $30 million to not play. If you're
No,
offended,
you
if you're
didn't pay me
offended,
$30 million to not play. You paid me $30 million to play for you.
No, correct, and you weren't able to fulfill it because you were physically unable. So, that's part of this. He was on the sidelines for years, and the Avs paid him tens of millions of dollars. So to say, hey, we want to preserve our investment in you, I don't think taking offense to it. I don't think that would be Gabe's approach because he should be so thankful this organization stood by his side in the way that they did, man. In the way that they did, it was.
What choice did they have?
Asking him to retire.
And he can say,
yeah,
bleep you.
yeah. And he didn't, and they maintained a great working relationship. I thought near the end, McFarland was getting frustrated. I thought you picked up on some of those frustrations.
Agreed, yeah.
I wonder how Gabe sees it. I mean, I could imagine he probably wants to play for his country if he's able. But
he accepted the invite, so
yeah,
it's something he's interested in.
Well, it wasn't too long ago. There was another guy who plays in the same building, who went through physical complications for a couple years, came back, was able to play well, but still couldn't get right physically, who had an invitation to play for Team Canada. The organization asked Jamal Murray, and I have that on a pretty awesome source that told me during the second round of the playoffs that the organization asked Jamal Murray to not play. There was a tiff between he and the organization. He played. His injury got worse, tried to play through it, and was a worse version of himself to start a Nuggets season. And it was impactful that the fact that Jamal was not in shape again. So we have a recent example of an organization saying, hey, and that the same ownership group saying, hey, we don't think it's best. So there's a bit of precedent, and I would use that as a cautionary tale looking at Jamal Summer and how it went. I know it's not the same because this will actually
It's not the same player.
It's not the same player, but think about this. This is what Jamal did, but in the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of the NHL season.
But I look at, and I know you're not doing it apples to apples, Gabriel Landeskog is a professional. Jamal Murray is
paid like one.
Paid like one, does not act as such. He is an immature professional, but does not carry himself like that. So Gabe is the real deal. Jamal is still in the body of a man with the mind of a boy, not being a professional basketball player.
Yeah, and I'm not going to give you too much pushback on that. The difference here for me is that Jamal is in control of some of his unprofessional behavior and habits where Gabe isn't.
You're right.
So there's similarities, there's differences, but I'll tell you, I'd be holding my breath watching him play for Sweden
Are you
next
bringing
year.
the mustache back? Sorry, I'm distracted by your
Let's
facial
go,
hair.
ZB.
Do it, dude.
I was going to clown you about the pizza that you owe us because I just had some beautiful
yes,
Papa Murphy's
yes,
pizza.
yes, and I
I'm like,
apologize for that, 'cause
Do
I
we
could-
need to go back-to-back days with pizza? Because we have our beautiful Papa Murphy's today.
I will take care of it tomorrow.
But then your
if
facial
you-
hair distracted me.
Yeah, I have my dirty Mexican stash from my grandfather. It's like it's like thin. It's wispy. It looks like shady. You know. But I'm going to give it a spin here over the next week.
Dude, we're both Chicano. We're going to have wispy mustaches.
Yes. So we're going to go up into the mountains, and I felt like, man, if I could have a little face or a little hair on my face as a mountain man,
Wear a flannel or something?
in Grand
Yeah,
Lake
yeah.
this coming week.
Oh, yeah.
That's sort of.
It's so beautiful up there.
I've never been.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You're going to love it, dude.
You're going to not want to leave.
And that's typically how it is, man. I love something happens to me, and I'm being serious. my mindset literally changes when I'm up there. It just changes, and I can't put my finger on how and why, but when we go up into the mountains, it's just different. Like something like chemically flips, and I'm able to be more present.
You slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And that might just be the mushrooms, but that's a joke there.
Nope, not everybody has that Italian DNA.
Yeah, I know. Hilo's got that beautiful mustache. I thought you were just
Years in the
complimenting your
making.
guy here.
Years in the making.
Well, appreciate you guys sticking around. Something happened last night on a huge stage that reminds me of what hasn't been, but what needs to be again here very soon. And we'll talk about it coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Philip Lindsay here for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I'm here to tell you that they are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T, and a lot of these men have seen amazing differences that these treatments can make in their life. And if you're like many of these gentlemen out there, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts, and that sex drive, gentlemen, will be significantly enhanced as well. And we all want to have great sex. All you need to do is take the Low T quiz on your website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so there's no excuses. Just go out and do it. Then what you're going to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you as well, so that you don't have to worry about driving far. Maybe there's one right by you. The list is Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303 Good Law today, or visit WillHiteWins.com and win big with Will Hite.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Off and rolling here on a Tuesday, June 17th, in the year of our Lord 2025. Anilo Piro hanging out with me in the studio, filling in for Philip Lindsay today. What up, AP?
Man, a little June gloom out there today, huh? It was all sunny, and I actually love it.
Me too. I'll take the little break from the heat. I know we're just getting started with the heat, but I'll already take the break.
No, I'm with you. Might take a little Papa Murphy's Pizza home, turn on the movie, watch the hockey tonight, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But yeah, I woke up this morning confused. I heard like thunder, hail, like my buddies up north were telling me their cars got pelted like overnight.
Yeah.
So, that's Colorado for you.
That is there are so many great things about this state. I never want to leave, but the hail is the one thing that I can't reconcile.
Hey, I'd rather deal with hail than the possibility of a massive earthquake if you live in California.
Oh, sure.
Or, the endless winters that are out there in the Northeast, as you're very familiar with as well. That was my big takeaway when I was in the East Coast for about a week. I think I saw the sun about 3 times. It is gloomy. It is spitting rain 24/7, and then you come back here and it's sun shining, different vibe out here. I was
going to say, and you can understand what the concept is that the sun doesn't come out 6 out of 7 days for a 3-month period, but until you actually live it is to genuinely understand of how nice it is in Denver, Colorado, in Colorado in general. It's hard to compartmentalize that factor every single day for if one, it's through nearly the whole winter, and then most of the spring. It's not ideal.
Yeah, you get a little desensitized to it out here.
Correct.
Right? It becomes the norm, and then it's like you go to these other places, and it's like, what's going on? It's a good place to be, good place to live, and it'll be 100 degrees, I think, on Friday and Saturday.
I was going to say,
back to it.
I saw that. So last night was a reminder of what was, no longer is, but something that the Denver Nuggets desperately need to get back to. And when I'm watching that game and the season is on the line, the season hanging in the balance of a 2-2 series, the winner of Game 5 is going to go on to win 80% of the time. It's so massively important. And the best player on the floor last night was Oklahoma City's second best player. And watching Jalen Williams on that type of stage have that type of moment going for a 40-piece, that is a historical game for a secondary scorer, and it reminds me of what was around these parts with Jamal Murray on the biggest stage in the NBA Finals, going for a 30-point triple-double, averaging 32 points a game in the Western Conference Finals. Now you only get a glimpse of it here and there from Jamal, and it stung, and because it reminded me of what it looks like when you have it the way that they have it right now.
I know, and it when we talk about the Nuggets championship, Zach, it feels like ancient history, but it was only 2 seasons ago. And, like how far they've fallen, and I know that they're still kind of in competition, in the Western Conference. You still got Nikola Jokic, but like that it factor, that vibe, that feel has been, not in the building for about 2 seasons now. And it's frustrating. And you got to think, Jamal another year older, Jokic another year older, MPJ, we don't really know. He's a wild card every single game. And, You're a basketball guy. I'm a basketball guy. You know, it's so frustrating to watch a team like Oklahoma City, not because of what they are, but where the Nuggets should be.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching Oklahoma City, and I'm saying, well, obviously Denver took them to 7, but I'm like, man, if they still got KCP, like, are they in the NBA Finals right now? Are they up 3-1 on Indiana? Like, that's kind of the thought that's going through my head when I'm watching this Finals, and that's not a shot at Oklahoma City, but you look back at these last 2 seasons, and it feels like wasted potential.
Totally.
And you look at Oklahoma City, and you say, oh, I remember that. I remember what this looks like. I remember what it's like to control the game. And, you know, there's been some moments of that, but in the grand scheme of things, man, it's hard not to be frustrated with where Denver's at.
Yeah, one of the 15 greatest players of all time, just had his best season ever, and the team couldn't make it out of the second round.
It's a shame.
And I think of Jamal, and I think of Game 7. You had a one-off opportunity with OKC to knock them off, and Jamal Murray scored 5 points in the first half and finished with 13.
Yep.
And it's so hard to reconcile. And I know you could play the, hey, if this one thing would have happened, or if KCP was still here, and I just, when you lose in the second round for 2 straight years, and one of them is a Game 7 collapse, the largest in NBA history, and then the other is losing by 30-plus points in a Game 7, I just, I do this with the Avs too. It's just like you've done it one time, okay? And when it happens, when you fall short repeatedly, I think you lose the benefit of the doubt a bit. When you fall short more often than you got it done, I just can't draw a straight line from the second round to a parade and say, hey, if this one thing was different, when you flame out in the second round 2 years in a row.
Well, and I think the frustrating part of it is, and kudos to Minnesota, kudos to Oklahoma City, but in my opinion, Zach, it still feels like Denver beat themselves in those series.
Sure.
Like obviously with the 3-1 lead against Minnesota, having, what was it, an 8-point lead in back-to-back, was it games 4 and games 5, I want to say, against Oklahoma City,
yes,
going in the fourth quarter?
Yes.
I mean, it's not like Denver was down and out and crawling back in every single game. There was multiple times throughout the course of both of those series where Denver felt in control, not just of the game, but of the series as a whole. And you could chalk that up to coaching, you can chalk that up to bench depth, you could chalk that up to injuries. All of the above absolutely apply to this. But the fact of the matter is, it's black and white. They failed.
Yes,
they fell short.
Yes.
And it wasn't because there was a Michael Jordan on the other side of the court.
No.
Because you have the Michael Jordan. You have the Nikola Jokic, the best player in the world.
Right.
And it wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. And the team was lesser than it was last year, in my opinion. Without KCP, the team was lesser than it was when they got beat by the Timberwolves. And then my fear is it's going to be even lesser than this past year, next year, as they rely on internal growth that we don't know if it's ever going to come.
The roster has deteriorated before our eyes.
It has.
Like, it's like you're peeling back the onion a little bit.
Yes.
And you're so close to this core now where there's nothing left to peel back. And it's this core, this nucleus that was so good for you, even pre-NBA Finals champ or NBA championship, right? They were a good team, ascending team. But like since then, it's just like, the car that rusts over time sitting in the garage or in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And they still don't got a GM.
You know where my head goes? When we talk about windows in sports and Jokic's prime, we need to acknowledge that the Denver Nuggets championship window opened 2 years before they ever actually won the championship.
Mm-hmm.
Post Aaron Gordon trade, and I forget the exact numbers, but it went something like you had 10 games with Aaron Gordon post trade, and they went like 9-1. They were the best team in the sport by a wide margin during that stretch, and it was like, oh my goodness, they have unlocked something here after the Jeremy Grant departure, and it was like, holy smokes. Aaron Gordon's the perfect fit here. They were dominant for about a month or the better part of a month. Then Jamal got hurt. You had to wait through the entirety of the rest of that season, the entire following season. And then the season after that is when they won the championship. But it's like we have a tendency to, I think, and I'm guilty of this too, like act like the window opened for the initial time in 2023 when they won the championship. You had to wait 2 years for your second best player to come back into the fold. And then when he did, he was the best version of himself, and you won the title, and he hasn't quite been the best version of himself since then. He just hasn't.
Yeah, and again, Denver's an interesting sports town because the one thing, and this isn't calling out fans or anything like that, but like, why are the Nuggets not held to the same standard that the Broncos are held to?
And that's something.
It really blows my mind because the Broncos, I would put Broncos country and the importance and just the overall guts and determination and the conversation around the Broncos up there with the Steelers, the Packers, the Cowboys.
1,000%.
You know,
Yes,
like
yes.
they are in that ethos, and it's like the Nuggets. There's this happy to be here mentality. It feels like one championship is enough. It is not enough when you have a player of Nikola Jokic's caliber.
Nope.
Take Jokic off and replace him with the current core and another. Put Tyrese Halliburton on the Nuggets. You get one, you feel good about it. Okay, we did it. We won our first championship in franchise history. You have a top 10 player of all time.
I don't think he's in the top 10 yet
Or
by
trending,
merit. But,
trending.
yes, trending to be. Top 15, I think, right now. I believe right now with his championship finals MVP, 3 MVPs, like he is in a distinguished class. But we don't refer to nearly anybody else in NBA history as one of the greatest of all time who only has one championship.
And I said this on the Mile High Hoops podcast with my guy Jake Shapiro, your guy Jake Shapiro. If Nikola Jokic finishes his career akin to that of Dirk Nowitzki, that's a failure. And that's not a slight to Dirk. Dirk's an incredible player.
Yes.
But Jokic is so much better.
He is.
Like, he needs to be a Hakeem who gets at least 2.
Yes.
At least 2.
Yes. Yes.
Like, it feels like one with as good as we've seen Nikola Jokic develop and become in front of our eyes is a prerequisite.
Yeah.
That's the expectation. The bottom line.
And the fact that we are sitting here, because this is getting pretty frustrating, okay?
It's maddening.
The fact that they still haven't hired a general manager to lead this organization. No president of basketball operations has been hired. And we're 8 days away from the draft. Do you see the Pacers made a trade today?
I did.
The Indiana
In the
Pacers
finals.
are in the finals and made a trade. And the Denver Nuggets fired their general manager during the season 3 months ago and still haven't replaced them.
And this isn't like, as well as I do, sports, specifically professional sports, is a year-round affair, 24/7, 365. It's not like you're a school teacher and you get the summers off and you can kind of kick your feet up and, get back to it in September. Like these moves, these conversations, these trades are happening every single minute of every single day.
Correct.
And right now, Denver's asleep at the wheel.
It's so frustrating. And I love the point that you made. We do not hold the Denver Nuggets collectively as Denver media accountable the way that we do the Denver Broncos. We just don't.
It's kitty gloves, and I don't get it. You do it. I do it. Shap does it. People at our station do it. But in general, there's this shucks mentality with the Nuggets. Unacceptable.
It is.
Unacceptable.
In this window of time, it is definitely unacceptable. You want to react to that conversation? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Should the Broncos pick up the phone and try to deal a player caught up in a crowded room? We'll talk about who and why next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Philip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for a new timepiece or just want to upgrade to something nicer, Williams Jewelers is here to help. I went to Williams Jewelers to find a new watch, and thanks to them, I now have a beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. They treated me like family the moment I stepped through those doors, and I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. They truly made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all, and I felt really good with the decision I made. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family. Why? Because they are family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase, and they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So treat yourself or someone you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
EV here at Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC, and this critter wants to talk about, well, EVs, of course. And we have the best in Colorado, like the 2025 GMC EV Hummer. So big, so beautiful. Or the stylish and functional EV Silverado. So cool. Or the maximum range of the EV Sierra. I love it. We are professional grade at Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC, so come catch a ride.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
Rolling here on a Tuesday. Hanging out with Anil Apiro in our fan studios. He's filling in for Phil today.
I must have done all right yesterday to bring me back today.
Yeah. You made the cut.
There we go.
We had a team option on you
All
today.
right, picked it up.
Picked it up.
All right, trended in the right direction, baby.
Picked it up. Should the Broncos pick up the phone and try to deal a player caught up in a crowded room? This was a suggestion by a friend of the show, Will Peterson, on DenverSports.com, who suggested that because Audric Estime is going to get cut inevitably, he says, by the end of training camp, the Broncos should try to deal Estime for a 6th or 7th round pick before that inevitable cut late in the summer. Will cites the Broncos' arrival of J.K. Dobbins combined with the elevating Tyler Bidet versus the Bills in that playoff game as the ultimate sign of his standing within the team. And Nilo, I have thoughts on this, but I'm curious to get yours first. What do you think about picking up the phone, Will's idea, picking up the phone and trying to deal Audric Estime?
I don't hate it, but I'm an Estime guy. Like, I think he's 21 years old.
You're an Estime guy. How can you be an Estime
Well,
guy?
There's some connections in the family, I'll put it that way.
Really?
So, yeah, I found that out.
Like two Audric Estime's family?
Yeah. My cousin, like my first cousins who I grew up with, blocked for him in high school.
Okay.
They were
That's
his
kind of
offensive
cool.
linemen.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, so I was back there for the wedding, and my cousin's like, Audric Estime, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I used to block for him, for 2-3 years at St. Joe's back in New Jersey.
Very interesting.
But also, let's take that out of the equation. So I do have a little bit of a soft spot for Audric, but he's 21 years old, and he's a raw talent. Like, I saw a lot of Jaleel McLaughlin last year, and I wasn't overly impressed. I think Tyler Bidet, could play as well, but like, what can those guys do that Audric can't? I guess is where I'm at.
I think, well, to that question specifically, separate from this larger conversation, the speed, for someone like Jaleel, but then I say, to
Gonna get
Phil,
you 2.5 yards.
Well, I was gonna say, and I said this about Julian Strother during the Nugget season. I'm like, he's the world's greatest shooter who doesn't hit shots. Right? Like, ultimately, when do you lose the shooter label if you shoot, 35% from three over the course of 2 seasons? With Jaleel, it's like you're the speed guy, but we don't have a carry of 22 yards on the whole season.
Right.
Like, when do we see the speed? That must be like a shuttle drill, like, kind of. Now, I'm hoping Jaleel can break through because his previous season was more successful in that department of actually seeing that speed. But with Estime, what are you getting for Audric Estime? Like, I don't think you can get a 6th-round pick for him. He went in the 5th round. He didn't do anything outside of have a couple fumbles, told to carry a football around campus. And now you're going to get a 6th-round pick for him the next year? NFL doesn't work like that. I don't think that you would Anilo, I mean this. I don't think you can get a draft pick for Audric Estime.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If someone picks up the phone and gives the Broncos a call and say, hey, we'll give you a 6th or a 7th or a conditional pick, okay. Like knowing where you're kind of at in the running back room, like trading Audric Estime to get anything, I don't think is a bad idea.
No.
But I'm also like, here comes training camp. Like, I don't think you have to trade him.
No.
Right? I would almost like, we know where RJ Harvey's going to be. We know where J.K. Dobbins is going to be. Let these other 3 guys go out there and compete. Like, I love the spirit of competition. Like, it's likely going to be Jaleel McLaughlin as the 3rd running back in the 3rd string running back department. But like, is that cemented?
No.
Is that set in stone?
No, it's not. I think you would handicap it as him the favorite, the way that you just kind of did. But I think so I like the idea, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. It doesn't mean I agree at the end of the day with the idea, but saying that it's inevitable that Estime is going to get cut, I don't think is a fair assessment of where things stand right now.
Look, Tyler Bidet is 25 years old. Jaleel McLaughlin is 24 years old. I know that's like ancient in running back terms. Audric Estime is 21 years old.
He's a baby.
He's got a lot of growth potential in this league, whether it's with the Broncos or another team as well. And so, like, I just, again, if you're getting a 6th-round pick, insert blank team here, you listen, you probably make the deal. Just because, to your point, 5th-round pick, the fumble issues, this, that, the other, right? Getting any sort of compensation is not necessarily a bad thing from the Broncos, but like...
So if a team, say it's the first week of training camp, someone's running a running back around the league pops their Achilles, whether it's a starter or secondary back, but everyone kind of moves up in that room, in whatever city. If you could get a 7th-round pick for Audric Estime, would you?
If you feel that confidently that you like Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet more, then yes, absolutely. But I guess it's just, to me, I don't think you force this trade. I think there's a lot of upside with a guy like Audric Estime myself. Like, and again, I'm not overly impressed with the other 2 options that are fighting for 3rd string.
Agreed. And when you talk about, you just mentioned upside, you talk about downside. There's really not a downside to having Estime around.
No.
He's a 5th-round running back on a rookie contract. And if there's even a tick, you believe, of upside, then you don't trade him. You just don't. And so, I would not. If someone called and offered a 7th-round pick for Estime, I would rather just keep Estime and see what happens, throughout the summer.
Well, we got a text here on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, if you want to chime in. How did Estime become public enemy number 1 around here? It's completely bananas. I mean, with the way that people talk about Audric Estime in this town, you'd think we're talking about Melvin Gordon. Like seriously, maybe not to that extreme, but like, where did all this negativity on Audric Estime come from?
Well, I mean, they were pretty excited about him. He didn't really do much of anything. Yeah.
Like, okay, like he's a 5th-round pick. He's 20 years old last year. Like, what do you necessarily expect? It's hard to capture lightning in a bottle. And my point being is it's not like Jaleel McLaughlin did anything in particular that I'm like, oh my gosh, running back 3 for sure.
Well, who did?
Exactly.
Like who in that room sees their opportunity a year ago? No one.
The running back room was hard to watch last year.
It was the definition of plotting. Javonte Williams had zero juice. The guy who has some juice, Jaleel, could never break through. Estime, and I'm going to include his preseason fumble as well, where he was held up and it was punched out, and then he fumbled on his very first carry of the season, and then had an additional fumble. So, in terms of the number of carries that he got to the amount that he actually put the ball on the rug, I think it was like 1 out of 30 carries on average, which is obviously
not good.
Horrible. The league's going to flush you out. But there was enough there physically from him a year ago. He's a different style of runner. And if Sean was excited about the guy, that's what I remember. So if you were excited about the guy 365 days ago, let's see what it maybe looks like in year number 2. He was a rookie. He's the youngest guy on the team by a couple years, actually. Yeah. I actually don't understand how he went to college, went through his first year in the NFL, and he's currently still 21 years old.
Yeah, it's unheard of.
That's
it's really
bizarre.
Rare. Well, and here's the thing. We're talking about third-string running backs. Welcome to summertime radio, ladies and gentlemen. But, like, if we're going third string, like we know Harvey, we know Dobbins, right? I'm going based off upside. And looking at just the raw intangibles, let's take the fumbles out of it for just a moment. Jaleel McLaughlin is 187 pounds, 5'7". Tyler Bidet is 196 pounds, 5'8". Audric Estime is 227 pounds and 5'11" on paper.
Yeah.
Like, so when it comes to, someone that's going to get a handful of carries a game, maybe not even play throughout the course of a game, I'm going off raw upside. That's where my head's at.
Yeah, on a rookie deal, especially. Like when you bake in the fact that it's costing the Broncos nothing. All right. So, okay. What would you guys do? If you could get a 7th-round pick for Audric Estime, would you do it? Or would you just move forward this summer? You can hit us up, RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Shifting gears here a little bit. Guess who has the most bet on win total in all of college football? That's coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, hanging out, talking ball. All right, we're just having the Estime conversation. Our buddy Will Peterson put it out there. Hey, should the Broncos try to trade Estime? All right, we got a handful of response to that. All right, I think most folks say, no, unless you're getting a 5th or 6th rounder back, don't trade him for a 7th. And by the way, I just want the record to show, I don't think you'd get a 7th round pick for Audric Estime. Not saying he's the world's worst running back, but he's a 5th rounder who didn't do much of anything. There'll be a new batch of guys just like Estime coming out of college. You don't have to trade a draft pick for him. So we'll sort of leave that where it lies for right now. We'll circle back to it a little bit later in the show. But in the meantime, guess who's got the most bet on win total in all of college football? Man, the interest in Colorado is not going anywhere without Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. How about this? CU's win total of 6.5 in what it's been set for the 2025 season is the single most bet on college football win total according to BetMGM. So it's one outlet, but it's a big outlet, and no one. I mean, you think of the interest in the Longhorns this year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious. We were sort of hinting at that yesterday of, that's going to be appointment television to watch Arch Manning in his first year as a starter, but his 3rd year in college. CU, Colorado, has taken more action on their win total than a school like Texas at BetMGM.
I believe that was the case last year as well. I know there was a
Yes,
lot of money
correct,
coming in on
correct.
CU.
Yep.
I got to be honest, Zach, and I like Deion a lot. I will defend Deion. I think what he did with Colorado in his first 2 years was exceptional. I thought it was fun, entertaining, but they also were a good team last year. I'm a little concerned about Deion, Coach Prime, no Shedeur, no Travis. How does it look? I don't question where his heart is. I think his heart's still in the coaching, but he's also dealing with this medical stuff that we've been hearing about the last month or so. What is it like for him when his guys aren't there?
Right.
You still got big boy Jordan Seaton
Sure.
up there on the offensive line, who, by the way, remember the name Jordan Seaton, because he may, when his time comes, He may be the first offensive lineman off the board. I really do believe that in the NFL draft. That dude is a wall.
And he's also a great athlete.
Yeah,
he's
great athlete.
He's like a Bowles type of left tackle.
And a really nice person. I was able to meet him at Radio Row for the Super Bowl a couple years ago. I mean, his hand covered my entire forearm.
Yeah.
Super sweet kid, super nice kid. So I'm personally rooting for him. I think he's a
Sure.
good player and all
Sure.
that kind of stuff. But look, I think there's a lot of interesting things with Colorado. I think most importantly, the quarterback position I have faith in. I think Caden Salter is a legitimate two-way type of threat quarterback. I think, Pat Shurmur now has his feet under him here a little bit. Juju Lewis obviously sitting behind him. He's still 19 years old.
Yeah.
So, the most important position you can kind of check the box off. They lost a lot of talent, though, in the transfer portal.
They did, man.
A lot.
And you got guys that are in the NFL. Look at their receiving core, and it's just that's where they made their money. It wasn't running the football, and I don't know how much they've done to actually improve the run game. And so,
right,
I know you got Marshall Faulk in there, but he has no more eligibility left. So
right.
Faulk's not going to be running the ball for the Buffs. I have no doubt that he's going to pass on whatever acumen that he has, but man, if you look at the spring game, and it was the spring game, I got it. But you look at the quarterback play, and it's like, oh, man. You say whatever you want about Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders was a baller at the quarterback position for the last 2 years for CU, and I think that the appreciation, and look, again, like I pick my issues with CU and Dion a la carte. I'm not one of these guys who's all in or all out, but Shedeur Sanders could play, okay? And your two options are a baby who should be going into a senior year of high school, but he reclassified, or a much older quarterback who was at Liberty in Caden Salter. And I'm not saying that the guy can't chew gum and walk, but the strength of his game is actually moving around and running.
Yep.
I mean, so I don't know how this is going to go here this year, but I'm well, I can tell you this. By the odds, so their win total set at 6.5. The over is plus 115. So you bet $100 if they go over, you win 115 back. And I know you know this, but what that is telling you is the more likely result is going to be the under.
Yeah, and this is one that I probably personally wouldn't touch because 6.5, it's not a ton of games, but that will be won or lost in the early portion of the schedule because they're backloaded with some tough games.
They are.
To end the year. But they got Georgia Tech on the open. They got Delaware, Houston, Wyoming. Those are their first 4 games. So you think
give me that one more time?
It is. They open with Georgia Tech.
Yep, at home,
Delaware,
right?
Yeah, they got, let's see. Yeah,
home against GT, home against Delaware.
At Houston, and then back home against Wyoming.
Right.
So, those 4 games, you got to go 3-1 to, really feel good about this.
Have to.
I mean, looking at the home stretch of games here, I mean, the last 4, home versus Arizona, at West Virginia, home versus Arizona State, at Kansas State. Like those are, obviously conference competition and whatnot, but you think, Kansas State was good last year. Arizona State, they made some magic happen late. Shout out Dante behind the glass over there. Or you're a U of A guy, apologies. But, it's
No. He's Arizona
I thought
State.
You were U of A.
No. His brother played baseball at Arizona. Dante graduated, went to Arizona State, so he is a Sun Devil. Forks up.
Okay. Apologies.
Did you see how I slipped that in
there?
Okay.
I see it.
Dante, how is Arizona State supposed to be this year?
I mean, I think they're like a top 3 favorite to win the conference again.
Okay.
So yeah, when you say made some magic happen, do you mean win the conference and go to the college football playoff?
Especially where they were, especially where they were at, in the middle of the season. They didn't get out to a hot start.
They were fantastic. That team was so freaking fun to watch, man. What they did against Texas.
I tried to tell you, Zach, and you and Phil were having none of it.
You did, and I take my medicine on that. I did not put any stock into Arizona State because when we were having those conversations, it was in the middle of the year. And they were still a bit of a forecast, but boy, did they ever take off, man. They were one of the most fun teams to watch in college football last year. But yeah, so like in the past, so last year, this is how divisive the CU conversation has been nationwide. It's not just a local thing. Is that CU last year had the most bet on under in the country and the most bet on over, which I had never heard of.
It's the Coach Prime effect, baby. It's must-watch. I've always said, obviously, I enjoy what CU puts out on the football field, but Coach Prime and everything like that, it's a reality TV show. It's like Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Well, literally. No, it's literally a reality show.
You got the YouTube.
Yes.
And, it's crazy.
And the thing was on
Amazon.
Prime. Yes, it was on Amazon Prime.
It's a whole thing. And I think an interesting way to look at this conversation as well is Colorado is lumped in towards the bottom to win the conference in regards to those odds. They're 30-1. That's equal with Houston, Oklahoma, or Houston is equal with them. And then there's only a couple of teams below them: Oklahoma State, UCF, Arizona, and West Virginia.
And that's 30-1 to win the league.
Yes.
So what is it for the go to the playoff? I forget who was having the conversation. Maybe late last week that like, hey,
I'm not even seeing odds for that.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, but it's someone here on the station. I forget who it was, so I apologize. It was like, hey, it's got to be. You got to, it was like go to the Big 12 title game or make the college football playoff. Like it's a prove it year for. And I'm like, whoa. I would be preparing myself if I'm a Buffs fan for a bit of a year of patience. If you don't know who your quarterback is in June, and they're complete opposite ends of the spectrum. One's a reclassified baby, and the other is a graduating or a graduate senior from Liberty whose strength is running. It's like, we'll see how this goes. That guy's got to touch the football on every play.
Well, and the Caden Salter running dynamic, it could work in college. We've seen it time and time again. Like, it's not like we're in the NFL here, right? So it's interesting. I actually did find these odds to make the college football playoff.
Oh, let me guess. Hold on. So you have odds on the Buffs to make the college football playoff. Okay, so if it's 30-1. Let's guess, Dante. If it's 30-1,
I like where your head's at.
If it's 30-1 to win the Big 12, with the understanding that the Big 12 looks up at the soles of the shoes from the Big 10 and the SEC, I would say it is 150-1. I'll say 150
Was this to win it or to make it?
No, to make it to the college football
and
playoff.
You said it's 30-1 for them to win the conference?
Correct.
To win the Big 12, yeah.
I think you're going way too long shot then. I'm going to go like 40-1.
Would you
okay. I see where your head's at. Go ahead.
Would you believe me if I told you they had shorter odds to make the playoff than they did to win the conference?
No way.
Oh, wait, sorry. That's what I meant to do. I meant to do like 25-1. Sorry. I meant to do a little bit less than. I didn't mean to do a little bit more than.
18-1.
Really?
18-1. I got to check my math. It's right there in front of me.
Yeah.
Because if you win the conference, you automatically get in.
Right.
So, and then there's a little
I need to
couple extra
readjust my
spots
thinking.
there.
I need to readjust my thinking.
Are they, correct me if I'm wrong, are we still sticking with the same format, or do they re-expand it again?
Not
still,
yet.
It's
Not
still
yet.
the
That's
4
happening,
conference
though.
winners,
Yes.
and then they just readjusted the seeding of it.
Okay.
Yes, and the seeding being that just because you win your conference doesn't mean you get a bye, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, and it's interesting because Colorado was a win against Kansas away from last year from likely making the college football playoff. Like, that was the vibe going into that game against KU.
Yes. And then Devin Neal happened.
Yeah. That was rough.
Yes, I was up in the mountains for that, and I remember sitting alone in a room watching that being like, oof. Okay. Good conversation. I cannot wait for college football, man.
Football is on the mind, baby.
Kidding me? Okay, speaking of that, football being on the mind, what would it look like this season if the Broncos caught every green light? What about every red light? We'll talk about floors and ceilings coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up.
Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Out here, you get your hands dirty. You get to work and finish the long summer day knowing you made it count. Whether it's cutting the grass, picking the garden, firing up the grill, or washing your dog, you get things done. It's the small stuff that adds up to this life you love. At Tractor Supply, we know that feeling, and we've got the supplies and friendly advice you need to get the most out of every day, all summer long. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. The 129th Frontier Nights lineup celebration is locked and loaded. Starting with Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt. Jordan Davis with Brett Young. Bailey Zimmerman and Josh Ross. Go VIP with the Frontier Nights Fast Pass from the Party Zone. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDRodeo.com. Don't miss the hottest nights in July, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books, quicker than a New York minute. Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. He was here yesterday, he's here today. Appreciate you being here, AP.
Of course.
It's been fun. First hour just flew by. Diving into hour number 2. What would it look like this season if the Denver Broncos caught every green light? What about every red light? I want to talk about the floor and ceiling for these Denver Broncos, man. We are so close. We are so close to having football back.
Yes, sir.
And the footprint that it takes in American life these days is pretty incredible. There's nothing like it. And I, for one, would like it injected into my veins. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, my girlfriend's going to hate me come fall, winter because weekends are gone. And that's the way it should be in America. You know, I've been watching football my entire life, as of you. It really is like an American tradition to just sit down on the couch on Saturday and Sunday and watch football 24/7, 360, all day essentially when it's all said and done. But, we're also kind of in this lull period. We started out the show talking some Nuggets, mixing some Avalanche a lot yesterday as well. Like, here we are. You're T-minus 5 weeks away from the start of training camp. We can really start to sink our teeth in to what this Denver Broncos team, what this Colorado Buffaloes team in college can be when it's all said and done. And, I mean, this is it really feels like the first time where there's legitimate positive expectations for the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
In a long time.
Well, I think I said going back to 2016, I think the year after the Super Bowl when DeMarcus was still here, DT, Emmanuel, all those guys were still in the fold. And at the time, you got to think back. It's like, hey, the Broncos just won. And I know this is going to sound crazy. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's like almost in spite of Peyton's limitations, it was like what obviously we know Peyton that year. One, I don't believe he was healthy. All right, that's definitely part of the story. But he was a shell of himself at that point. And you could kind of talk yourself into, hey, if we could win a Super Bowl with 18, who is a shell of himself, maybe we could win it with Brock. And if it's not going to be with Brock, we'll see what we have in Trevor Siemian with this Super Bowl roster.
Yeah, and they went 9-7 that year.
Correct.
Missed the playoffs, and ever since then it's kind of been a downward spiral. I mean, the NFL, it really is a year-to-year league. Like, I remember, in the middle, probably 10 years ago now with the Legion of Boom. Obviously, they got the job done against the Broncos in Super Bowl 48, but like the Marshawn Lynch situation, they kind of slowly teetered off as well. And that was a defense-first team for the Denver Broncos. I know they had Demaryius Thomas, and they had all these weapons on offense as well, but like the defense led by Von Miller and Aqib Talib and Chris Harris, like that was the heartbeat of that Broncos team. And it felt like, take that year aside, everything after that, the Broncos as an organization lacked an identity. Their identity was discombobulation. Had coaches, quarterbacks, this, that, the other. And it feels like you really have, the joke out there, the concepts of a plan, right? But it really does feel like you saw what they did last year with the 10 wins. You saw what Bo Nix did. And Cecil actually made an excellent point, I thought, today on his show with Josh Dover. We didn't really even see Bo Nix last year. We saw Bo Nix with one wide receiver. And we saw Sean Payton kind of, get into the pocketbook there a little bit and drop some plays. I am so excited to see a renewed confidence in Bo Nix. I mean, I think it was during OTAs and the one time he met with the media, coming out and saying, like, this is the first time in 7 or 8 years that I've had the same coach and same coordinator going into a season for consecutive years.
Well, I can promise that whatever year it is for Bo, having that for the first time, it's not a longer streak than the Broncos themselves having it for the first time. A decade. AP, think about that. A decade straight of an NFL football operation that not one time over the course of a 10-year period did they return the same coach, quarterback, and general manager.
Which for the Broncos organization, I mean, they're usually pretty consistent. Like maybe they're not
historically.
They're not a Super Bowl contender every year, but they're going to be hovering around 500. That 10-year stretch was very uncharacteristic of the Denver Broncos.
It was unprecedented.
That everyone in this town grew up with.
Yeah,
right?
You would have to go back to the AFL days to find a comp to the 10-year period that we are coming out of now. So as we look forward to this season greatly, let's talk about some green lights, okay? What would represent the 4 biggest green lights in 2025? For me, the first green light is the team staying as healthy as they've been the last 2 years. It's almost uncanny. The health of the Broncos in consecutive years in a sport that is that violent. You talk about green lights, they've already caught them. Now that they're ready to win, they're actually ready to win. If they could catch that green light through one more intersection, it'd be pretty awesome to see what this operation could look like.
Well, and health is wealth, right? Like and injuries, you can't really forecast them, right? They're going to happen. It's part of the game, especially in the violent game that is football, specifically at the NFL level. But, I mean, that's the biggest thing. We've seen injuries derail some teams, not named the Broncos in years past, where on paper they've got this, they've got that, but then they get hurt along the way, and quarterback misses some time, and it just completely throws the season off the rails. So I think it starts there for sure. I'm in complete agreement with you. Green light number one. If the Broncos are healthy on paper, this is a team that's going to win 11, 12, maybe 13 games.
It's possible.
And try to dethrone the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC West.
It doesn't sound crazy, but that's sort of where it starts. That's the bottom of the pyramid for me that most everything else is predicated on, the health of the football team. It's been great. We'll see if that continues. And then, in my opinion, the second green light starts with solving the biggest glaring need for the Broncos year over year, and that's the run game. If they can get a run game going with either J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, or dare I say both, okay, this entire operation is going to become diversified offensively. I'm talking about multiple, and it's almost a miracle what they did a year ago without a run game or a slot receiver or a tight end to have the most successful offense around here since 2014. That's what they did last year without that stuff. Could you imagine a run game with what they already have?
And I'd take it a step further. I agree with you about the run game, but like establishing the run game, and really you can only go up from where the Broncos were at last year.
Totally.
We're being completely honest with ourselves.
Totally.
But that is going to open up the playbook for Sean Payton.
Of course.
Mix in different run plays, 3 levels of the football field with the passing dynamic as well. So what it is, the run game is the key to opening up the world, the mind of Sean Payton's offensive scheme. Cecil was talking about this earlier on his show as well. What was Sean Payton's signature run play for my Madden heads out there in New Orleans? Loves that running back counter. You're hitting Y on the Xbox controller, triangle on the PlayStation controller, right? Running back counter. And they didn't have the personnel to run that a lot last year. They really didn't run it at all. And so now, you feel good about R.J. Harvey. You like the dynamic between him and J.K. Dobbins. We'll see who running back 3 is. But with those two different styles of running backs with an offensive line that is already pretty darn good, you've got the weapons on the outside now, banking on the Pat Bryants and the Devon Vale's of the world to step up alongside Cortland Sutton. And I know you'll get to your third green light here, but that's going to feed in
totally
to the growth and progression of Bo Nix in year 2.
Yeah, gosh, and just the efficiency. The efficiency should go way up. And Bo is already pretty darn efficient as a rookie anyway.
Yeah.
So it's exciting. Another green light is inherently Bo taking that jump in year 2. And I don't even think he's going to have some sort of great leap when things get better around him. If he is a similar version of himself, and yes, the confidence will grow, the acumen, the time on task, everything will be more so. But like, if he's just the same version of himself as he was in the second half of last season, with a better run game, with a tight end presence, with the same offensive line, I think this jump, it's not, you think of like a triple jump where you're sprinting into it, and hop,
right,
and another big hop. Like, it's not going to be that sort of ground that needs to be covered if everything around him is rising.
And I'm not trying to compare Bo to this player necessarily, but you know what it feels like when you kind of talk about making the jump and things around you? In my mind, it feels a little bit like when the Rams got Matthew Stafford, right? Because when they had Jared Goff, obviously they went to a Super Bowl. But when you got Matthew Stafford, it just felt like everything got unlocked with that team, right? Cooper Kupp becomes this otherworldly receiver. You had Puka Nacua along the way. You got Aaron Donald as an anchor on defense. I mean, look, the Rams were a good team with Jared Goff. I still think the Rams should be a top 5 Super Bowl contender this year to come out of the NFC.
Yeah,
they're an incredible team.
They were just a couple plays away.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you're looking at Sean Payton. You've obviously got that with Sean McVay, Sean and Sean. And you saw what happened when Sean McVay got a quarterback that could translate what he was trying to dish out. And it feels like you've got that now with Bo Nix.
Yes. And unless, I've addressed this before, but I don't understand the mindset of some folks who assume failure for Bo. Like, and I see them on the RamosLaw.com text line that like it was some sort of aberration. The drop off, the sophomore slump is going to happen. I just don't understand that mindset when someone is obsessed with getting better, starts already really good in his rookie year. Why would the assumption be made that it would get worse, especially if everything else around him is getting better? It doesn't. That does not compute with me, and the mindset I don't understand.
Well, I'll shoot down the middle here. Like, I think Bo Nix is going to be better. Am I completely banging the... Bo Nix year 2 is going to be Jaden Daniels last year. I'm not there myself. I think Bo Nix is going to be better. Would it surprise me if he's the same if not, I don't think he'll take a step back, but if he's relatively the same, no, that wouldn't shock me either.
No,
it wouldn't.
And statistically, it could look similar, if not the same, and he be a more improved, sharper version of himself, especially to start the year.
Right. And I mean, here's the thing. Like, you saw C.J. Stroud is the big talking point that people love to, bring up in the modern sense now. Of like, Stroud wasn't as good in year 2 as he was in his rookie season. Still pretty darn good.
Pretty good.
The Texans were still a pretty good football team.
Pretty good.
And to your point, the talent that Denver has added around Bo Nix, and I am just putting, take the talent aside, I put so much stock into the Bo Nix, Sean Payton dynamic.
Sure.
And everything you talked about with the mentality and the drive to be better, that yes, in theory, the stars are aligning for Bo Nix to be much improved in year 2.
No doubt. No doubt.
Not set in stone, though, is I guess where I'm at.
Yeah. You still have to go out there and do it.
Yes.
You still have to
Injuries,
go do it. Yes.
A lot of things can happen.
Yes.
An offensive lineman goes down for 4 or 5 weeks. What does that do?
And by the way, you mentioned injury. Bo was playing last season with some fractured bones in his back.
Yeah.
Crazy. The other green light, and if you're just joining us, I said, what would it look like if the Broncos caught every green light? What about every red light? We're talking ceilings and floors here. Another big-time green light, it goes without saying, is that Nick Bonitto is not a one-hit wonder. And that is huge because that man's presence has changed this Broncos defense. I think the Broncos defense would be good without Nick Bonitto still, but he has launched them from good to great, getting after the quarterback in a way that only 2 other guys did at a higher level in the entire NFL last year. That I would put under the green light category.
Yeah, I mean, if Nick Bonitto can replicate, if not excel or exceed what he did last year, I mean, he's going to take the Broncos defense from a really good unit to an elite unit for the course of the season. They were elite in spurts last year, but we're talking if Nick Bonitto can replicate that, and Jonathan Cooper's doing his thing, and Zach Allen, Jahdae Barron, stepping up like we think he will. Patrick Surtain is Patrick Surtain. You had the 2 guys from San Francisco in the middle of the field as well. I mean, you got to, on paper, you got to love where the Broncos are at. But speaking of injuries, Hufanga, when he's on the field, great. Injury concerns the last handful of years as well. So everything has to come together because injuries can derail this season for the Broncos.
Oh, no doubt.
And I don't even say can, they will if it happens.
Yes, and that's pro football, right? You could say that about any NFL team, but that would fall in the red light category. A rash of injuries would derail this team, but who wouldn't it derail if you have a rash of injuries? Another green light, the tight end position pops. Right? That kind of goes without saying. We're hoping Evan Ingram has the most successful season since Julius Thomas. Again, we're going back 10 years here.
Yeah.
We're going back 10 years. A green light with Evan Ingram looks like what to you in 2025?
I think it's real. Well, and frankly, like you talked about with Julius Thomas, much like I said with the running back position, I mean, you could really, in theory, only go up, right? Just with where they've been at from production-wise. But I think what it is, you and I had that great conversation about Courtland Sutton yesterday. Is he a 1? Is he not a 1? And then kind of the question marks outside of Courtland in the wide receiver room. Look, Evan Ingram is listed as a tight end. He's a wide receiver. I mean, from what I've seen at OTAs, what I've seen at minicamp, he profiles as a wide receiver. It seems like that's the way that Sean Payton wants to use him. Obviously, he's going to play the natural tight end position, but he's going to be a real pass catcher threat as well. So I think it's just someone consistently outside of Courtland Sutton you can count on to catch balls in the end zone. That's the definition of success for me for Evan Ingram. What that number is, I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head.
Second leading receiver?
Yes.
Second leading pass catcher?
I think he profiles as that as well.
Yeah.
Because who's going to be that?
Well, potentially.
Bailey?
No, I was saying potentially J.K. Dobbins. Because if you look at the 2024 Broncos after Sutton, the next most receptions was Javonte Williams, and it was 52 catches. The next most after that was Devon Vele with 41. So think about that. Over the course of an entire NFL season, take out the running back and just look at wide receiver. Number 1 is Sutton with 81 catches. Number 2 is Vele with 41. A 40-catch difference between your first and second leading receiver in the receptions department. My assumption that will this year be a little bit more democratic and not so top-heavy.
And if you told me that without knowing the Broncos' record, I would have said they won 5 or 6 games.
Sure, right, yes.
And it's crazy that they won 10 games with, a flavor of the month at wide receiver per game. Like, it wasn't anything set in stone. Like, you look at some of these other teams, like take the Rams, take the Ravens, the Chiefs, obviously. Like, you know how they're going to attack you.
Yeah.
You know how they're going to beat you. The Broncos, it was like, who's stepping up today? Who's stepping up next week, right?
Yeah.
And so now there's a much more unified approach to that.
What else can you think of, and I'll throw this out to our listeners as well, that represents a green light that the Broncos could catch in 2025? Anything that you could think of that we didn't just cover here?
I think it's Jahdae Barron. Because I think if you know what you've got on the island with Patrick Surtain. I mean, the best cornerback in the league, sorry, Sauce Gardner, stands out there. It's PS2. First Defensive Player of the Year at the cornerback position since Stephon Gilmore. And I believe that was right around 10 years ago.
2019.
Yeah.
2019.
Or less than that.
Yeah.
So to put that in perspective, also like defensive players or cornerbacks in particular tend to not win Defensive Player of the Year.
No, it's the guys who get after the QB.
And now you got this guy in Jahdae Barron who's a steal in the draft, who every single person that covers the NFL draft was praising the Denver Broncos for the pick. If you have two lockdown corners, I mean, how are teams going to pass the ball? And now you got Greenlaw and Hufanga who are going to put pressure on the quarterback, Hufanga in the secondary, the defensive line, as we've talked about extensively. I mean, the Broncos might be able to hold teams to 13 points a game.
They could. Isn't that
14?
something that you could actually sort of squint and see that happening in 2025?
And you know how much pressure that takes off Bo Nix?
Oh, my gosh.
I know we all
Come
expect
on.
Bo Nix to take that step.
Yeah.
But, like, if you have a legitimate elite defense, you don't need Bo Nix to take this grand old second-year step.
No.
You'd still like that, but you don't need it.
No, punting wouldn't be the worst thing if you're rolling out the best defense in the NFL, especially with the Broncos' new punter, who is going to be a fan favorite,
Yes.
Crawshaw. Or I've been calling him Craneshaw because he kicks it to the crane at mandatory minicamp and OTAs. Check it out this summer. Guy's got a leg on him. Red lights. The newcomers can't stay healthy. And I'm thinking of Ingram, who's got the injury history, Dobbins, who's got the greatest injury history that you'll find in the current NFL landscape, Greenlaw, who's already hurt. Already hurt.
No pads popping yet.
No, gonna miss the entire offseason until training camp. Not ideal. And then you got Hufanga, who's got a real injury history too. So, like, when we go through the quote-unquote on-paper Broncos, there's a lot of ifs that come first, right? If Hufanga can stay healthy, if Greenlaw can stay healthy, if Ingram, can play more than 9 games, unlike he did a year ago. And then Dobbins, I mean, that's the biggest one. I was playing a game with Phil, I offer a certain number of games. And you have a choice to take that number of games that I offer you, or you decline the sort of settlement and you roll the dice for something more. So if I said, would you take 10 games from J.K. Dobbins right now, 10 healthy games, or would you roll the dice for something more? And, like, what's your threshold of games that you would take before you took the deal? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, I think I don't want to say need. 10 seems a little low to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you're looking for 12 or 13 games from J.K.
I think I settled on 13.
Especially just because the lack of depth at the position. Like, look, I think R.J. Harvey's going to be good, but, like, J.K. Dobbins goes down, you're putting the weight of the world on R.J. Harvey's shoulders as a rookie.
He and I have the same number of carries as in the NFL. Yeah. It's a total mystery. He's a forecast. You can love what you see and love what you did down in Orlando, but he's a forecast.
Well, and especially with what Dobbins brings in the passing game.
Totally.
Right? He's not just a straight runner. Like,
no.
He's going to be able to impact the game, running the different routes out of the backfield, pass pro. Like, there's a lot of moving parts. I mean, J.K. Dobbins, when it comes to Bo Nix taking the leap in year 2, might be the most important part of that offense, which is funny to say because they signed him a week ago.
Right.
Like, this happened recently.
Right. Other red lights, rather. I was thinking about this at my kitchen table. A red light for the Broncos would be the Raiders prove to be a bigger challenge than expected.
And I think they will be.
And I think that they will be too. And I know it's fun to make fun of the Raiders, and it's funny, and it's like kick them while they're down. Go ahead. But you have a reputable head coach. You have a competent quarterback. You have one of the best pass rushers in the game. You might have the current best tight end in the game, and Brock Bowers, who just had the greatest rookie season at the position in NFL history. And then you might have the best young running back to enter the NFL in quite some time in Ashton Jeanty. The assumption with the Raiders, in my opinion, has gone a little bit too far. So that would represent a red light, as you would have to play them 2 more times. And then the other assumption that I think is and I get caught up in it too because I'm excited about this season, but this idea that the Chiefs are just ripe to be knocked off,
I ain't buying that.
This team lost one regular season game last year, in addition to the one that they mailed into Denver. So, and then you got the Chargers, who already beat the Broncos twice, home and away last year. So, depending on what happens around you, those could also, represent some green lights. So, let's talk win totals here. Let's just get loose here on a Tuesday. If they catch the green lights that we talked about through the majority of this segment, how many games can the Broncos win? Ooh. And this is a ceiling. This is best case scenario.
Best case scenario.
You ever go down Arapahoe Road and just green light? He's like, I didn't even touch my brake. I've been going for 4 miles.
Yeah, and then you go down Colorado Boulevard and it's red light, red light, red light.
Sure.
So, this is such a big number that not that I feel uncomfortable, but it's like I just don't think they'll get here.
You're going to say 14.
14. I just don't. When I hear Denver Broncos 14 wins, and I'm sorry, Broncos country.
14-3.
No, yes, that's I guess the ceiling. Do I? I'd put that at a 5% chance.
So then knock it down to the 13 games.
Yeah.
If you're overextending yourself and because this should be like, hey, I can see this. There is a path for the Broncos to get here. For me, it's 13 games. I think it's 13 games, 13-4. Could you imagine 13-4?
See, but the thing that's hard for me with that, going back to the Raiders dynamic, is not just them; it's the division as a whole. Pete Carroll's floor in Seattle was 7 wins. They won 4 games last year. So let's say they're going to be nearly double that. I think the Raiders can win 7 games.
Sure. Yeah.
The Chargers are going to win double digits. The Chiefs are a shoo-in as long as Mahomes stays healthy for double digits as well.
Yes.
So, that's what makes it so hard for me. I think the advantage the Broncos have is that third-place schedule. Right? Like, you don't – for a team that made the playoffs, this is about as good of a shake you could get in the schedule.
I agree. It's, look, it's the NFL, so it's going to come with its challenges. But what a nice thing to start the season against Tennessee.
And going back to 14-3 real quick.
Yeah.
I think they're going to split. There's a good chance they split the division regardless. Take a loss against the Raiders, take a loss against the Chargers, take a loss against the Chiefs. There's your 3. So you're telling me they're going to beat the Bengals, they're going to beat the Eagles. They got some tough games on this schedule.
They do.
All in all, again, it is a third-place schedule, but there's also some teams like I said, Cincinnati will be much better. Dallas should bounce back. Houston, they've got on the schedule.
In Houston,
exactly.
Yeah, I think it's
Washington.
I think 13 is the ceiling for this team, and what a healthy conversation considering where this operation has been for the better part of the last decade.
They got Green Bay too.
They got Green Bay. Yeah, it's not going to come easy, right? But it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. We'll talk about the number for the floor a little bit later in the show today. In the meantime, we'll hit the pause button. I want to talk about what we expect to see tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, could there be a reunion, a path for a reunion with a Denver Nugget? All right, and also Justin Simmons potentially going where? We'll tackle all that in the 3 count coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. My lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303
Street, Law 4040.
There's a new team in town. The board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. This new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro, with performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more. The Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes: Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life. The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Muller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings. stunning results only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Want to partake in our contest? Check out the rules at denversports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1. All righty. So, Justin Simmons, his representatives have been in contact with the Carolina Panthers. Potential reunion with Ejiro Evero. Remember that name?
Oh, man.
What do you think about Justin Simmons? Another year, but playing in the NFC South for the Panthers.
I just hope Justin Simmons does what's best for Justin Simmons. Like, he was just here a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. Like, his charity still does stuff out here.
I was just on the golf course with him on
that's what I was thinking
Wednesday. Yeah, he came, or Wednesday, Thursday. He came on the show with Phil and Richie from Todd Creek Golf Course. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, Justin Simmons is a great player. It's a shame that he was on the Broncos post Peyton Manning when, he was enduring all those bad years with Denver. But, I want to see him succeed. But it's in the if he's in the NFC, even better. Just don't come to the AFC West.
Yeah, and he actually talked about this on a podcast recently. I think it was Kay Adams, where he was like, "Hey, I want to be on a team that beats Kansas City," but he said, "I'd also be a fool if Kansas City asked me to come play for them to turn them down just because I've been trying to beat them." And I was like, "Ooh, oh." Now, obviously, if I'm in his shoes, I'd be doing the same thing. You can't have favorites when you're figuring out where you're going to finish your career. If someone's going to have you and pay you, that's where you would go. So I get it, but man, wouldn't that be interesting if a scenario opened up where Justin Simmons was playing on the Chiefs?
It'd be like that meme of the guy pointing the gun with the tears rolling down his eyes. Yes. That's what it would be like. Justin Simmons going against the Broncos going against Justin Simmons. If he were a Chief, he'd look ugly.
Oh my gosh, he would, and he knows that. He knows that.
Get your bag though.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's 31 years old. He'll be 32 this November. There's still something in the tank for him in the NFL. We'll just see whether it's with the Carolina Panthers or not. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley will be in the Biggity building tonight. Will the Panthers go back-to-back, or will the Oilers force another Game 7 for the second consecutive year? What do you like tonight?
Game 7. I think Edmonton comes in there tonight, that they get the job done. I mean, Connor McDavid, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, he's the best player in the NHL not to have a Stanley Cup right now. I mean, he's the best player in the league, period. But
I think he's the best player in NHL history.
I was like,
no. The best player in NHL history that has never won a cup.
Yeah.
I mean, just by accolade and by the
skill
numbers.
Set.
Yeah, he's a freak. But he by the way, just to keep it real, how many goals does Connor McDavid have in this series?
Tell me.
Didn't score in Game 1. Didn't score in Game 2. Didn't score in Game 3. Didn't score in Game 4. 1 goal in Game 5. So 1 goal in 5 games of the Stanley Cup Finals.
He's saving them for 6 and 7. He's riding it. Cream rises to the top.
Saving it for 6 and 7.
Yeah.
And by the way, the game in which he scored was really one of 2 laughers in the series, which, Florida was just in control and won that game 5-2. So, yeah, man, it's something tells me it's curtains tonight.
Really?
It's curtains. Florida's just better. They're just better. The Oilers can't score.
Yeah, Edmonton a slight dog tonight.
Edmonton a slight
plus
dog.
136.
Plus 136.
Florida minus 164.
Minus 164. Oh, what's the puck line? Minus
1.5.
Minus 1.5 equal. Let me guess. Let's go plus. Florida minus 1.5 plus 185.
Plus 152.
Okay.
It's a little shorter.
Okay.
By the way, Pacers home dog Game 6.
Home dog Game 6 with the Halliburton stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
probably went up a little bit. It was like plus 185 when I looked last night.
Okay, yeah. We'll actually talk about that series here in just a couple minutes. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, the Orlando Magic have declined a $7.5 million team option for Gary Harris. Any interest in a reunion with Gary Harris?
Just because of where Denver's at limitation-wise with who they can and can't sign, who they can and can't trade, Gary Harris on a vet min? I don't hate it. You give me Bruce Brown, you give me Gary Harris, another guy? Like, I mean...
Are you living... And so I wanted to go here. Are you living too much in the past if you're bringing back Gary Harris and Bruce Brown?
Maybe a little bit, but what other options do they have?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of where I'm at. It's not like you're going to sign these guys to 4-year, $20+ million a year deals. It's a 1-year type of thing.
Right.
I like the chemistry with Jokic. I like the chemistry with the team as a whole. I wouldn't mind it. Like who else are you signing for a vet min?
No, right. I wouldn't hate it. He's not that old, right? He is going into his age 31 season, but he has just really fallen off a cliff here. I mean, his best days, like he looked like such an ascending player. Like his first year in the NBA, he's 20 years old, he's in Denver, he scores 3 points a game. Year number 2, that jumps up to 12 points a game. Year number 3, it jumps up to 15 points a game, and I can't believe this is actually true. When he was 23 years old in the 17-18 season, I remember covering him here, he averaged 17.5 points a game. Like, that is hard to imagine on 49% shooting. And then the moment, and see, and this is a cautionary tale to other general managers when you're evaluating who these guys are or aren't in Denver. The moment he steps away from playing with Jokic, he completely falls off a cliff.
And I'll look at it the other way, because a lot of this conversation around Bruce Brown as well, he hasn't been that good in the 2 years removed from Denver, wasn't playing on great teams. I would imagine that let's take Bruce and Gary in this example, that if you come back with Denver, familiarity, know the guys, know the building.
Yeah.
Like, the competitive spirit in you has to get up a little bit, right? And I would imagine that whatever's left in the tank for Gary, Bruce is still, in the prime of his career. I think you'll get the best version of those guys.
I actually agree.
And again, on a vet min or a taxpayer mid-level exception for Bruce,
Yeah, I'd be open to it, man. I'd be open to it. And in my head, I'm like thinking Gary Harris is like 34 years old. He's 30 right now.
Yeah.
He'll be in his age 31 season. It'll be a 1-year deal. And see what it is. And what you don't question with a guy like Gary Harris or a Bruce Brown is the cultural fit. The cultural fit. Those guys are team guys, keep a lower profile, do whatever it takes type of guys. And I would welcome them both back. I really would.
Let me put it this way. I saw a tweet come out today. Would you rather have Terry Rozier or Gary Harris? Because right now, the Nuggets are the second favorite team to sign Rozier. And that's probably a similar...
Yeah, it would
vet
be.
min
Yeah,
deal.
yeah.
So
Scary Terry.
That's the type of player we're talking about here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. When Terry Rozier was a little bit younger and had it going, like he was fearless.
Yes,
he was fearless. Actually, he's the same age as Gary Harris, believe it or not. Going into his age 31 season, I would rather have Terry Rozier. I'd rather have Terry Rozier. How about you?
I'd probably lean towards Terry just because I think there's a little bit more upside there. But again, I think it's kind of grasping straws a little bit.
Yeah, to a certain
how much
degree.
are you going to expect on a vet min contract?
Out of Terry Rozier?
Or just in general, like of the guys that you can sign to that type of deal?
No, yeah, it's limited. It's limited. That's where the Nuggets are at. But I think Rozier represents a higher upside if you put him in this specific situation.
And he can help run the second unit. Jamal has an issue with that. That's the one thing when it comes to needs for Denver is I need a secondary ball handler out there.
Totally.
Because Jamal ain't it when it comes to the second unit.
No.
As a point guard.
No, as a point. I know. It's been a failed experiment. We know that now. All right, we'll keep our eye on some of these names that could become available to the Denver Nuggets. Are we seeing progress in the least likely place in all of Denver sports? I just want to ask the question coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, Broncos country? Philip Lindsay here. And if you've ever watched me play, you know I'm all about speed, agility, and getting where I need to go efficiently. When it comes to your summer vacation, you need that same kind of reliable power, and that's why I'm teaming up with Hermes Worldwide. Listen, you guys work hard all year and deserve that epic summer getaway. And let's be real, getting to and from the airport can be a total fumble. Stressful parking, long taxi lines, unreliable ride sharing, and we all know nobody needs that. Whether you're traveling solo or with your family, Hermes Worldwide has you covered with their dependable professional chauffeurs, and they understand that your vacation time is very precious to you. So let them handle all the details so you can focus on what really matters the most, and that's making memories with the ones you love. So give Hermes Worldwide a call today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/Denver Sports to book your next ride.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 23 best lawyers in America, 14 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
It's Avalanche Harley's sign and ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% annual percentage rate on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and ride away on your new Harley from Avalanche Harley. Save thousands on interest at Avalanche Harley Davidson. Under credit on new 2024 Rider ST Rider S Plate 3 models. See dealer for details.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market. And if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out with you here on a Tuesday. Appreciate you making the drive a small part of your day. Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today.
Yes, sir.
And I have to ask, are we actually seeing progress in the least likely place in Denver sports? And I feel a little bit guilty asking the question. I'm going to be real. But the Colorado Rockies have won back-to-back games. They're 3-2 in their last 5. All right? That may not sound impressive at all. Okay? But this month, they're 6-8, Anilo. Yes, that's still below 500. But when you compare that with their record in April, you know what the Rockies' record in the month of April was? This is insane stuff here. They were 4-22 in the month of April. It didn't get better in May. They were 4-24 in the month of May. This month, they're 6-8. They've won back-to-back games. Last night, it was a ninth-inning home run. Well, a pair of them, really, Hunter Goodman and Mickey Moniak. And they overturned a 4-3 deficit. The Rockies went on to a 6-4 win at Nationals Park last night. The Nationals were booed off the field by the fans that were there. It was the lowest attended game of the year. 11,370 was the announced crowd. Just to see them get beat by the Colorado Rockies.
Don't let them get hot. That's what I told you yesterday. In all seriousness, no. This means absolutely nothing. I forget, a long time, I forget which one it was, but I covered the Rockies for about 4 seasons, pretty much every home game I was at Coors Field. And,
what years?
I started in 2016, and I think right up till COVID.
Okay.
I think it's kind of, and then I pivoted and did some other stuff with my career, and the Rockies also weren't great. But I'm a baseball guy, so I was happy to be there.
But they were fun during those years.
Oh, it was blessed.
Especially 17-18.
I was in the building for the Nuggets championship. I was in and around the building for the Avalanche championship. I was at Coach Prime's debut season. Most fun I've had in my career is covering the Rockies. I got to be honest, and maybe it's just because I am that baseball guy, but there's nothing like the marathon that is a baseball season. I was in the clubhouse with the champagne party, me and Jake Shapiro before we worked together, doused in champagne. I got a picture of him and I wearing ski goggles. Epic scenes. And that clubhouse with Gerardo Parra, oh my gosh, man. You'd go in that clubhouse after a game.
Oh my gosh.
And it was a club, dude. It was a club. Carlos Gonzalez, Parra doing their thing. Arenado smiling. Trevor Story speak a little Espanol. It was an absolute scene.
Yeah.
That team was so fun. Buddy Black's incredible.
They were so fun. That was we had, and it was so nice, especially for this time of year. Is we talked Rockies baseball every single day. We recapped the night before because whether they won or lost, they were a story.
Yeah.
And we were going to talk about it. And the core of Nolan, Story, LeMahieu, and Charlie Blackmon.
Don't forget about David Dahl. He had a couple good seasons, an all-star season.
In 2017, he was an all-star.
Yeah.
And then he had an oblique that derailed his season, if you remember. But yeah, it was that they were fun, man. That happened. We're removed from it now, and they're so downtrodden. But you have to remember, that did happen. The Rockies were fun, relatively recently.
And here's the thing: when I'm bored, or if I'm doom scrolling TikTok, or I'm just sitting on the couch, I don't know what to do. Sometimes just for fun, I'll just flip on Carlos Gonzalez highlights. That dude's swing, the power stroke, it is a thing of beauty.
Totally.
A thing of beauty. But point being, in regards to the current Rockies, and I guess this doesn't necessarily apply because that's just how bad they are, but one of the old timers, the old guard there with the baseball writers, there's an old saying. In baseball, you're guaranteed to win 60 games, you're guaranteed to lose 60, right? It's that 40 in between that determines where you end up. I don't know if the Rockies are going to win 60 games. That's how bad they are.
No, and their over-under win total was, I think, 59 and a
59
half.
Yeah.
So
I had them at 63 wins in our DenverSports.com preseason analysis.
So I
off.
was very foolish and stubborn because I bet their over last year, but they started so slow. I cashed out.
No.
And I'm going head-to-head with a buddy.
No.
I was going head-to-head. So I cashed out for a bet that was it was $200, and I cashed out for $150 because how bad it started. And then the over actually hit.
Yeah.
At the very tail end of the season. This one, does it Is it possible? Is it within the realm of possibility? Because they're 15-57 right now. Can they get to 60 wins? Like, what would that have to look like moving forward here? I mean, if they played like, say their winning percentage is like, I don't know, just under 500, kind of like this month, like 6-8. They're 6-8 this month. Is
a lot of month left.
Is it attainable, Dante? You're raising your hand here.
If they play exactly 500 ball, they hit 60 wins.
Now, do we think they're going to play 500?
No.
Exactly.
No.
6-8 in the month.
Yeah, 6-8 in the month.
Like I said, don't let them get hot, baby.
You know,
watch out.
And okay, so do you think they can win today and win their third straight game?
Yeah, it's Washington. Like, Washington is not very good, right? I mean,
I think it's Senza on the mound, Antonio Sensatella.
Yeah, who's been pretty solid.
Has he?
Or I mean, I thought he had a couple of good starts. Marquez is the one who's been terrible.
No.
I
thought
Senza's been
Sensatella.
bad.
I thought he's like 1 in like 11 or something.
I was thinking they have one good player, Hunter Goodman.
Yes,
and they're probably not going to trade him.
He will be the all-star.
I mean, the ultimate Rockies thing is from last year when Ryan McMahon was probably their best trade chip, their lone all-star.
Yeah.
He went to Dick Monfort and said, "I love it here. I don't want to be traded." And Dick said, "Okay."
But
what are we doing?
That's the type of stuff that Dick loves. Like having a player, like again, guys, like. There's a difference between incompetence and not caring.
Senza's terrible.
Yeah, Senza's
1 in 10, 7.23 earned run.
Yeah, I was going to say, because he had lost his 10th game before the Rockies won their 10th game as an individual pitcher, which is just shouldn't be a sentence, but it was.
Makes my brain hurt.
But in terms of like again, difference between incompetence and not caring. The Rockies are incompetent. Don't tell me Dick Monfort doesn't care. I've literally
he cares a whole lot.
He cares a whole lot. All right, I've sat right next to that guy as he watches a Rockies game. He chews a straw to nothing. He rides the umpires like he's one of the players' dads at a JV game. I mean, and he's sitting with the fans. He's got his purple customized Rockies shoes. I mean, like the guy loves the Rockies, but it doesn't make, because you love your team, doesn't make you a competent leader, and it hasn't been competent.
It's a family affair over there. There's a story that I can't say on air. I'll tell you off air, but it speaks to the Rocky system as a whole. But there's this well-known notion that if you keep your mouth shut, smile and nod, you'll never be fired. Like that is what the Rockies are. Like, as long as you smile and, do what you got to do and not complain and not rock the boat, like, you will work your way up in that organization.
Yeah.
Dick does not like to fire people. I mean,
he doesn't.
Bill Schmidt. What is Bill Schmidt's qualification to be the GM?
He was on the business side. He was on the business side.
And you know what's so crazy? And this guy gets a lot of hate. I had a good relationship with him. Jeff Bridich looks like a saint right now.
I know, and I wish you didn't even say his name because I wanted to do it as a segment for tomorrow, but and we probably still will. But that guy, was he personable? Was he warm and fuzzy? Bridich? No. But he actually did some stuff that, like, you look back now and see what life is like. Not like just necessarily without Bridich, but with the current operation.
Right.
It's incompetent.
And the one thing you cannot pick a bone with the Rockies in that era in particular, they were spending money. They just didn't spend it right.
Yes. Even as recent as last year, Nilo, I think they were 17th in a league of 30. Yeah. I think there was like a $140 million payroll.
It's not like it's the Oakland A's or Vegas, whatever you want to call it, the Athletics these days. Like, my family grew up Met fans. Like, I remember, with the Wilpons. Like, these guys didn't spend a dime.
No.
Like, Dick Monfort will spend. He's just, not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to baseball operations.
It's the analogy that I've used. You go to the you got a family at home to feed. You go to the grocery store to get the groceries, and you come back with a tire. It's like, you were supposed to get food. Why are you holding a tire? It's like they spend money, but it's in all the wrong places. So,
it's a shame.
All right, Mikko Rantanen put a message out on social media. We'll pass it along. Coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The Recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS. It's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey guys, boy Stink here. Tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy still offered his $5,000 guarantee. So if he can't sell your house at the price you agree upon, plus on the timeline that you agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings right now as we speak. Got about 100 families approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to dial him up. 720-944-33. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the absolute most money. 720-944-33. That's 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Hey, you want to sell your house? Do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-944-33.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Empower Field at Mile High. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend. Friday, June 27th. Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday, June 29th. Those Cowboys from Hell. Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Single day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Metallica. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Banking that's truly big enough to count, small enough to care. Learn more at VectraBank.com, a division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Mikko Rantanen put out a message on social media, and I want to talk about it here just a second. Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today, and I think in this segment, I think I'm gonna reach out and extend an olive branch to the morning show, just help them out a little bit. I'm just gonna help them out. All right, I could watch them, sit there in the deep end and drown a little bit. but I think I'm going to help him out. I'm going to throw him a life vest on something. We'll get to that here in just a minute. Mikko Rantanen. Anilo, he put a post out there on Instagram, which he rarely does. All right, he's maybe like once every other year type of poster on Instagram.
So I'm trying to be, honestly.
Are you?
I can't because of my job, but yeah, one day I'm deleting the socials.
Yes.
One day, disconnect.
I'm actually, I have
trying to be like Jokic.
Well, Jokic. If you go out to dinner with Jokic, this is something I learned reading Mike Singer's book, Why So Serious. You go out to dinner with Jokic, the number one thing you don't do is be on your phone. That's like
Respect.
That's like his rules.
Old
like
country.
Yes, and that's we're trying to do that at our house. Like when we go out to dinner or to lunch or to brunch, like Father's Day, we went out to brunch after my son's hockey practice. Like, no, you can't hold my phone. No, you're not going to play on a tablet. You can color. We learned how to play last year tic-tac-toe. So me and my son played tic-tac-toe. Like, go to some of the favorites. Not like, and again, I'm not judging you if you do, because everyone's different in that regard. But the de-emphasizing screens is a thing in our house for sure. But so Mikko put out a message on social media, and it's him in his Dallas Stars uniform. And he says, "Change is never easy, but I'm grateful for the journey this season that brought me to the Stars. Thank you to the entire Dallas organization and fan base for a warm welcome. I'm excited for the future of this team. Enjoy your summer, Stars fans, and see you in September," end quote. And it's just, another chapter of, and probably one of the more final chapters of this, like, checking in on like almost everything he does. It was such an impactful and controversial trade that it was almost like I couldn't look away. It was like a scorned ex or something like that. They I can't believe he's in green. I can't believe he got traded to Carolina and then didn't sign with those guys and came back to Dallas, is in the West, and he's knocking the Avs out, and now he's thanking Stars fans and thanking the community for such a warm welcome, how excited he is about the future. And because he never posts on social media, I'm just seeing it like, wow, this wasn't a dream. This wasn't a nightmare. This is all real.
He's a Dallas Star. Like that is just the fact of the matter. And I mean, look, everyone, man and female out there, is going to be able to relate to this. Like, you go through a breakup with a girl or boy, whatever it might be, you're always peeping the Instagram. Let's see how they're doing. Have they moved on? What's going on in their life? It's a natural thing to do with human instinct. And look, I can understand how some Avalanche fans, still feel like there's some salt in the wound and kind of how all that shook out. Like, look, if he's playing for Carolina, I'm sure it's not as bad. It's the fact of who he's playing for 2 years in a row.
Right.
Dallas, what he did with the hat tricks in the series against Colorado.
Right.
It is what it is, Zach.
Oh, man.
This is a formality. Like, that's how I look at it. A lot of these players put out their end-of-season posts.
Sure.
When they get traded, like, thank you, Avs faithful, like this kind of
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, but he didn't do that last year.
Yeah.
Like, like I said, I think
pissed.
his most recent post was like 2 years ago, literally.
Yeah.
It actually might have been 3 years ago.
One thing that I think does need to be said, like, there's a chance that somebody else runs his account for him, and they may have texted him and be like, hey, we're going to put out this statement about this, that. A lot of athletes don't run their own accounts. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. Well, I would say no, because if someone ran his account, you'd see more activity.
True.
And I will say that I need to go back house cleaning on something. He did say goodbye to Avalanche fans. He did. So it wasn't 3 years ago. It was after the trade. It was after the trade, so I'm correcting myself here in real time. And what happened is, dude, the comments went crazy. Mm-hmm. He had over 1,600 comments to that goodbye to Avs faithful. So you know what he did this time? He only allowed a select few people to comment on it. Like, you or I can't comment on it.
It's people that follow him, I believe, is how it works. Or he follows them.
He follows. Yeah. Yes. I think that's what it is. So yeah, I think there was only like 5 or 6 comments. Considering Mikko took a similar deal from what the Avs were offering, do you think Mikko would change it if he could? He ends up taking a similar deal in Dallas. Do you think he would change things and take what the Avs were offering him?
Yeah, I do think. I think he would.
I think so too.
I think I'm still like confused on who to point the finger at, Because I understand McFarland being like, all right, we're not going there. Like, let's move on. Maybe he jumped the gun just a little bit. But you know why I think, let's take Mikko aside, but you know why I think it stings so much, especially with what we've heard from some rumors about Marty Necas and, maybe not being too thrilled here in Colorado. Nathan MacKinnon is a hard player to play alongside. He's Kobe-esque in the sense of demands the most out of his teammates. And Mikko was a guy that could live up to that expectation. You can't expect that. I guess you want to expect it from every player that comes in here, but Mikko was a thoroughbred with that. Like, he knew what to do. He knew how to handle it. It's hard. Like, I've heard that from numerous different people of how difficult it is to play with MacKinnon, for better or for worse.
Okay.
And so I think from the Avalanche perspective as well, looking back on it, especially if they lose out on Necas because he doesn't want to be here. Well, it's like, well, what'd you trade Mikko Rantanen for then? Right? So I do think hindsight's always 20/20, but I think Mikko, from what we've heard, what we've seen, wanted to be a member of the Colorado Avalanche. So I don't know if his representation on his terms.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're talking, I forget the exact numbers here, but it's not like they were that far off.
No.
And maybe Mikko had his agent an inflated value of what he is.
The early report was what he wanted 14 like Leon Draisaitl. But he's not Leon Draisaitl. He's excellent, but he's not Leon Draisaitl.
MacKinnon could have got more than he got on his contract as well. Like, winning matters.
Sure.
It's funny, the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. A lot of Avalanche fans are not happy.
Yeah,
they do not like Mikko Rantanen.
I'm looking at 3 texts in a row. Mikko can go to hell is one of them. Completely different person says, man, if you don't say F that guy now, on the heels of us relaying.
He didn't ask for a trade. McFarland said enough is enough, get out. Sign this deal or get out.
Yeah, I think Mikko was playing hardball, and the organization said, oh, you want to play hardball like that? Because it wasn't the first time that the Avs and Mikko were at an impasse. It happened, I mean, they really, and God, I don't want to relitigate the whole thing, but I mean, if you play 10 games, as a rookie, it starts your clock towards free agency. Right. He played 9. The Avs sent him to the AHL.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the tone setter. Then it's Mikko's turn to go into restricted free agency, and he didn't show up to training camp because he did not want to get paid what the other guys in his class were getting paid. He wanted more. He didn't show up, so the Avs ultimately acquiesced and paid him more. So, like, there was a couple different signs along the way that when it came time for contracts, it was business first, always, on both parties.
But I also think that's a respectable thing from both parties. Like it's a different sport. Like, look at Rafael Devers. Right? Like that was a whole different situation. He already got his money and whatnot, but like not wanting to play different positions, this, that, the other, became toxic in that locker room or in that clubhouse, rather. Mikko Rantanen was not toxic to his teammates.
No.
It was a strictly black and white business thing.
Yeah.
So only time will tell.
Yeah. Real quick, got about a minute left. What has to happen for the Avs ultimately to win this trade?
You need Necas to step up.
But oh God,
what? You don't agree with that?
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you after a question I just asked you.
Ahead.
I don't like it when it's Necas versus Mikko.
But that's the expectation.
He was the headliner of a trade that it was supposed to be Mikko against the collection of depth that you were going to be able to add with his salary. Necas represents a portion of that, but it was also draft jury, draft picks coming over, and then you were allowed to wheel and deal and go get Charlie Coyle and these guys. So,
right.
I don't like the Necas versus Mikko thing because Necas isn't Mikko's caliber. He's always going to be outgunned in that conversation.
The hard comparison, though, is Mikko Rantanen, not quite on the level of Makar MacKinnon, was a star in his own right. Like, was the third, Landeskog aside with the injury, was the number 3 guy.
Yes.
Like, you looked at Mikko Rantanen like you looked at Trevor Story in the Prime Rockies, or like Charlie Blackmon on the Prime Rockies, right?
Yeah.
And that is a part of your fabric of that team that won a Stanley Cup. And so there's an emotional side to it as well. And fair or not fair, because I hear what you're saying, the trade will ultimately be determined on which of these guys that they got for him, headlined by Necas, how well do they perform?
Yes. Look.
And the returns were underwhelming.
In order to feel comfortable about what went down, the Avs need to go win a Stanley Cup without Mikko Rantanen. And do it with some of the resources that you were able to go get in the Mikko trade.
Yeah, there's a good text here, and I actually do agree with this. 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Easy. The winner is whoever wins a cup first.
Yeah, right now.
Whichever team wins a Stanley Cup first,
yeah.
Kudos.
Yeah. All right. Was last night a reminder of a dynamic in Denver sports that once was and needs to be again? That's next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You're going to have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here to tell you about my new team in town, the board-certified sports medicine specialist, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. Guys, this new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro. With performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more, the team at the Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse reverse your receding hairline or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Co-Etzel, live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Don't know where you at, don't know where you been, don't know nothing about that boy you're in.
All right, was last night a reminder of the dynamic in Denver sports that once was and needs to be again. Before we get to that, I'm going to lend a helping hand to our morning show. All right, I said I would do this in the last segment. But Mike Evans, my guy this morning, was trying to educate his audience we were talking about the Caitlin Clark conversation a lot yesterday. And she came back over the weekend. You know, WNBA viewership, by the way, went down 50% after Caitlin Clark got hurt.
Wow.
Down 50%. And again, we had a lengthy conversation about this yesterday that is I think is worth your time to go back and listen to if you missed it. You can catch it on the Drive podcast, available at denversports.com, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. So Mike was trying to educate his listeners this morning about the Caitlin Clark impact in her return. This is our guy from this morning.
So while the NBA is struggling to get TV ratings, wow. All it took was Caitlin Clark coming back from injury, put him up against a very good, best in the league New York Liberty team, and it led to the most watched game in WNBA history with 21 million viewers. Basically double what these NBA final games have been getting.
Wow. All right. You're still good. Wow.
Oh, Mike.
All right, so
you got.
Let's go ahead and file that under things that didn't happen, okay? as much as a ratings draw, because, okay, so this is what happened, just to bring it behind the curtain here. So we have a listener that he doesn't put his name on the text, so I can't give him a shout out, but he was like, hey, he's like, why do you want to push down the NHL with the Caitlin Clark viewership that it's dueled the Stanley Cup so far, that there's been regular season games when it doubled the NBA finals ratings? And I had to write back to him like, send me where you found that. And he goes, I don't need to. Mike Evans reported this morning that over 20 million people. I'm like, there's no way Mike would have said that. There's no way.
No shot.
There's no way. But he did, so I'll help out. No problem. Caitlin Clark, you're off by about 18 million people. Oof. All right. So, the number was 2.2 million. All right. That was what they averaged. It peaked at 2.8 million. Yes, it was a very, very high viewed game. It's actually the third most watched WNBA game on ABC ever. But yeah, as much as the ratings draw, like 20 million people, that's like Sunday Night Football. That's NFL stuff. That's not even for most college football games, which is the second most popular sport in America. So just a little bit off there. So I don't know what happened. Maybe Simmer wrote it down and he sort of Ron Burgundy'd it because maybe Simmer misread it.
Hey, man, when you start a show at 6 a.m., a couple things are bound to slide every now and again.
Well, this was at 7:30, so he's not off the hook.
Well, Mike's a vet too. Like he's got to look at that number, 20 million, and be like, "Huh?"
That's what I was saying.
You gotta gut check yourself.
Right. Doesn't pass the smell test.
Yes.
So I don't know what
Mike.
happened. Mike's still our guy, but yeah, I wanted to clear that up. You're just off by about 18 million people.
Close.
All right. So was last night a reminder of the dynamic in Denver sports that once was and needs to be again? Last night, in a have-to-have-it game, it was Oklahoma City's second best player stepping up and stealing the show with the season on the line with a 40-burger from Jalen Williams. This was, once upon a time, what Jamal Murray was capable of, and I don't know.
Are you implying he can't do that anymore?
Not in the current state of this past season. No. Not that he can't score 40 in a playoff game. He did it in the first round, but there's a difference between the first round and the NBA Finals. And when you're on that stage with the series tied 2-2, Game 5, NBA Finals, and it's your second best player who goes for 40 points. No, unfortunately, I can't, even if I squint, see the version of Jamal Murray that we saw this past year doing that on that type of stage. I can't.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just there's too much inconsistency with Jamal Murray to bank on that. Like, it felt like there was a while there where you can bank on playoff Jamal, and obviously it all came to fruition for him in the championship run. But, there was this long-standing conversation that I know nauseates Dante of, like, who's better, Jamal Murray or Devin Booker, right? Like, I think that conversation is completely irrelevant these days.
Yeah, totally.
And I think there was an argument to be made at one point with Jamal.
At one point in time, yeah.
The thing that I can't figure out with Jamal, and maybe I'm reading into this too much, is, like, the body language. Like, it looked like we always joke about, it's just a job to Jokic, right? Like, but he's stoic. We know who Joker is. But, like, there's some times where Jamal, where it just looks like he's dragging, man. Like, it looks like he'd rather go spar with, Volkanovski in the UFC than play basketball.
Well, he said at Media Day, basketball is just what I'm doing right now.
Crazy.
This is just what I do right now.
Hey, man, sometimes when you get that crown, it's hard to get back up for it. That's what separates the great of the great from, just regularly good players.
Yes.
Well, Jamal Murray's a good player.
He is a good NBA player. Yes, he is. But he shows you the flashes from time to time, like we saw in the first round against the Clippers when he scored 40 points in that first round. But that's the difference between a star and a non-star. Stars shine every night. The other guys flash once in a while.
He's like a poor man's version of Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy Butler has some of that too.
Sure.
And he's got some other stuff off the court, with just bouncing from team to team and whatnot. But, like, there's certain games from Jimmy Butler where you're like, Jimmy Bucket showed up today.
Oh, yeah.
And there's other games where it's, 6 points, a couple of rebounds, and away we go. And I can't speak to that. I'm not an NBA player. I'm not a professional athlete. So, like, I don't understand. But, like, I could put myself in that shoe and think, like, if I was a professional athlete, like, how do you not get amped up every time? Like I've been doing sports talk radio for, I don't know, 8-9 years now probably. Every single time when I got the call that they asked me to fill in yesterday and today, I was revved up. If I did the show full time here on a station, I'd be revved up every single day. Some days more than others, but it's also you have a duty to it's a responsibility to the audience.
Correct.
It's a responsibility to your teammates.
Correct.
My co-host.
That's that one right there, especially in a team sport. That one right there might be the most disappointing when it comes to Jamal. Is that, yeah, it's one thing to let me down, you down, Nuggets Nation down.
Yeah.
It's another thing to let Nikola Jokic down.
I can't get that image out of my head of Aaron Gordon trying to get the group huddle going and Jamal just kind of casting him off.
Yes.
Like his bleep don't stink.
Dude, I'm telling you, it has been a really interesting 14 months for Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
And
he's got $1 gazillion, so.
He does. Well, the Nuggets rewarded it at the end of last season. At the end of
Kinda
last
had
season.
to.
Well, you didn't have to. No, you didn't have to. I disagree with that.
I think that there's and this is maybe more from Nuggets fans and maybe the organization themselves, they have an overinflated value of what their guys are worth compared to what the league thinks.
Correct.
So that's where I'm kind of like, they probably were like, we can't, like the offers that they could have gotten in return for Jamal, I don't think added up to what they thought was fair value. No, I don't even know what those were.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to speculate. But, I mean, look, once upon a time, like there was a trade for Paul George on the table when Paul George was at the peak of his powers, and Jamal, this is, a couple of years before they won the championship, the Nuggets did not want to trade for peak Paul George in exchange for Jamal Murray. So that's a testament to, and again, that was in that book, Why So Serious, from Mike Singer. Like you want to talk about like the way that they viewed Jamal, and then if you want to go back around the same time, is they were in conversations with Sacramento to take Luka Doncic. And they did not want to deal Jamal Murray in the trade.
Crazy.
Because Sacramento Vlade Divac was down, who was running the Kings at the time, was down on Luka for whatever reason.
I'll never understand
They
that.
ended up taking Marvin Bagley. Remember the big guy out of Duke?
Yep.
They took him like second overall. Luka drops to, I think, third or fourth
The
or whatever
trade
it was.
with the Hawks with
it was
him and
Trae
Trae Young.
Yes. But like the Nuggets were in those conversations with Sacramento. They were going to take Luka. They did not want to involve Jamal Murray in that trade.
They're loyal to a fault. The Nuggets as an organization are loyal to a fault. And I can respect, I don't think MPJ has that much value on the open market even before this previous season that we just endured.
Yeah.
But take all that aside, they want to keep this core together as long as possible.
Well, there's a difference between keeping something and keeping it and then it being stale. And I think that we've arrived at the latter here. So we'll see what the general manager does here moving forward. Oh, wait. 8 days away from the draft. Still no general manager. The Pacers are in the NBA Finals, did a trade today. The Denver Nuggets fired their GM during the season and still haven't replaced him. So, yikes. Okay, should the Broncos pick up the phone and try to deal a player who's caught up in a crowded room? That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drive's Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985. Hey Tinsley, why don't we use EasyCater to order food for staff lunches?
Because my 46-page acronym system is so easy. I just have to salad, stay alert to late arriving deliveries, pie, put in expenses, and Google Pie. Go out and get everyone's preferences and allergy information.
That's supposed to be simple?
No, simple is Steven, Irma, and Margie prefer lasagna and empanadas.
OMG.
No need to make work life more complicated. Just use EasyCater, the easy way to get food for work.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friend friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you, and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Big up Bartolini, Meeny, Money, Mo, and Flower. You're the chosen one. Feel your left hand free and your right team grip with another left.
Should the Denver Broncos pick up the phone and try to deal a player caught up in a crowded room? All right, impetus behind this conversation comes from the confusing mind of Will Peterson.
The scrappy mind.
The scrapster. Friend of the show, Will. He suggested on denversports.com that the Broncos should try to deal Audric Estime for a 6th or 7th round pick before he's inevitably cut by the end of training camp. Will cites the Broncos' arrival of J.K. Dobbins combined with elevating Tyler Bidet versus the Bills in that playoff game as the ultimate sign of his standing within the Denver Broncos right now. Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. What do you make of Will's sort of assertion that this is what this is how the Broncos should operate here with Estime?
Couple different things. One, I'm not ready to just wave the white flag on Audric Estime. And two, some people might think it's splitting hairs. I think there's a big difference between a 6th-round pick and a 7th-round pick.
Sure.
I think if it's a 6th, okay, justifiable, understand it, right? Thanks for the service and move on and get your 6th-round pick. 7th, that feels, I guess it's technically not just dumping them, but like, what are you getting for a 7th-round pick? 6th-round pick, you can even package with another, late-round pick and try to get a 2nd-round pick out of that with another team in a trade, right? So where I fall on this, and Richie Carney brought up a great point in one of our commercial breaks, Audric Estime profiles pretty similarly to that of J.K. Dobbins as well. And we talked about it earlier in the show. J.K. Dobbins' injury history. We'll do our red light, green light here coming up in a little bit throughout the course of the program as well. But you expect J.K. Dobbins to probably miss a couple of games, 3 games minimum.
The next time he plays a full season would be the first time.
And I like the idea of having a guy that profiles the same way. And, oh, by the way, is much bigger. Much different skill set than guys like Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet, who in their own right, I don't think have proven much to me.
No.
I don't understand, and I don't mean this is a slight, but like, what has Jaleel McLaughlin done to sit back and say, that is automatically RB3?
Nothing.
Can't break a tackle.
No.
I love the speed, but that speed needs to materialize in the game.
I have been a squeaky wheel about this for the last year. And look, we're talking about pro football here, so it's not personal, because we all root for Jaleel. I don't know anyone who doesn't root for Jaleel. This undrafted
Same with
story.
Bidet and all these players. You want them to do well.
Sure. But at a certain point, I can't continuously hear about the speed when we never saw it over the course of a whole year.
Exactly. It's a phantom.
He had the second most carries of anyone after Javonte Williams, who was mostly lifeless as well. So it's not specific to Jaleel. But he had 113 carries, and we never saw a run longer than 21 yards, ever. It never happened over the course of an entire season, over 100 opportunities. But that's not different than Estime or Bidet or Blake Watson. Like, no one, stepped up and seized the opportunity. And I think Jaleel might be more of a centerpiece of this conversation because he did have the most opportunity to seize it, along with Javonte, and just didn't. With the Estime stuff, and Will's assertion, hey, you should trade this guy because he's inevitably going to be cut. It might be the most likely scenario that he gets cut, but that's different than inevitable. Like, it's not inevitable that a second-year player who is a draft pick, who's on a rookie contract, he's making peanuts through an NFL lens. There's really not a downside to having him around. Financially, he's as cheap as you're going to come by, and he's still kind of a mystery. He's still, and that's one of my least favorite components of the 24 season for the Broncos, is that we got through the season and we had 76 carries from Audric Estime. And no, he didn't kill it when he was out there. He had a bit of a fumbling issue. We know that, but there's still enough mystery that I'm intrigued to go through the summer to see what the Broncos have.
And he's a baby. He's 21 years old.
Crazy.
Jaleel and Tyler Bidet, one's 25, one's 24. So you're talking about, in NFL terms, that's a decade difference at the running back position.
At the running back,
yes,
specifically.
Like, that's the thing. It's like you got this young, spry, unproven, wild card type of running back in Audric Estime, who I think has plenty more to give. And I'm just not overly thrilled with the returns that we got from Bidet and Jaleel. And again, I'm not wishing anything bad on them to prop up Audric Estime.
No.
But I'm just saying, to draw this line in the sand of Bidet and McLaughlin are that much better than Audric Estime, I think is just a little much.
No. And I don't know, and not to pile on Will, although sometimes we do it for sport, is that listen to the head coach talk about Estime. It doesn't sound like Sean Payton's ready to bail on Estime.
And Sean Payton ain't giving participation trophies out. Like, when Sean Payton speaks highly of a player, he's speaking from the heart, speaking from the mind.
Well, let me ask you like this as we wind down this conversation. You said if it's a 6th-round pick, then you do it. You're not getting a 6th-round pick for Audric Estime. He was picked in the 5th a year ago. There'll be a new batch of Estimes coming out of every single draft. You don't need to give up a 6th-rounder. You can just draft a running back in the 6th round. He didn't do anything to elevate his value here, talking about Estime. But if you could get a 7th round, just for the sake of the exercise, if you could get a 7th round pick for Audric Estime, would you do it?
No.
I
don't
wouldn't
think
either.
I would.
I wouldn't either.
I'd give him a shot in training camp.
Yep.
I think there's more value in seeing what you got than
Yes.
just dumping him for the lowest possible draft pick compensation you can get.
Yeah. Once upon a time, you had an evaluation that you really liked the guy to use one of your draft picks on him. So let's see what it looks like this summer. Let's have a competition. Let's have a battle. See what it looks like in preseason games. And he may just be a slow starter, as you pointed out. Guys, he's by far, by a couple years, the youngest player on the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. And here's the other thing, too, is, there's a lot more to give from a guy like Audric Estime, I think. I go back to the point where I don't understand this infatuation with Jaleel McLaughlin. That's nothing against him, but it seems like Broncos country media alike are just infatuated with this guy. And I'm like, why? Like what did you see that I didn't see? That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, you speak for the both of us. So we'll see what it looks like this summer. Who is going to be that third running back behind J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey? So, okay, let's battle it out. All right, guess who has the most bet on win total in all of college football? That's next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance. And oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner. Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to Soda, just amazing.
I started on Soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
47% of all motorcycle crashes involve riders who do not possess a legally required motorcycle endorsement. Obtain your M through a 1 or 2 day motorcycle rider training course. Sign up at COMost.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling downhill here on a Tuesday, June 17th. If you are listening live and not after the fact on the Drive podcast, available at denversports.com, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. But if you are, shout out. We got Anilo Piro sitting in for Philip Lindsay today. It's been a very fun day. It's flying by here. Appreciate you being here. Guess who's got the most bet on win total in all of college football, according to BetMGM?
CSU Rams.
You know, no Travis Hunter, no Shedeur Sanders, still a ton of interest in Deion Sanders' program up in Boulder, according to BetMGM. CU over 6.5 wins is the single most bet on college football win total at BetMGM.
That doesn't overly surprise me because specifically year one of Coach Prime, you had a little bit of this year two, but when you had The Rock going up there for college, think about that. You had College Game Day and Fox Big Noon Kickoff, the same campus.
Same location.
I haven't heard that for Alabama. I haven't heard that for LSU,
No,
Georgia.
nope.
I mean, there was a probably 3-month stretch in that first year for Coach Prime where the Colorado Buffaloes were the biggest story in sports.
In sports.
Not college football.
No.
Sports.
It's just a fact. It's just a fact.
So-
They moved the needle to such a degree, and I'm sure you remember this, but remember the first Rocky Mountain Showdown after Deion came here,
I was there.
where Shedeur leads that 98-yard drive or whatever it was. That was happening at 2 o'clock in the morning,
I remember.
East Coast, where half the country lives. Right? You ever wonder why there's an East Coast bias? Because as you're tailoring programming, 47% of the nation lives in that one time zone.
Mm-hmm.
And there was over 10 million people watching at 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern.
I remember going up to the press box after the game was over and looking out at an empty Folsom Field. I was so revved up. I was like, can we do that again? Like, can we kick off now? Like, the energy in that building in that first year and last year as well, it's just unlike anything I've ever seen. And the way that I always put it, and I know that reading into what celebrities show up to games isn't the best way to go about it, but, like, there was more energy and aura for a regular season CU football game in year one of Coach Prime than the game in which Denver won the NBA championship. I swear to you.
Say that again. Say that again.
There was more energy, more aura for a regular season CU football game than the game in which Denver won a championship at Ball Arena. I went to every home game.
So did I. So you're talking about like the specifics of what was it, Game 5?
Yeah, like I'm saying,
like the closeout game.
It felt bigger. The energy.
Oh,
the ethos.
Nilo, I don't. You and your ethos. I don't know.
I'm just being honest. I'm walking around. I'm like, whoa. Like,
yeah, I don't. Oh man,
it was prime time.
That's close. I'd have to think about that, but I don't want to get bogged down in semantics. It was an all-timer.
It was.
And you could just,
never see it again.
And you could just tell, like, with all the debate shows, CU and Deion Sanders was just a daily topic. It was not quite Tebow, but, like, it was trending. It was kind of flirting with that energy that first year, but I wasn't sure because things do have, to the masses, interest like that, to that level, I think has a shelf life, all right? And I wasn't sure in the interest in year 3, post-Shador, post-Travis Hunter, maybe the greatest athlete that's ever played at Folsom Field, them departing for the NFL, and we don't even know who the quarterback is yet. CU is the most bet win total in all of college football. When you have Arch Manning and freaking Texas, I just, like...
It's crazy. I mean, there was one game, I think it was the USC game of that first year when Caleb Williams was in town.
I was there.
I turn around, it's Dr. J, it's CeCe Sabathia, it's Michael Irvin, it's social media influencer, it's Offset from Amigos, and I'm just like, excuse me?
Yeah.
Like in Boulder, Colorado?
I know.
Like what are we doing here? But in regards to the over-under 6.5, man, I mean, I'm pretty skeptical, and I'll come out and say I'm a big Coach Prime guy. The moment they made that announcement that he was coming to Boulder, I was all in, for better or for worse, because just in the business we work in, I was like, this is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen before.
It's been content gold.
Yeah.
Because whether they win or lose, that's a story.
And I say that to say this. As a Coach Prime guy, I'm a little unsettled, confused, not sure where to go on the Colorado Buffaloes this year. Like, I would not place a wager on the over or the under 6.5. That's kind of where I'm at.
What if you had to, Anilo?
I'd probably go over, just because I think 7 wins, I don't think that's that difficult to achieve, like from that perspective, and I don't see them being like epically bad. But I do wonder, where is Coach Prime at? I mean, obviously there's the medical stuff that he's been dealing with. We hope that's all taken care of.
For sure.
But like, no Shador. Like that was a big dynamic, the pregame sideline walk, no Travis Hunter.
Here's my question to you. How can you blindly go over when you don't know who's playing quarterback?
Well, I think it's going to be Caden Salter. I think anyone that thinks it's going to be Juju Lewis, I mean, here's the thing. Juju's going to have to earn it. I don't think they're going to just go one way or the other. It's Caden Salter's job to lose from everything I've picked up on.
Ooh, I don't know.
You think that's a hot take?
Well, no, I don't think it's a hot take.
It is a hot take Tuesday.
It is a hot take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's. Order your pizza for pickup today. I don't know if it's the way you phrase it. It's Caden Salter's job to lose. I don't know about that. You got a former 5-star quarterback who reclassified, then now he's a 4-star, whatever. In an era where if you don't play, those blue chip guys, they're going to transfer. What was the image? What was the lasting image from the Shador Sanders, Juju Smith photo shoot? It was
the
Shador
keys.
handing the keys to Juju Lewis as he sits in a king's chair. I don't know if that type of kid decommits from USC without a really good idea that he's going to have the inside track. And then with the spring game, I believe he was the first quarterback that we saw as well, which can be an early tell.
But I think Juju Lewis also knows what's coming for him.
I said Juju Smith, excuse me. Juju Lewis. Yeah.
Like, he's 19 years old, Zach.
He's a baby.
There's got to be a little bit of like, because here's the thing. It's one thing to have, a Big 12 coach put his hand on your shoulder and explain what they want to do. It's another thing when it's Deion Sanders and says, we got this fifth-year, graduate player. And that's the other thing. I don't think Caden Salter's coming to Colorado, not with an assurance, but with the expectation that he would be the starter. You got 1 year left to prove yourself. See if you can get drafted.
That's what I said. I remember saying to Phil, I'm like, man, if you're Caden Salter, you have one more shot at this, and you're going to go to a school where you're not guaranteed to start, and you're going up against a 5-star kid, and maybe he does start the season. We're going to see Juju Lewis. Like, at a certain point, we're going to see Juju Lewis. But if I were like a rabid Buffs fan, I would probably be preparing for a bit of a step back here this season. I think it's going to reveal itself this fall just how much of a baller Shedeur Sanders was. When you see his first replacement, it's either a baby who should be a senior in high school, or it's a graduate senior who played at Liberty. Now, I know Liberty had some good years under Salter, so I'm not, getting carried away, but their projected standing in the Big 12 anyway. This is according to Kelly Ford ratings. All right. Colorado is predicted to finish 11th place in the Big 12 and just 3.8 projected conference wins out of 9 games. The Big 12 is evolving, and I think Colorado is evolving at the same time as the Big 12 is, and it's turning the page from a guy who touches the football on every single play in Shedeur, who could flat out play, and maybe the greatest player that ever walked through the doors of Folsom Field and Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and here's what you're dropping off from. This is what Caden Salter and Julian Lewis have to live up to. Last year, Shedeur Sanders, 4,134 passing yards, 353 completions on 477 attempts, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So that's what you're trying to make up.
No one's coming close to that.
But I don't think, and that's the thing is, to your point, it might be a little bit of a reality check if it is Caden Salter, which I believe it will be, bearing something unforeseen just from what I've heard. Caden Salter doesn't play like Shedeur Sanders.
No.
And that offense was tailor-made for Shedeur Sanders' strengths.
Sure.
The offense as a whole will look a lot different, whether it's Caden Salter or Juju Lewis, but with Salter in particular, it's going to be a lot of RPO. It's going to be a lot of quarterback running. It's going to be a lot of dink and dunk passing.
Well, Anilo, I'll say this. They better be able to run the football. If you don't have an NFL caliber quarterback, because you could get away with chucking the ball all around the way that they did. They a lot of those games, the running game was dead on arrival, and they didn't even try. So, but when you don't have that guy, and you can't run the football, they're going to have to find a way to run the football.
Yeah, they got a couple horses coming back. Michael Welch is back for another season.
You said horses?
Just a term for running back, I guess.
All right.
I mean, don't take that literally.
All right,
I'm having fun in the radio sphere here. But a couple of running backs that are returning.
All right.
Michael Welch, Dallin Hayden, of course, who was a big transfer for Colorado coming into last year. They're really stacked at wide receiver still. I mean, I think Omarion Miller,
I like him.
He got hurt last year, which kind of derailed his season. But the year prior, you had Michael Irvin after a game putting his arm on his shoulder saying, this kid's the truth.
I think it was the USC game where he went nuts, because I remember sitting there. He was very quiet before that game, and I'm sitting there in the stands going, who is this dude?
Mm-hmm. You got Omarion Miller, you got Joseph Williams, who's a transfer, and you got Draylon Miller as well. I mean, so you're talking about your top 3 receivers.
Yeah,
Draylon's a player, man.
Tell me why. School me up.
Skill position. I mean, it's a guy that can go up and fight for any ball. 50-50 balls, he's a guy that you want going up to grab the football.
Was he here last year?
He was.
Okay,
yeah.
So he played behind LeJontay Wester, Jimmy Horns.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's the thing is you have guys that play
But he's a forecast, though. He's still a forecast, right?
He played a good amount. Let me pull up his stats for us from last year as well. But point being, it's not like it's a whole new wide receiver crop as well. These are wide receivers that played under Pat Shurmur last year that made an impact in these games. I
think you're overextending a little bit with what's known about these guys. I don't think these guys are known.
And maybe what I'm thinking is, maybe not what I'm thinking, but maybe I'm talking like that because of what they did because of Shedeur Sanders. Like Shedeur Sanders opened up so many opportunities, especially when you got Travis Hunter playing wide receiver, the attention that he commands. So how are these guys going to fare, without Travis Hunter, without Shedeur Sanders now, knowing what the offensive line is? It's going to be interesting, but that's what I said. Like, if I had to make a decision, over, under 6.5, I would lean over.
I would lean under. And the juice is, quote unquote, juice to the under. So if you want to bet the over, you're going to get a little bit of value. It's plus 115. So a $100 bet on over 6.5 wins. If they did go and win 7 or more, you'd get 115 back in addition to your $100 stake. We're gonna continue to gather these clues. And here's my question. Here's my question before we move on, because I want to get to Broncos here too. The CU Buffs win 7 games. They hit their over-under total. Would that define success this season for CU, do you think?
To Coach Prime, no. But I think to the general football family, I would be satisfied with 7 wins. Just because I'm expecting a bit of a drop-off. I just think it's, especially when the coach was so tied to your 2-star players and Travis and Shedeur. Like, that's going to be an adjustment for Coach Prime.
Totally.
And I know Coach Prime is preaches the power of positivity. But, like, reality's got to set in a little bit. But if there's anyone that I expect to exceed when expectations are set, it's Coach Prime. That's where I'm at. I'm a stan. I got my black and gold glasses on.
Would 7 wins be acceptable for the fan base. It might. The critics are going to be out that, hey, this is what's acceptable and this is what you're celebrating. But in my opinion, given the context and the landscape of what they've lost, I actually do think 7 wins. If they were 7-5, above 500, going to a bowl game, in my opinion, losing your quarterback, losing a Heisman, losing Jimmy Horn, losing LaJohntay Wester. Like, I know they added Marshall Faulk and the coaching staff. He doesn't have any eligibility left. So, like, you're going to have to find a way to run the football and replace an NFL caliber quarterback and a two-way star. It's a lot.
And it's not like you're Bama or Georgia, who's got this pipeline of 5-star prospects coming in each and every year. Like, this is still Colorado, Deion aside, where you're going to have to really get into the trenches here and do some homework on some of these guys.
Well, this is supposed to be Deion's superpower.
You want to do a coffee bet on it?
And hold on, no. This is supposed to be Deion's superpower, is acquiring and accumulating talent.
Not wrong.
So we'll see. We'll see. This is your greatest strength. You're the portal king. We'll see what it looks like here this fall. All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By hanging out with Aniello Piro, filling in for Philip Lindsay today. Man, already into hour number 4. Appreciate you guys spending a small part of your day with us here on The Drive. Shift gears from Talking Buffs. God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for college football, NFL football. That first game against Georgia Tech, it's I know it's right around the corner. All right, in Boulder, by the way. And Georgia Tech's a favorite in that game, by the way. Georgia Tech is a favorite at Folsom Field on Friday, August 29th on ESPN.
I will be #taking the points.
I think Dante. Last time we checked, it was like 4. Or is it 3.5?
I'm getting a field goal.
I think it opened up at 4.5. It may have been bet down here to maybe 3.5. Dante's checking on it, but again, you got to remember, like Georgia Tech was pushing Georgia to 7 overtimes last year. So they're. It's 3.5 right now, Dante said.
I'm just so excited for football, man. Let's go, baby.
I can't wait, man. And it's not going to be long after that. The Broncos will be kicking off. Okay, we'll be at training camp here in very short order. It's June. Training camp is in July, right? And I want to talk about what it would look like this season if the Broncos caught every green light. And also, what would it look like if they got stuck with some red lights? All right, and we've all been in each of these situations. You're driving down Arapahoe Road, and it's green light after green light, or whatever the main drag is where you happen to be listening to me right now, and it just feels good. You don't even touch the brake, man. Your ETA keeps dropping. Your arrival time is sooner. But we've all been in that situation where it's a red light after red light, and like how am I timed up this awkwardly where I'm wearing out my brakes at these red lights, and when you apply that sort of analogy to the Denver Broncos, what would it look like? It's about floors and ceilings, Mr. Aniello. What would represent the 4 biggest green lights in 2025? I'll start here, AP. I think just the team staying healthy comes first and foremost. And I know that's not a sexy outset for these 4 biggest green lights, but this team has been almost like shockingly healthy for professional football for 2 straight years. I don't want to get caught into an assumption that that's just the way things are around here, because the strength and conditioning is just a galaxy better than the rest of the league. I think there's some luck involved in addition to a great program, and that would represent a big-time green light in 2025, just the health of the football team.
Well, and to your point, they have been uncharacteristically healthy the last couple of years. I get a little scared of just natural regression to the mean.
Yeah.
Right? Like that is, but you got to control what you can control. And injuries are something that you can't really control all the time. You can control how you maintain, the maintenance, the upkeep on the body, making sure that, these injuries don't linger too long. But already, the 2 biggest offseason signings for the Denver Broncos on defense, Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga. Hufanga we know has been injury prone, but Dre Greenlaw already no
hurt.
pads popping yet.
Yeah.
Already dealing with something.
Not ideal.
So again, I'm not looking in no crystal ball. I'm not wishing no injuries on anybody, but you have to expect that there will be injuries throughout the course of the season. That's just a fact of the matter. So if they can maintain that and mitigate the the injuries and whatnot, the risk to that, they're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, and the one thing that the Broncos have going for them that they did not have in years past, should that go to a red light instead of a green light, is that the depth of this football team is about as good going back to maybe the 2015 season, maybe the 2016 season. But like if something happened to, say, Jaquan McMillan, right? You have Jahdae Barron, or maybe flip it. Say Barron's a starter, something happens to Barron, and you have a J-Mac. We saw Mike McGlinchey miss time last year. There wasn't a big drop-off with Alex Pawcheski, and so they've built this roster in such a way that they can absorb some stuff, but you don't want to, like, those are unfortunate conversations if we're having them. If they can stay healthy, I think that represents a huge green light. And then the second one for me, AP, is just it goes back to what the biggest glaring was as we entered the offseason a handful of months ago, and that's the run game. If this run game is highly effective with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, it legitimately changes the ceiling of who the Denver Broncos are.
Yeah, and theoretically, I mean, you can only really go up for the Broncos when it comes to the run department.
Agreed.
I mean, it was pretty bad last year, and
It's very
I like
bad.
Javonte, right? I like the guys as people, but like the production just wasn't there. And I don't know if I've told you this on the air, but my first takeaway, my first day at OTAs, OTAs and minicamp are like the same thing in my head, by the way, because it's just like the same process.
Sure.
Dude, RJ Harvey's quads are the size of your head and my head combined.
I know.
And some.
I know.
Like, I am so stoked. And I think like the difference in approach with RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins is going to open up so much in Sean Payton's bag of tricks that I'm so excited to see how Sean Payton can finally command this offense in the manner in which he wants to. Because last year it felt like we got 65-70% of what a true Sean Payton offense can be.
Yeah, and honestly, like, you could see these things are all connected, right? It's like human tissue. It's one hand washing the other, because if you have a highly effective run game, then Bo's jump in year number 2, right, is going to be, I don't want to say easy because it's NFL football, but it will be easier. And you could make an argument that, hey, if you have a highly effective run game, Bo's quote-unquote jump in year number 2 might look exactly statistically like it did in year number 1. It's just less heavy lifting. Bo Nix was 6th in the NFL in passing attempts. If your run game is highly effective, look, they're still going to throw the ball. It's Sean. But it's just the ease in which that jump will happen. It's just much more manageable.
And I think the thing that I'm looking for, Zach, let's take the stats out of it for just a minute. Look at the body language, the eye test on Bo Nix from the first 4 weeks of the season to where we finished the regular season.
Oh, totally.
A complete 180. And so that's what I'm looking for. You've got some depth at running back. You're a believer in this wide receiver core with Devon Bailey and Pat Bryant and company. Cortland Sutton, looks like he should be ready to go. Showed up at mandatory minicamp. You like what you've got in the offensive line. I loved Bo Nix going back at Sean Payton when Sean Payton kind of grabbed him to the side and, he kind of stood up for himself. So what I'm looking for, touchdowns are important, passing yards are important, not turning the football over is important. But how does Bo Nix command the room?
Sure.
They had a great conversation at Cecil and Mace on Orange and Blue today. Check that out on the Denver Sports YouTube channel of who is the face of the Denver Broncos.
Yep.
The last 2 years, it's really been Sean Payton, right?
I still think it's transitioning to Bo
exactly
right now, but I think it's still probably Sean, especially if you're talking about a coast to coast looking at the Denver Broncos.
And I would agree with that. Hot take Tuesday, maybe not scorching hot, but warm. Bo Nix will affirm himself as the face of the franchise come the end of the season. It needs to happen. That's the natural progression.
I think that's a room temperature take.
Yeah, room
AP.
temperature. Yeah,
look, your best players, your best teams are player led. Your best teams that are player-led become elite when the leader of them all is your quarterback. There's no better example than Peyton Manning. We know that to be true. But Bo, it just screams. It's like, forget who the face is for a second, because that's like a perception thing.
Correct.
From an day-to-day utilitarian just function standpoint, I think this is Bo's team. Of any player that is leading the team, it's Bo Nix right now. We heard that from Mike McGlinchey talking to Troy Rank a couple weeks ago, saying it's Bo's team. It started last year. Now you go into year 2, there's no silly 3-way competition.
Right.
There's no throwing camp that's being organized by Jarrett Stidham. You're not carrying pads anymore. You just had the second best statistical rookie season in NFL history after only Justin Herbert. Like, this is your operation.
Well, I think the big thing is, and I'm going off Call of Duty here for just a moment, but like to use military terms, like Bo Nix came into training camp last year, started the regular season as a private, advanced to corporal in the middle of the year. Finish the season as like a sergeant. You want to see Bo Nix be a general this season.
Yeah.
Command the respect of his teammates. Have that oozing confidence that trickles down to everybody else.
I do believe, although he hasn't arrived yet, but I believe that process started last year. And if I were to pin down exactly when it started, it was in the fourth quarter in Arrowhead. When you can go in the fourth quarter in Arrowhead, look that dragon in the eye and say, you're going to have to kill me, but I'm not scared of you.
Yep.
I'm not scared.
And I think another growth point that I noticed from Bo Nix, and they lost the game, Baltimore. There was a couple moments in that game where it was pretty ugly. But the way that Bo Nix was able to, I don't know, I was just really impressed with the mental progression of Bo Nix, the ability to process. Like, it just looked like he was developing before our eyes throughout the course of the season. And, you're climbing the ladder right now. That's where we're at with Bo Nix. But I think at the end of the day, the fact that, and he spoke to this as well at OTAs, the fact that he has the same coach, the same coordinator, the same system for the first time in a long time in his football career, I think will work wonders for him.
And that's not just specific to Bo. That's specific to the Broncos as well.
And we got a text here, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Stop hyping up Bo. Still has a long way to go. I actually subscribe to that thought. Like, I'm gassing up Bo Nix right now. I am, but I'm still cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, and no one here is crowning Bo.
No.
No one here. You got to go out and do it. But I'm expecting him to go out and do it.
Yes.
I am full. Like, when you're obsessive, okay, which Bo is about football, all right, when you have all the resources that you need to get better, when you're in perfect harmony with your head coach,
That's a good word.
which he is, I am fully anticipating Bo taking a step forward. And I'm not talking about just statistically, as it referenced before. It could look very similar to this past year, but it's not as heavy of a lift because you have a tight end, because hopefully you have a slot receiver, because hopefully you have a run game. So what else? What else? When we talk about floors and ceilings and catching green lights or red lights, I mean, Nick Bonitto proving that he is closer to Michael Jackson than MC Hammer.
Oh, that's a good one.
Like, he's not a one-hit wonder. I hope we find out or the early returns to that question in September and October and don't have to wait too long. But he represents, again, much like the run game, like a ceiling changer. If the Broncos legitimately have one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, the way he ranked statistically last year, and that's just who he is, it changes just about everything defensively.
100%. And while I don't disagree with you about the ceiling raiser dynamic, I think the one player that could take the ceiling even higher overall is Evan Ingram at tight end. Like, I think if Nick Bonitto is as good as he was last year, maybe a little bit worse, takes a half step back, right? I think the Broncos defense is going to be just fine because you got Zach Gallen, you got Jonathan Cooper, you got the secondary, and you got your additions in Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. But if Evan Ingram can be the guy at tight end that we think he could be, talking about Bo Nix, I still am a little skeptical of the Broncos wide receiver room as a whole. Evan Ingram can really take this offense from, I think the offense was solid last year. So solid to good doesn't sound as good on radio, but good to great, I think, is what Evan Ingram has the ability to do for this offense.
Well, if it's going to go from good to great, I think it starts with the run game.
Yeah.
I think it starts with
foundation.
the run game and everything. If the Broncos can figure out a run game, and dare I say it becomes like highly effective. And by the way, there's no reason why it shouldn't be, because what the results were so putrid, considering
another good word
that the Broncos had the number one offensive line in run block win rate.
Yeah.
How do you have the number one offensive line in run block win rate and the leading running back in 2024 was 30 yards a game, and the top 3 running backs on the Denver Broncos, top 3, never once over the course of a 17-game season had a 22-yard run?
I mean, how many?
That should not compute, dude. That is insanity right there. But it shows me not one of the top 3 running backs, ever played above the X's and O's on a Sunday, a Monday, or a Thursday, ever.
Yeah. And I mean, how many games were there where you're looking at halftime, the stats, and Bo Nix is your leading rusher?
Yeah, well, he was their best running back last year.
He was.
He really was.
And I don't even think of Bo Nix as a running quarterback. Like, he can move, he can shake it and bake it, but he's not a Caden Salter in college or a Lamar Jackson in the NFL, a guy who is a true dual threat.
Well, I'll say this. That's how he did come into college.
That's fair.
He sequenced away from that, especially when he got to Oregon, but he was, once upon a time, the number 1 rated dual threat quarterback coming out of high school.
Yeah.
But he dialed it down when he got to Oregon. So I was impressed. It sounded like Sean was impressed with the way that Bo ran it last year. He must have said it 4 or 5 times. It was a way better athlete than anyone would have anticipated. Probably closer to the 10 best athletes at that position as opposed to the 10 worst at the position in football. Because he's not Lamar Jackson or Jaden Daniels or Josh Allen, but he's also not Kirk Cousins or some of these stiff quarterbacks in the NFL. So he sort of lives somewhere in between. Say these green lights hit. Say these green lights hit, and your foot is on the gas and no brakes. When it comes to the team staying healthy, the run game being significantly improved, Bo Nix takes an organic jump in year number 2. Bo Nix isn't a one-hit wonder. Like, what do you think the best case scenario for the Denver Broncos is? What is their ceiling? It lives within reality. There's a pathway to it, but it's best case.
Absolute, perfection, 10 out of 10, nothing goes wrong, it's 14 wins. Now, the percentage I put that at, 0.5.
0.5?
Maybe a little bit more generously, but...
If it's at 0.5, just have your ceiling be 13.
But I think if everything goes well, like Kansas City, falls off the face of the earth. Like Patrick Mahomes, you don't wish injuries upon anybody, but like New England when Brady got hurt, right? That opened up the entire AFC that season. Let's say the Raiders aren't as good as I think they might be. The Chargers are the Chargers, right? Like that is like dream perfect scenario. I got the Broncos realistically, and maybe this isn't sexy to Broncos fans. They won 10 games last year. I think they're realistically going to win 11 or 12. That's kind of where I'm at.
Super fair. Super fair. I've said this to Phil, and I'll say it here now. There is also a scenario that they had the exact same record as they did a year ago, 10-7, but it's a more believable football operation.
Yeah.
Because when you go 1-8 against winning teams, and I don't count the Kansas City 40-0 or whatever that week 18 game was.
Glorified scrimmage.
Just for clarity's sake, 38-0. I don't count that. So when you're 1-8 against winning teams, but you get to 10 wins, you did something awesome, but you lack a believability going into the playoffs.
Right.
The Broncos could be 10-7, and instead of that, 1-8, say they're 5-4 this coming season against teams with winning records, and say it wasn't a overtime loss to the Bengals. Say you beat the Bengals. Say you beat the Chargers in a way you didn't this past year. You beat the Steelers. Maybe you hang with the Ravens in November in a way that you didn't this past year when they lost 41-10. They can have the same record but be more believable heading into the winter.
You know what I think is a reasonable forecast? You brought up his name, Josh Allen. I remember it was I believe the 2019 season was his kind of breakout announcement to the NFL.
Yeah, it was his second season.
They lost to Houston in the playoffs.
Yes.
Right? So
they blew a huge lead, and J.J. Watt ended up taking over that football game.
So that was the 2019-2020 season. Buffalo went 10-6 that year. Denver went 10-7 in Bo's rookie year. The following season, when Josh Allen really announced himself to the league, they won the AFC East. They went 13-3. So that's, I think, a good – and I remember watching Josh Allen in that playoff game against Houston and being like, okay, like he doesn't have it all put together just yet, but you could see with your own two eyes that, okay, this guy is going to be a problem. He can hang in the playoffs. He can be successful. That, I think, is a fair comp for where the Broncos are at going into this year. Build off what you saw from last year like we saw Josh Allen do in the subsequent season.
Yeah, that was the game where – so that was 2020, right? Or was that 2019?
It was the 2019-2020 season.
Yeah, 2019. They lost in overtime 22-19. That was the game where Josh Allen went to go pitch it backwards.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
And
he had a couple interceptions in that game too, I believe.
He did not, but he didn't have a touchdown either.
Why am I testing the Bills guy over here?
So now let's talk red lights. Okay. Before we do, my ceiling for the Denver Broncos this year is 13 wins, 13-4. I think it lives within the realm of possibility. I really do. But when you look at the schedule, it's hard for me with sober eyes to find just 3 losses on the schedule when
yes,
you're playing the Chargers twice, who are much improved, that beat you twice last year. You're still going to have to play Kansas City twice. The Raiders would actually represent a red light here with this conversation, because as fun as it is to make fun of the silver and black, and it is fun, you have to acknowledge the competency of their new head coach. We'll see who he actually is in Vegas. But Pete Carroll, and you have a competent playoff caliber quarterback. You have a top 3 or 4 pass rusher in the NFL still in his prime in Mad Max Crosby. You might have the single best tight end in the league who just had the greatest rookie year at the position of all time in Brock Bowers going into year number 2. And then you also mix in Ashton Genty, who's the best or I guess highly rated running back coming out of the draft in recent years. I'm not saying be fearful, but I want to proceed with just a little bit more caution than we looked at that operation a year ago.
Absolutely. The Raiders won 4 games last year. Pete Carroll's floor with the Seahawks was 7.
Right.
So you expect them to be, call it 7 wins for them. I mean, the division is an absolute gauntlet. Man.
It is. It could be the best in football.
A 500 record against the division, I think, is a win.
Would you take that right now if I offered you 500 against the division?
I would. I have a lot of respect for the Chargers. Sorry, Bronco fans. I just think Harbaugh's a great coach, and I like Justin Herbert a lot. I don't think the Chiefs are going anywhere. I know there's this huge thought of they're due for regression. I'm not buying that until I see it with my own 2 eyes.
Same.
I mean, you look at the head coaches: Andy Reid, Harbaugh, Peyton, Carroll. I mean, a split to me, A-okay, because I think the Chiefs would split. I think all the teams could just split with how good these teams are. The Raiders are obviously at the bottom of the barrel in that. But I think the Raiders are going to be better.
Yeah, they will be better. They're not a 4-win operation anymore.
And I think to get to this 13-14 real quick before we pivot to the red lights, it's going to come down to starting the season hot. I mean, you got to beat Tennessee. You got to beat Indianapolis. You got to beat the Chargers week 3. You got to beat the Bengals. If you don't get out to a 3-1, 4-0 type start, this 13-14 win is nothing more than a pipe dream.
I can't do the at LA, home against Cincy, and then go into Philly assumption. But I will say this: you really should be 2-0. After
100%.
Tennessee at home, they're going to beat Tennessee
with
at home.
Quarterback.
And just historically, week 1's played in Denver is the greatest home field advantage that the NFL has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
When these guys are not in game shape and they have to come into altitude, and you're doing it with a rookie quarterback against this defense, I feel like they're going to smash the Tennessee Titans. That number's already moved, by the way, because they have some of these numbers out. That number's already moved.
Where are we at?
Money, I don't know where it's at right now, but money has come in on Denver. I think it opened up at 6.5, I believe, and now I think it's over 7. I want to say it's 7.5, 8, something like that. I haven't checked it in a couple weeks, but it did move.
It's -7 right now.
So I mean that's as big as a week 1 favorite as it's probably in the top 3. I think they're going to win and cover that number.
Yeah.
That's going to be a party on Sunday, September 7th.
I actually do think that's the biggest line. You got the Commanders -6.5 against the Giants, and the Eagles -6.5 against Dallas.
So think about that. This is where we're at with the Denver Broncos. They're the biggest favorite week 1 to open the 2025 season. That's pretty damn cool. That's pretty damn cool. And then going to Indianapolis, that's a competition between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So I don't care if that game is played in Indy or right there on I-25 here. You should be able to go in there and get that win, start your season 2-0. And then the next sequence is at the Chargers, home against the Bengals, and on the road in Philly. Chargers swept the Broncos a year ago. The Bengals beat the Broncos in primetime last year in overtime, and Philly is the world champs. So starting fast week 1 and 2 is going to be paramount, because if you drop one of those games, you have no margin for error in those next 3 weeks, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. I can't wait. I really cannot wait.
Me either.
It's in 5 weeks. We'll go touch some grass, go fishing, go on a hike, do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
5 weeks from now, it's time to lock in.
I want to talk about the red lights and what is the floor for the Denver Broncos. We'll continue this conversation coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything: gas, groceries, home repairs, And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now is an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
A
Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Tacori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Tacori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Tacori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Tacori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, I wish we had a camera on the commercial break here. I got a little bit fired up with my guy Anilo.
Let's go.
Got a little fired up. I have a soft spot. It's very you know when the doctor it hits your knee and you're it's an
little jerk.
You have no what do they call it, like involuntary reflex.
Yes.
If you touch my Josh Allen button.
I see it.
I have one button. You touch that Josh Allen button.
Yeah, you've been, high energy all show. Like you took it up to 10 and some as soon as I brought up Josh Allen. I'm a Burrow guy myself, but agree to disagree.
And that's fair. That's fair. Just as long as on your way to Crown and Burrow, you just put the healthy doses of respect on that guy.
Me saying Josh Allen's a top 3 quarterback isn't respect?
No, it is. It is. But I don't like when perception seeps into reality and things get twisted, and it's all good. It's all good. Broncos floor, Anilo Pirro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. We just talked about the green lights. What about the red lights? They do exist. And it starts, I guess, if we're going to start with one of the largest green lights for the Denver Broncos in 2025, being the health of the team, I think that's where it would start. I guess you could say this about every NFL team, AP, is that like if you have a rash of injuries, I mean, you're mostly screwed.
Yeah, any team.
Yeah.
I mean, look what happened with the Patriots. I know it was one player, but when Brady got hurt, what was that, like 09-ish, somewhere around there? I mean, they won like 3-4 games that year.
No.
No?
The opposite. The opposite.
Oh, because it was Matt Castle. I'm sorry.
They went 11-5
I'm sorry.
without Brady.
I was single digit age at that point. So I apologize.
All good. Yeah, no football team. I'm trying to think of a team who recently really went through it, the injury stuff. No one's really coming to
Dallas with Dak. They had a lot of injuries last year. Did Dallas?
Okay, yeah. But yeah, so it's still professional football, and just because you've been the healthiest team in the league for 2 straight years is not a birthright that it's going to be a hat trick in that department. So that would represent a green or a red light.
Dolphins, they got derailed with injuries last year.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Another one is just the newcomers that can't stay healthy, that you got at a discounted rate because of their injury history, betting on the upside, and then that bet is a loser. Whether you're talking about Hufanga, whether you're talking about Evan Ingram, whether you're talking about Dre Greenlaw, who's already hurt, and most of all, J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, and it's I don't want to say a high risk, high reward, but buyer beware, right? Like
yes.
You kind of know what you're getting into with these guys, and you hope for the best. To your point, the Broncos, their medical staff has been great. Sean Payton spoke about that extensively. I think it was last Thursday at his final press conference before we broke for the summer break before training camp here. And look, you got to roll the dice on that. Like when Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga are up and active, I mean, they're great players.
They are.
They were catalysts alongside Fred Warner on those San Francisco teams. So you got to hope.
And by the way, you mentioned San Francisco.
Last year,
that's the
team. That's the team.
That's it, along with maybe Detroit, who got real banged up down the stretch.
Aiden Hutchinson, a lot of injuries. They just lost their starting center, too. He retired a couple weeks ago, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, I read about that. Detroit.
Yeah, but the Niners, they went through it. But so yeah, the newcomers, if they can't stay healthy, they're tied into like a big if with this football team. That's certainly one of them. And then we kind of hit on this, AP, in passing when we were talking about the ceiling segment. The division. The Raiders taking a step forward. That represents.
Which they will.
They will. I agree with you. They're not a 4-win operation anymore. Not with Pete Carroll. Not with Ashton Genty. Not with a playoff caliber quarterback and Geno Smith, a veteran at that. So then, just the division. If the Chiefs are who they have been and don't take a step back like a lot of people anticipate, if the Raiders do take that step forward, and the Chargers have had a leg up on the Denver Broncos here as of recently, and really have split with Denver for years. This past year, they swept them. So, what happens with the teams around them could represent a red light. Anything else come to mind when we talk about potential red lights?
I think injuries beyond the newcomers, like Cortland Sutton goes down for a couple of games. What are you left with at wide receiver? A lot of unproven guys. You could probably get away with it for a game or two.
Sure.
But let's say he's, bad hamstring, 6 to 8 weeks type thing.
Yep.
That could really derail the Broncos a little bit. Same thing with the offensive line. These are all critical positions here, and obviously the quarterback being most important. But the injuries in general are something to come to mind, and it's less of a red light, and I think we've hit on it a couple times here. It's more so the expectation of the growth within the division. That's like a yellow light. Where, you know who the Chiefs are. I am not banking on a regression from the Chiefs. The Chargers are going to be a double-digit win team, and the Raiders are probably going to float between 7 and 8. So that's just something you have to be aware of the internal. The Broncos made the playoffs last year and were third in their division.
Right.
So, you have to be very cognizant of that overall with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, if the Broncos played in a different division that was more manageable, say the NFC or AFC South, right? Or specifically the NFC South, who the Broncos swept last year.
Mm-hmm.
They
Atlanta,
swept.
New Orleans, Carolina.
If you're in a division like that, if you're in a division like, I will throw the AFC South in there with the Colts, the Jags, and the Titans. AFC East is pretty top heavy with Buffalo. I don't know how good any of those other teams are. Miami, New York Jets, Patriots. Patriots should be better.
Yeah, NFC West might be interesting. San Francisco.
Yeah.
Dante shaking his head because of his Cardinals, of course.
Yeah. The Cardinals 8-9 last year.
Yeah.
Seahawks were 10-7 last year.
I think they're gonna be terrible this year.
Terrible.
I ain't putting no eggs in my basket with Sam Darnold. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. It's
why did they not draft Shedeur Sanders? Conversation for another day.
Yeah, it's a competent organization, though. I will say that the Seattle Seahawks. So what's the floor? If the Broncos are on that Arapahoe Road and they don't time up the lights and it's red light after red light in these departments that we're discussing, what do you think? We talked about the ceiling. I think it's 13 games. You said it was 14 games. What would the floor look like here for the 2025 Denver Broncos?
I think the floor is lower than what they finished at last year. I don't think they're gonna win 7 or 8 games. I think they're gonna win more than that, but I could see them winning 7 or 8. I'm looking back at the schedule last year. Bad losses to Los Angeles. Carolina hung around at some point in that game. The Colts hung around in their game against them with Anthony Richardson and company.
And if Jonathan Taylor doesn't drop the football, that might be a loss.
That's exactly. So they lost to the Bengals. I'm not saying the Broncos were lucky last year. I think they were the beneficiary of some luck, but there was a couple of games against some not so great teams, and obviously we know their record against winning teams where they lucked out in a couple situations. They did.
They did.
They could very well, an injury or two along the way, whatever it might be. Bo Nix does maybe take a step back. They could win 7 or 8 games. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but look, you and I both think they're going to improve upon their 10 wins. We both think that.
Yes.
But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that that'll be the case.
No, it's not a birthright. It's the NFL. And once you think you have that league figured out, it will humble you.
Yes.
I will go, my ceiling is 13 wins. My floor, I think the floor is, I think it's 8 and 9. Which I think
I'd
is
be right around there.
Pretty impressive floor, considering where this operation has been. If could you see 7 and 10? I don't think I can. It would have to be a real rash of injuries, and one of them would be Bo Nix.
Yes.
I think 7 and 10 is just a little bit too low. I think it's too low with this defense, with this coach, with this quarterback. I think the floor of the Broncos is 8 and 9. And their over-under win total is 9.5.
Here's the thing, though.
It might be 7 and 10. It might be 7 and 10 with sober eyes.
Did anyone think San Francisco was going 6 and 11 last year?
No.
And similar. San Francisco was much better.
They were just in the Super Bowl, right?
Exactly. So again, let's use them as the example, and that's a team that was decimated by injuries.
Yeah.
But again,
I'm going to go 7 and 10.
Okay.
Because the NFL is just a freaking
Week-to-week
gauntlet. They play in the best division in football, you could argue.
Yep.
Sending 3 playoff teams last year.
You got the Eagles on the schedule, Cincinnati again, Houston, Dallas should be better.
Yeah.
Dallas isn't just a shoo-in game for me.
No, the Packers are on the schedule. I would say the floor is 7 and 10. The ceiling is 13 and 4, rather. What do I think it'll actually be? Aside from the ceiling and floor conversation, 10-11. 10-11?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
How about you?
I'm 11-12. I'm in that 11-12 range. And it's funny because if they fall on 10 wins, I'm sure there's a lot of Broncos fans that are going to be disgruntled and mad because, there's this this high expectation with this organization, rightfully so. But I think a 10-win season, you get in the playoffs, is not the worst thing in the world.
All right. You want to react to that conversation? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Mikko Rantanen put out a message on social media. To who? Saying what? We'll pass it along coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling. All right, how's your energy level today? Are you feeling sluggish? Is it a reflection of this sort of overcast weather in Colorado today? Maybe your sleep patterns are off. Maybe you've been working out, you're not seeing the gains you used to, and that's when you drag yourself to the gym. And maybe because of that dynamic, you're putting on weight, all right? Maybe your self-esteem is going down as your weight is going up, and hopefully you're not feeling sad or depressed. Guys, believe it or not, all this can be tied back to symptoms of low testosterone, which happens to us men naturally as we age. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Literally takes 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of that appointment, your visit is free. Fellas, you got one life to live. Don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take that low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife, Kimberly, loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang ring that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040, 303-LAW-4040.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Evie here at Foundation Kia, where Colorado goes to catch a ride. Cruise for free with a $1,000 gas card when you purchase the all-new Kia Sportage. We fill your tank. You drive.
Gas model only. Excludes taxes, title, license, additional options, retailer charges, and dealer and handling. Must take delivery from retail stock by June 30th, 2025. Offers over June 30, 2025.
Catch a ride at FoundationKia.com.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal. Especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
It's time to spring into summer with Soda Weight Loss because right now you'll get our biggest discount of the year.
Are you serious? Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
If you want to look like this for summer, now is the time to join America's #1 weight loss company for client satisfaction and results.
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, winding things down here, final segment on a Tuesday. Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today, friend of the show, coming to do his gig a little bit early tonight. It's the scrappy one, the Scrapster, Scrap Peterson. What up, Will?
What up, boys?
How we doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing good, man. You got to turn that mic on.
Yeah,
to do
what you
radio.
got against Audric Estime, Will?
I don't have anything against him. He's
Seventh round pick?
He's the odd man out. Well, he's a 5th round pick.
Well, but I'm saying you would be willing to cut bait with him for a 7th round pick.
Yes, absolutely.
Let him compete.
I would recruit my asset in any way possible.
He's definitively better in your mind than Bidet, or worse than Bidet and McLaughlin?
Yeah. Audric Estime's not going to make this football team. So why not just try to trade him now and at least get something back rather than just cut him and watch him walk for nothing?
So we talked about it. We talked about it since hijacking the segment here. Your
so I had to ask.
That's who I was talking to, Will.
Okay.
You're always on the attack. It's not always
Apologies.
about you, Will.
I had to ask.
I usually get accused of hijacking this segment.
I have a running thing with Will about hijacking this segment.
Oh.
Because he typically, what will happen is I tease into a segment, Will comes in and is disgruntled from driving down the road, listening to us on the way in, and forcibly takes over. But no, of course, AP. I was going to ask about that too. We talked about it, and we'll pay off the tease here in a second. What Miko put out there, but I don't think you're getting a draft pick for Audric Estime. That's where I'm hung up. Like if you could get a 6th round pick for him, okay, do it. I do not believe that you're getting for a 5th round running back a year ago, who didn't do anything, why would anyone so I think the foundation of what you're saying, I agree with a lot of it, but I don't think it lines up with the marketplace and what you could get for Estime. And if it came to a 7th round pick, me and Anilo talked about it. I just rather see what he's got this summer in year number 2 and, maybe a second life here.
Okay, but first of all, coaches and GMs have huge egos, and they love reclamation projects. And I promise you there was at least 1, 2, 3 more GMs last year that had Estime on their board and were bummed when the Broncos took
What
it.
about the ego of Sean Payton? There might be none bigger who believed in Estime and just this past month said, this guy's going to get an opportunity.
Right, because he's trying to inflate his trade value. I mean, you sign J.K. Dobbins, you draft R.J. Harvey, you rave about Jaleel at the podium, you talk about how Tyler Bidet is good in pass protection, you give Blake Watson all this money as an undrafted free agent, and then put him on your 53 last year. Remember, he was on the original 53 because they were worried he was going to get poached. He's got too many cooks in that room. Audrick's clearly the guy that's not going to make this football team, Zach.
I don't know if it's clear. And you used the word inevitable. And I gave you pushback on that too. He may not make the team. That may be more likely than unlikely. But cutting of a 5th round running back on a rookie contract who's been here for 1 year, I just can't label it inevitable. Can't do it.
Who's getting cut then?
Jaleel.
Totally different player.
I'm saying there's a scenario that exists. That's where I just don't believe it's inevitable.
But when you signed J.K., you kicked one of them out, right?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. But I don't think we know who yet.
I think Audrick got kicked out.
You may end up being right, and Lord knows you will circle back on this. We know that. Dante, you got something?
I'll bet Will 100-1 odds that Estime makes the team.
100-1 odds?
Well, if something's inevitable, honestly, that's probably. I'm
Dante
giving him
looking to cash out.
I respect it. Should be like $1 million.
Dante, I like this.
Right? Inevitable seems like $1 million to 1, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll go 100-1.
Opportunistic.
Yes. You know what? The feud continues. Dante Gomez against Will Peterson. You want to take him at 100-1?
No, I'm going to pass on that.
Right,
I appreciate the offer.
All right. Miko Rantanen put out a message on social media. And Danilo, it was just, and Will, it is just, it's weird. I don't think we'll be doing this a year from now. I don't think I'll be doing this a year from now. But as the Stars wrapped up their season, Miko doesn't post a lot on social media. I think he's got maybe 3 posts in the last 3 or 4 years. But posting himself in that Dallas green and saying, change is never easy, but I'm grateful for the journey this season that brought me to the Stars. Thank you to the entire Dallas organization and fan base for a warm welcome. I'm excited for the future of this team. Enjoy your summer, Stars fans, and see you in September. I know I'm acting like a bit like a scorn lover here, but it's hard to see him thank Dallas fans in that puke green after who that team has represented through the course of the Avs franchise and what just happened earlier this spring. I hope it's the final chapter of me wallowing, but it was just hard to look at.
Sure, but also just blame the Avs GM, right? He's the one who did it. He's the one who panicked 6 weeks too early.
And Joe Sakic wasn't around for any of it, right?
Again, Chris McFarland's the one who makes the phone calls over there. He's the one who sets everything up.
The guy who makes the final decision is Joe Sakic.
I told you, Zach, that I think Joe probably gave him the thumbs up, yes. But this was orchestrated by Chris McFarland, the Avalanche's general manager. So the reason Miko's doing that post today is because Chris McFarland traded him with 6 weeks to go before a deadline.
How do you, Will and I have been going back and forth on this for months.
I love it.
How do you, Anilo, as we're winding down here, view Joe Sakic's involvement as the team president in the trade?
I think he obviously has a say, but I think Joe, and I don't know him all that well, I think he'll default to Chris McFarland. Like, I think if there is a finger to point at, it's Chris.
I totally agree.
I think Joe, if he really felt some type of way, but I'm sure that Joe and Chris were on the same page.
When Joe took the promotion, he was going to allow Chris to do his job.
Yeah.
And that's what he does.
Yeah.
Full disagree. I think the buck stops with Chris's boss. We'll continue to disagree on this. And we might even disagree more some tomorrow. You'll be in here for Phil, right?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay. Nilo, huge shout out. First time working with you. Blast of
awesome, man.
2 shows. Flew by. Love working with you. Already looking forward to the next time. Will Peterson will hang out tomorrow from 2 to 6. Who are you working with tonight?
Marcello Romano will be here. Looking forward to it.
Okay, that'll be a fun listen on the way home. It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense.
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Right now, get a 15